The 8th of July is a famous date in Australian sport, and it's funny because we're actually experiencing a higher than expected participation level tonight on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club with the State of Origin in mind. And that's a good thing for us and a good thing for you as well, because we hope you've got your sports bar set up, decked out, ready to rock and roll, ready to take in the best of Week 1 action on Wednesday night Motorsport, Night 3 of Week 1 of Term 3 for 2026, the BMW M Sport Cup, with thanks to merch.GSRC.inc from the North configuration of the Virginia International Raceway in the United States. And then, of course, we're off to Sandown Motor Raceway in Victoria for the opening Super Sprint round of the Supercar Series with thanks to Trophi.AI. Great to have you along for the ride, everybody. Zach Caban, Adam Lavis, and Jordan Pianazola's in the booth as well with us tonight for the BMWs. At least he's going to go and try his hand at racing in the Supercars, and we're looking forward to that as well. We'll get a post-race wrap from him, I hope, too, as part of that. Welcome to Wednesday Night Motorsport, live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. As I said, for some, it's the 46th anniversary of what we now know as State of Origin. For us, it's the launch pad of a very exciting third term. The Supercar Support Act now becomes the BMW M Sport Cup. Great to have the BMW M2s back, although not if you're Jordan Pianazola, because you're not entertaining the idea of going out and having a steer with these, and probably not a bad thing considering the log jam, the congestion and the traffic that goes with a field that's deep into the 30s, Jordan, in fact pushing 40 for the start in a few moments' time, the opening 40-minute race of the season, mate. Good evening to you and welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for having me on board again for another season with GSRC here. But I'm not personally keen on driving these. But yeah, more than 30 odd people in here, so hopefully they'll produce still a good show for us. Look, my own personal thing will be to see some carnage with these cars, but I don't think any of these drivers will be wanting that for round one for their season.
Don't worry about any of the drivers. Worry about our race control. I don't think they'll be wanting to see it either, mate. But it's interesting, isn't it, right? Because we've got a couple of seconds here as we get ready for the cars to line up on the grid. And once they do line up on the grid, we'll run you through the grid. Adam Lavis is here as well. We'll have a look at the calendar at the end of this race for where we're going with regards to the season at large. Some big stops await this tour. Very different to previous Supercar Support Acts in the sense that we're not following the same calendar. There it is on your screen. We're off to Japan, back to the United States, then to Belgium. One round in Australia at least there. Thank goodness that is at Oran Park in a few weeks' time, although the dates are a little bit out there, Adam Lavis. But that's okay. We'll work on that another day. Long Beach, Lime Rock, Suzuka, Canadian Tire and Charlotte Roval. The venues are right, the dates are wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with us on that. The season finale will be Wednesday, September 9. Make a note of that in your diary. Jordan, I'm going to get your thoughts as the evening rolls on here, mate, with regards to different drivers, different niches, different car preferences, etc., etc. That's why you're here with me in the booth. But we do have cars lining up on the grid, and we've got a stack of them. So let's run through the grid for you for the first time in this new merch.tgsrci.com BMW M Sport Challenge campaign. And we can tell you that John Merritt is on pole position alongside one of the hot shots of Wednesday Night Motorsport last term, Benny Snell. Connor Dixon's back on the platforms of the GSRC. He's alongside John Harris on row number 2. Mark Keppel and Reece Gosner from 3. David Baz, Luke King from 4. Richard Brookfield and Adam Funslow, Mr. Versatile from row 5. Track conditions, 4:30 in the afternoon local server time, 12 km/h winds in a westerly direction, 28 degrees the ambient, 56% humidity. Geez, I'm having trouble spitting my words out tonight. And 40 degrees the track temp at the moment. Row 6, Guy Leach, Chris Hen. Row 7, Dale Sharp, Jeff Adams. Row 8, Eduardo Zamora, Gary Cousins. Row 9, Phil Hambley and Tarek Alani. That's a new name for you. And row 10 is John Baldwin and Callum Maxwell. 11, Brett Bradbury, Hilton Booth. 12, Jordan Dakin, Joel Hanson. 13, Maverick Benson, Nathan Michael. 14, Sean Benici, Russell Gander. 15, Dale Atkins and Callan Hodgkinson. Row 16, Leslie Reeves, Kevin Wakefield. Row 17, Greg Heaney, Callum Heinrich. Row 18, Mike Fisher, Aidan Carl. Row 19, Josh Morris, Thorn Weggett. Row 20, Martin Davis and our good old mate, trucker Joe Baldwin, back on the platform for the GSRC. Behind him, Tom Pritchard and Matt Schmidtke, although only 31 cars lining up on the grid here at the moment, so we have a lot of non-starters by the looks of this. Maybe they've sided with Jordan after having a steer of them in practice and qualifying and thought, no, we're going to put that in the bin, put it in the too hard basket. I'm not sure. Who's your tip?
I mean, I didn't talk to anyone pre-race, I can promise you that much. But my tip, probably Snell or Merritt, those two on the front row. And I mean, we seen them last season in, well, Snell in the 86s and Merritt in the Vs, but I'll leave it to you, Zach.
Oh, Wednesday night motorsport, the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and that's a magnificent launch from John Merritt. He's gone. Look at the start. David Baz has bogged it down. He's dropped a whole bunch of spots through the field as they hit the first corner. Now, can they squeeze through here without incident? Let's hope so. Snell gets down on the inside, withstands the pressure from Connor Nixon. He's got John Harris side by side with him, and Nixon's been able to cover that off for the moment. Nice start. John Merritt leads from Benny Snell running the Diet Coke livery. Hung out to dry there. Snelly's in the weeds. That'll allow Nixon to go through. Harris will want a piece of that as well down the inside there. Door handle to door handle early on. A little bit of argy-bargy, but otherwise okay. A lot of cars joining from the back of the field. Kevin Wakefield, Greg Heaney, Callum Heinrich, Mike Fisher, Martin Davis, and Leslie Reeves. But no Cale, Schmidtke, Weggett, Baldwin, Pritchard, or Morris, I should say, off the opening lap. So we're down to 36, which isn't a bad turnout round one. Let's hope those numbers are still there come week 10. 1 minute gone. John Merritt picking up where he left off last term and leads the way. Reece Gosner's got a black flag, and so does David Baz. That'll drop Baz all the way down. He's 24th at the moment. That's 17 down on where he started. And unfortunately, he can only go up from there, Adam Lavis. Good evening to you.
Good evening. Yeah, what that'll be is this is one of those cars that's got launch control and no, I don't believe it has a clutch. So those guys who would have put the clutch in, touch the throttle, black flag for them.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Thoughts on all of that, Jordan? I mean, everyone's safely through and we're away. A couple of guys with their tail between their legs already, though.
Well, jump start from, what, about 3 rows or 4 rows deep would have thrown a couple of people off entering the procedure there as we then went off in towards turn 1. But yeah, a couple of black flags at the moment. They've just hopped into their train and their carriage and see where they'll ride this one out. But at the moment, it seems clean. Didn't have a chaotic start, not like I was hoping.
No, exactly. Leslie Reeves was off the road there at the start of the second lap as well. That's John Baldwin getting down on the inside, going up into 17th spot. And we have got a couple of guys that aren't registering correctly with our timing screen at the moment, folks. So we'll pick them up once the order has corrected itself. Gander, Fisher, Reeves, Heaney, Heinrich, Davis, and Wakefield all not registering properly. That's an SDK issue, not an us issue. We'll obviously update you once the order has automatically corrected itself, and it has a habit of doing that about lap 3 of proceedings. So keep an eye out next time by the strike for those guys. Through we go. Now, we do stop at VIR a couple of times this season. We'll be back here for a Formula V round later in the campaign. Jordan, I'm looking forward to that already.
I'm so keen for Formula Vs this season. Again, I'll promote them as the best racing you'll have in GSRC season upon season, and I'm waiting for them to mainstay.
You and me both, buddy. You and me both. Now, in the pit lane there, Nathan Michael's off the road. Reece Gosner's serving his drive-through with that black flag. David Baz has already done so, 4.17 seconds through the opening lap. Important to note as well, Adam Lavis, good evening to you once more. Nice to have you back on a Wednesday night, and of course nice to have you back in your mainstay Monday night this week as well. You've deputised for Andrew Neal this week, who's going to pick up the freight on Wednesday nights from next week and when he's not away on work assignment. But pretty much status quo as Luke King puts it through the weeds, does a little bit of lawn mowing on lap 3. We're looking at about 25, 26 laps this evening. Need time travelling drivers to make those races. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Reece Gosner's already parked up by the looks of that. Russell Gander may have done so as well. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Reece Gosner's still showing on pit road after 47 seconds. So I think Gosner's decided, that's it, I'm done. David Baz, the last of the runners that's registering properly at the moment. Martin Davis has just corrected. Hopefully, Heinrich and Heaney haven't taken the start, and I don't think Leslie Reeves is registering with the scorers either. So we are down on that note to 33. Adam, very much of an ain't broke, don't fix it. We've swapped the car, but we haven't changed anything else. The same format throughout the course of the season, a mix of sprint, super sprint, and 40-minute races. We will see one compulsory pit stop in this race tonight.
Yeah, we should do. So as it looks like Dale Sharp's already taken that opportunity right now, so he's going for an early stop to get out of the queue, but it is a long snake, so you better be careful with that. But yeah, we did the original M2 a year or two ago when it first came out. It was a little bit sluggish and a little bit weird with the brakes. So sort of it was one of those hit and miss. People loved it or hated it. But yeah, big turnout tonight. So hopefully this updated version can fall in that same category as with the GR86s, the MX5s, and the Mustangs, etc. in the production car sort of echelon of iRacing.
But it's interesting, isn't it, too? And you can attest to this as well, Adam. But Jordan's the one that's vocally opposed to having a crack at the BMW M2. It's an interesting thing, right? Because we look at it and think, okay, that's a point of humour for us to just pick away at and entertain for the sake of banter and the audience at home to listen in and give their 5 cents worth if they wish as well through the YouTube comment section, of course, folks. And it's interesting, isn't it, mate? Because you look at it and you think, okay, there's a lot of love for it. Maybe the new incarnation, as Adam was alluding to, will entice more people to give it a crack. If it's an improvement on the first incarnation, then maybe that'll entice more people to come through the door as the season goes on. But we are human beings. You're not going to like everyone. You're not going to like everything. That's why we've got so many different cars at our disposal, so as to appeal to everybody's likes and dislikes. Jordan?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to Adam then. I mean, yeah, I really just dislike this car. I'm learning as well, just sitting here, listening to you guys also talking about the car. There's a lot of love to it, respect to anyone that likes the car. It seems to be that it can produce some good racing, but what happened here with Nathan Michael?
Disruptive Labs replay, Michael, whoa. A BMW doing a Porsche thing. He got unsettled on the bump there. It speared him. He hit the bump awkwardly and it just unsettled the car and took him right and snapped him back left through the weeds. I guess that's the good thing. We talk about a potential wreck fest. I mean, cue a street circuit any day of the week for that. You won't get the street circuit nature of racing here, mate, because as you can see, lush green outfield, infield, plenty of runoff area for these guys to work with. So unless there's significant car-to-car contact, you'd have to have a biggie to be able to require the services of the tow rope and a fast repair tonight, you'd imagine.
There's definitely some room to work with around here. It gets a little bit tighter in the section they've just entered here, the short circuit, but it's quite a wide track around Virginia, and these cars do seem quite small, like the 86s and Miatas falling into the category, like Adam said. But I'm not quite sure exactly in how these will go racing in the slipstream, and how much mechanical grip these also have for coming down a section like this. So it'll be quite fun for me to also just watch on and see how this does play out. I was hoping for a little bit more passing, but they're just quite settled. It's a 40-minute race, still what, 32 minutes left, so yeah, plenty of time still in this one here.
And actually, that's another interesting point. The lap times are steady around that 1 minute 34 marker. So when I was crunching the numbers earlier, I was trying to do it, and it's always awkward when it's not a 1 minute 30 or a 1 minute 40, right? But I was saying to Adam Lavis, the quali pace was around about the 133. We don't know what the race pace was going to be, so I just went with the base of 135. So 2 by 135 is 3 minutes and 10 seconds, or 190 seconds, of course. So then you take that, 15 minutes 50 will get you 10 laps, 31.40 will get you 20. That leaves you 8 minutes and 20 seconds left. Have I lost anybody yet? Hopefully not. 3:10, 6:20, there's another 4 laps, and that takes you up to 38 minutes. It gives you 2 minutes left, an extra lap, and probably that pit lane window as well. Hence why I'm saying 25, maybe at the bare chance of a 26th lap, but based on what we're seeing so far, not least the fact that it is a long pit lane here at the Virginia International Raceway, possibly this will be curtailed at 25 laps. We're through lap 6, Johnny Hot Lap Merritt leading the way, and doing so by half a second over Connor Nixon as we pick up Adam Funslow, Adam Lavis. Copy.
Well, with Merritt leading the way here, early on, we're now, just coming up to 10 minutes. They're caught up to, 5 to 6 tenths behind him. They were about a second early on, so slowly chipping away. Connor's got the best lap by a tenth more than Merritt at the moment, but just slowly chipping away. Him and Snell swapped from the start, so maybe Nixon's just got the early pace here, and hoping they can just eke a little bit more close to Merritt, because they are closing more on this lap, down to about 4.5 tenths. So we'll see how much. I want to see how John can also hold on with this one as we get a little bit deeper in this race, and when he also decides for the compulsory stop.
Yeah, when he decides to pull the trigger, that's a good point. We might see the overcut, undercut come into play. Of course, you talk about John Merritt, you think Pulse Tuning, you think Echuca Toyota, you think Lexus of Melbourne, all those great businesses that he's been heavily associated with over the course of time. I'm not sure where BMW is more closely aligned, whether we'd put it in the Toyota category or whether we'd put it over towards the Lexus of the world. Maybe the Lexus in the price department, maybe. I'm not sure. Let's have a look at Joel and Hansen with an off-track excursion. And a hairy ride through the grass for Jolan and the Northwind Motorsport stable.
That's basically just a Virginia 101 there. If you just get that slightly wide on that last corner and then touch that over that curb, it puts you out in that weed.
What I was asking Jordan about earlier as well, mate, your thoughts on that? I mean, because you're privy to a lot of the discussions that happen behind closed doors, committee meetings, etc. AGM on Sunday, by the way, for all of our members. Callan Hodgkinson into the side of the Whiskey Business Racing entry, and he pays the price through the grass. It's interesting, isn't it? I don't envy you blokes. Obviously, we've got the AGM on Sunday. Good luck to all and sundry. Good luck to everybody putting their hand up to go around as a committee member for the next 12 months, of course. Here's a little bit of bumper. Connor Nixon on John Merritt, trying to force his way through to the lead, and does so. Very nicely done from Connor. Yes, very cheeky, but very nicely done. Rubbing is racing. But you blokes have a difficult task trying to find a calendar, find cars that are going to entice an entire smorgasbord of competitors, that cross-pollination of different likes, different interests, and of course different work schedules, all that sort of stuff. All those things that you have to take into consideration to try and keep 500 plus members happy, Adam. It's a difficult task, but what lent the club in the direction of the BMW M2 after such a good term of 86 racing?
Oh, yeah, the Wednesday early slot's usually a bit of a rotational slot. I guess Connor has redressed that now. It took a bit longer than usual, but he's got it done.
Well, nearly done it again.
He's got it. Oh, and Sully's there as well.
Well, this time it was because Merritt's has gone deep, so he's actually opened the door this time, so... But now it's covered off. We'll see how there you go. So basically, yeah, so the Wednesday night slot, the opening slot's one of those ones. So we try and keep a balance keep a few things constant, because obviously you need to keep your consistency and keep people happy, but you also need to keep it fresh. We need to have some, given we have that luxury of doing so many nights a week, luxury for racing, not as much for the workload, but that allows us to do some different classes each season just to keep it fresh and try and keep it going. And yeah, the BMW was fresh to the racing calendar. The last one did do pretty good. It was just a little bit not quite as good as the car could be. But yeah, we've seen with the success of the 86s and the MX-5s and that sort of capering, and this was car should fall in that sort of category. So we'll just sort of chuck it on there, give it a crack, and we'll see if it fits that production car family.
There's three things playing out on your screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm listening to every word Adam Lavis is saying, but I'm also trying to set up the next point for Jordan to jump in on. This is hugely enticing for me, Jordan. This is captivating stuff, because you've got John Merritt, the experienced old hand who knows how to lead a race and control things from the forefront. You've got Connor showing how hungry he is to find a way through and lead this thing from the front, but not being able to successfully do that just yet. Because, let's be honest, Merritt can defend for his life if necessary. And then you've got Benny Snell, who's just lurking. He's just sitting back, relaxed, just letting these two have at it, hoping that at some point it all blows up in smoke for them and he can come through and clean up the pieces. There's three different types of racecraft playing out for everybody to look at the moment.
Yep, 3 different stories that are going to play out over the next still half an hour, or even 40 odd, half an hour, sorry. But yeah, Snell, he was very, if you think back to the 86s last season, he was very patient with a lot of things. Took his time on getting a win, and he waited until you were gone out of here, Zach, for that one to happen. But at least you did get to see him win something afterwards. But yeah, Nixon, I don't mean this in a bad way at all, but he just seems very skittish at the moment on wanting to get to the lead. When Merritt is so calm and he's predictable at the moment, where Connor's looking a little bit unpredictable, but he's using that, or trying to use that to his advantage to throw Merritt off. But Merritt, all of the experience he's had time and time again on circuit, he's calm, and we see Snell just take the early one.
So that is an interesting call.
Line as well.
It's lap 10. We're at the end of the 16-minute mark, so we're on track for those timings that I was mentioning there earlier, almost bang on, which I'm really happy about, because I told you at the start, maths is not my strong point. That is Nixon chasing Merritt. Snelly's decided, no, I want out of the road here, but the risk he runs is coming back out in traffic with everybody else, because a lot of this field is yet to stop. Dale Sharp down in 29th at the moment, the first of anyone to a stop prior to Snelly. Dale Atkins wants a piece of that now, so does Sean Benici, and Snell in and out in 7.3 seconds. It's interesting here. There's Tarek Alani, one of the new names here on the platforms, the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, being displaced by Jordan Dakin, and in behind them is Callum Maxwell. That's 15th, 16th and 17th. You've got to look out there on screen at the moment. Brett Bradbury just ahead of them, the distinct blue and yellow, no, not Whiskey Business Racing of old livery for him there at the moment. Adam?
That's Brett's default iRacing colours. He obviously hasn't found himself a Martini livery for this car yet. It's his usual go-to in the iRacing paints.
I was going to say he's not telling anybody he's a Parramatta supporter by any chance, is he? Or a West Coast supporter. Very good stuff. It's interesting when you were talking about Connor Nixon. Yeah, it's almost like, I agree with exactly what you're saying, and we don't mind having a good little bit of to and fro with Connor when he comes into the commentary box. There'll be some good little bits of banter and sledging going on, and he gives as good as he takes. Don't worry about that. But the funny thing will be, I'll put it to him that he's almost reminding me of that kid in the candy store, like the kid that's been given the red cordial, the red lollies, etc. He's bouncing off the walls at the moment. He's excited, you can tell. If he can keep a lid on it, contain the excitement, and just focus on trying to pressure Merritt into a mistake. Maybe that is his tactic at the moment. But if he can find a way through Merritt, he's got every chance at winning this, but he must keep his head about him. He can't afford a mistake. He's already had one little incident that obviously he's been tapped on the shoulder and said, you might want to address that, or otherwise Race Control will throw the book at you, with that little tap onto the back of John Merritt there through turn 1. But no, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from Connor, and he's a versatile performer, and he's a very good operator. But it's a distinctly more excited Connor Nixon, as opposed to the calm, cool collectedness of both John Merritt and Ben Snell. Snelly, for context as well, Jordan came back out in 16th spot, Hilton Booth just ahead of him. Everybody ahead of Snelly so far yet to stop, and everyone behind him down to Luke King. So that includes Maverick Benson, Nathan Michael, John Baldwin, Joel Hansen, Aidan Carl, Russell Gander, Leslie Reeves, Callum Heinrich and Mike Fisher, all yet to stop at the moment. We did have a small glitch with our timing screen earlier, folks. I can tell you we've got 37 cars starting the race. We've got 36 of those still out there. Sorry, 35 of those still out there. Martin Davis, Reece Gosner, the only two retirements so far, and David Baz, the last car on the lead lap at the moment. It's interesting when we talk about that, because David Baz is on the cusp of going a lap down. He'll get that back once everybody comes through to cleanse the field. But my interest now in all of this, Jordan, is not just on the things that I've already mentioned as Alani and Booth go to pit lane to complete their CPS, but it's also on the guys that stopped early, the David Bazes and also the Dale Sharps. Have they got to make a second stop, or have they got their numbers right? It'll be interesting to see where that falls for them, because when it's a 25, 26 lap race, pitting that early can sometimes come back to bite you. Obviously, David didn't have a choice, drive through penalty, stop and hold, etc. He may still yet have to make a compulsory pit stop as a requirement based on the fact that that was a penalty issued by iRacing. But Dale Sharp will be an interesting one to follow.
Yeah, he decided to dive very early compared to the rest of the field. So is he going to get slightly caught in traffic as well, trying to come through? Maybe, maybe not. I do wonder what'll happen with Sharp. He's currently down 10 spots from the start position, but still a lot of people ahead of him to pit. Who's actually up at the most at the moment? Aiden Cale is up 15 positions in 21st as well. So him, as well as Nathan Michael, Mav Benson, and Jordan Dakin, they've all climbed a bunch of spots, 10 each for the those last three that I named. And Mav Benson, he's actually respectfully a former rival of mine in the go-karting scene in the Victorian Country Series.
Oh, very nice, very nice. I knew there'd be a tie in there somewhere.
There definitely was.
Yes. Philip Handley, Jordan Dakin, the pit lane. As you can tell, we've got those seizure type issues that we had going on the other night there, ladies and gentlemen. The strobe and epileptic sort of thing going on at the moment. We are working through those. That's why you're seeing the intermission screen come up occasionally whilst we're on air. We will obviously, we're not losing timing or anything like that. So obviously, if we need to revert to a flying blind radio type call, we can do that. But we're hoping these issues that Adam's experiencing are only incremental and temperamental and temporary. But in the meanwhile, John Merritt leads from Connor Nixon and Jonathan Harris. I want to fast forward about 3/4 of an hour, Jordan. You're jumping behind the wheel of a supercar, Sandown, super spread. It's a recipe for action, isn't it? And excitement.
Yeah, Sandown's surprisingly one of my favourite tracks on iRacing. I've got a couple of mates that don't say too many nice words about it. I don't know why. I genuinely think it is one of the best circuits that we have on offer in Australia. It's simple, don't get me wrong, but simple can go a long way. And with the super sprint as well, I think that just adds more action. It gives the drivers, and I'm excited for this because I'm going to be the driver in that one. It gives the drivers those more chances for the start, more chances at the turn one chaos, at trying to get that nice finish result that you want. So I love the whole idea of the super sprint as well. That's on show at GSRC. It's you got 4 different types of racing, and super sprints I reckon are probably my favourite because you just get racing as per se so much. And Sandown with the supercars, I don't know if I've ever really put the car around there. Maybe some of the old gen like the FG Falcons or something, but I'm excited to see how it's going to go over the big curbs in turns 2 and 3 and even down at the end of the back straight.
And a nice novelty to go sprint racing there as well, because it's a circuit we so commonly associate with longer form racing. Yeah, sure, okay, it's only 250 kilometres nowadays. It used to be 500, but it is still one of those circuits that you associate with the season of endurance. Tonight we go sprint racing there, and like with the Porsches a couple of weeks ago, mate, that was their grand final venue and the super sprint format. The elbows are going to have to come out because, as you said, it encourages racing, and I like the fact that we've got 2 inverts there, an invert top 8 and an invert top 12, basically putting the onus on the driver to get the gloves off, go racing, and execute some overtaking on circuit rather than relying wholly and solely on strategy. And the good thing about the supercars is we don't have all that battery DRS rubbish that Formula One relies on solely to execute overtaking. I mean, we can talk about the fast at Silverstone a little bit later on if you like, but at least Sandown's one of those circuits. It's not the easiest to overtake on, but there are opportunities there available to you if you can execute cleanly, but you've got to also be a little bit forceful in doing so, don't you?
Oh, for sure. But it's also just the way of the supercar is you can't just sit back and sort of drive it like you're having a glass of wine. You got to get on the dance floor and get groovy with it. Like you've genuinely got to go become full one with that thing, and you got to understand that it's gonna get, you know, out from underneath you, and just working it around that circuit is going to be fun within itself. But going door to door with everyone, and those things, they love going to door to door as well. The supercars, they race so well. They're surprisingly nimble when you want them to be, as much of a boat as they can be as well. But yeah, I'm really excited, and yeah, the super sprint, yeah, as much as you will keep elaborating on it, and the inverted grid, you've really got to, as you know, then work for it that little bit more. But it's just going to be so much fun in the super sprint nonetheless, even without the inverted grids. But that just adds the more the merrier to it, so that'll make it definitely fun for us as we see Nixon hop back into the lead here at turn 1 ahead of John Merritt.
And this time he's done it on merit, if you'll pardon the pun, because it was clean. There was no car-to-car contact. It was set up and executed beautifully by Connor Nixon. That is lap traffic that they've got there in their clutches at the moment. And this is lap 17. So we're firmly in the window now. Only 14 minutes of racing to come. And there is Mark Heppel in 4th place, chasing Jonathan Harris and Richard Brookfield for 3rd on track. But whether that's 3rd or not on corrected order is on the onus of Benny Snell to have a clean run and stay out of trouble on the run back through the field. He's only, what, about 28 seconds away from the leader at the moment, which puts him about 23 seconds away from these guys. So at this point, you'd say that Snelly's on track to be keeping Nixon and Merritt honest at the end of the race. But it was an interesting call, maybe the right call, to pull the trigger and go early to pit lane. Replay, Mike Fisher. Just a whole heap of understeer. That car does not look happy at the moment.
It done a George Russell at Silverstone.
Yeah, exactly. I love how the last couple of days has just been insane from a sports media standpoint, right? As we keep an eye on Mark Heppel here. Watch him very closely. He's going to have a look at Jonathan Harris here on the run to turn 1. Oh, beautifully executed as well. Sucker punch thrown through the dummy and then knocked it up, locked it up. Dives too deep into the corner, and it's going to cost him a spot. Richard Brookfield wants a piece of that, Jordan. Brookfield goes through to 4th.
He tries for the move at turn 1 and loses 2 in 1. That is not what Mark wanted in that one. He's lost out a couple of positions there, and he's going to have to rethink on if he wants to get back up to 3rd, or maybe just sit here and try and save some fuel towards the end of the stint here.
He's increased his workload by 100%. Instead of having to overtake one car, he's got to overtake 2 now if he wants a podium berth. But of course, that's all going to get rubbed out by Snelly, you would think, in the long run anyway. Here's Hilton Booth, and he's chasing. So on the outside there is Tarek Alani on the outside of Jordan Dakin. And Booth was the next one in the train there. He's lost the toe, almost contact on the run to turn 1. Now Alani trying to get around the outside. Yeah, the up and under, switchback, got him. Taken wide at 1. Alani wants a full piece of that and gets it. I'll go back to the Heppel move in just a moment and why that didn't work. 28 minutes gone here. Alani gets into the top 20, but for how long? These guys have completed their stop, so it probably bodes well for him. Maybe a top 15 berth we're looking at here for Alani at the moment. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. We've got some issues on our timing screen here. I'm not picking up Mark Heppel or Richard Brookfield. I'm hoping that that's only a temporary glitch with the timing system, Adam, and not a packet loss issue for those guys. Connor Nixon, John Merritt, Jonathan Harris. Meanwhile, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, it is, because the word out is next to Harris's name, and that is absolutely not the case. We can tell you that Harris is still out there on the circuit. So something's not quite right here at the moment.
Now.
And bear with us on that as we work it out, because that was a little bit of a heart and mouth moment. I was thinking, let's hope that Mark Heppel hasn't had a pack loss. It was, look, to be honest, the way he set it up and lured Harris into the trap by going wide, thinking that that would force Harris into defence mode. Harris has been like, okay, I'll come back left to cover you off. But Heppel knew full well that he had enough time to dive back right and dive down the inside. Unfortunately, he just left it a little bit too late getting the anchors on to pull it up, and that tripped it up. So 10 points for the idea, and maybe 5 for the execution. It needs a little bit of tidy up to be able to be perfected. Still a chance at a top 5 finish though tonight.
Yeah, I think that mistake at turn 1 was honestly down to ABS, and I'm guessing these cars do have ABS. I'm guessing it would have been down to ABS playing a factor in there, and the reason why is because as that's all trying to do its thing as per se, you just lack that actual front end grip, and he just had no mechanical grip going into there, and it just straight understeered off wide. And if he was just able to control that braking a little bit more, I reckon he could have gotten on the brakes as late as he did, but I reckon he just kind of stomped on them a bit too much. If he was just a little bit more gentle on them, probably pull it up that bit more, he would have been fine, but unfortunately just got it wrong. As we see Mav Benson now under pressure, my former rival. Can he hold on and try and fight this one back in the next couple of corners? But I think that'll be King's position.
Absolutely it will be. King down the inside.
Slots in front in the brake zone as well, so Benson's not fighting that one, realises it's not a part of that race, as I think King has already done his pit stop, so I think he's coming back through the field.
Nicely executed, and now that we are we've only got 6 laps to go. We're not going to get, we're only partway through lap 20 now, and we've got less than 9 minutes on the clock.
I wonder how late these guys can go on the fuel. Yeah, because you're saying how little time we realistically have left. Is Tarek up the inside? Does he pull it up? Nope, he gets on the well. That was a lot deeper than what we'd previously seen.
Yeah, and a lot more costly an invoice for him as well. Drops out behind Hilton Booth there now, mate. Booth up into 21st position. Alani down to 22nd. Guy Leach to pit lane, leaving just Adam Funslow, Connor Nixon, and have a look at that. Brookfield. Good work, job done on Brett Bradbury. So Bradbury is still in the mix here, but he hasn't stopped according to our timing screen. So now he becomes a little bit of a roadblock. Whoa, and he's gone. He's gone.
Oh.
He's a big one for Brett Bradbury.
Oh my. Whoa. That makes you speechless. That makes your jaw drop. Is he going to be able to get it off of there, or there we go?
Have a look at it again on replay. I saw it start to go. I had no idea that the impact was going to be this significant. Is it contact, or did he get help?
Oh,
did he get a tap?
There might have been an assist kill there.
Did Mark Heppel get into the... Can we go on board with Mark Heppel, please, Adam Lavis? Are we able to do that? And if that was the case, Brett Bradbury had the pit lane in view. He could have gone easily into pit lane. Let's watch. Wait, 3, 2, 1. Yep,
yeah,
there's the contact. Mark Heppel has wrecked Brett Bradbury. Almost like Shane Van Gisbergen and Austin Hill.
I think that's the real first mission for race control in this race as well, and to start their season off. It's a bit of a big one to go heads over as we see the top 2 dive in.
They've had a very quiet night to this point, Jordan. That's about to change in the next 9 minutes. Top 2 onto pit road, as you say. Adam Funslow, Nathan Michael and John Baldwin still to stop. Joel and Hanson still to stop as well. Oh, Brett Bradbury can't take a trick. Has parked up after a fast repair. 1.30 seconds he was stationary for. He gets back out onto the track, but he's dropped down to 28th position. Real costly stuff. Adam Funslow in, Connor Nixon in, John Merritt in. Nixon got the jump on Merritt, but Merritt will lead them out. Nowhere near enough. It was only 0.4 of a second the difference, but Nixon's going to be right there nipping at the heels of Merritt. And here comes Benny Snell with full pace loaded up around the outside. He's latched onto the back of Connor Nixon. We've got a 3-horse fight at the front. And Merritt was wide at 1. Nixon through on the inside. Connor's going to lead them at VIR.
The final 6 minutes here, and the lead change now.
5 to go, I think, Jordan, based on the numbers, mate. Sorry, go on.
No, that's all right. I was just looking at the timer itself. But yeah, Nixon now in front. Is he going to feel like he's got that pace to try and break? Is Snell going to want to try and just, again, sit patient like he has all of this race and all of last season? I want to keep my eye on Ben, and as much as the front 2 are going to be the ones that are going to battle for this, I want to see how Ben's going to play this out with them.
I reckon the path to the front just got a little bit harder for Benny Snell. I reckon he'll have more difficulty trying to get by John Merritt than he will Connor Nixon. And that's with no disrespect intended in the direction of Connor, of course. We're just talking about the stalwart that is John Merritt and what he brings to the table.
He's a brick wall at defending.
Can defend. Yeah, absolutely. So it's almost like merging the Great Wall with the Berlin when you talk about the wall of defence that is John Merritt. So Benny Snell's work will be cut out for him there. Connor Nixon leads by 0.5 of a second on Merritt. Then Snell, we pick up Callum Maxwell in 16th at the moment. He's up 4 spots. He's got Dale Sharp at his sights. Jordan Dakin at the head of that train, which is 5 deep. Off goes Callan Hodgkinson. Jordan Hanson still showing someone that hasn't stopped. I need to double check that. That isn't a glitch. Aidan Carr, we mentioned he made good progress early, but it ended prematurely. He finished on lap 14, parked up in pit lane. Sharpie holding on to 15th at the moment. Top 10 rounded out by Jeff Adams, who's keeping Luke King honest, the 2 Subpar Racing teammates. Chris Henn is 12th behind Eduardo Zamora. Gary Cousins and Jordan Dakin is the leader of that 5-car train for 5th position. Luke King, very nice to see him in Subpar Racing colours, going beautifully. Jeff Adams just ahead of him, so the teammates duking it out for the final 2 spots in the top 10. Dakin up into 14th now. Nixon holding on by 0.7 of a second, and that's what we were talking about. He's managed to find his way to the front. Enthusiasm, excitement and all. Good move on the inside. Maxwell on Sharp. Sharp moves back across and covers it off nicely. Reset and go again, boys. You've got plenty of time. Another 3 laps at the line.
Yeah, able to use the AstroTurf on the exit there and just keep position ahead of Maxwell.
Actually, can we just get Connor Nixon on shot, please, Adam Lavis? Watch this. Up across the line now. The lap times are in the 1 minute 33s. There's the end of the lap. No, they're not going to get 3. They're only going to get 2. They're only going to get 2. I told you the time was tight. They're only going to get 2. The white flag will fly next time by the line. Based purely on timing. There was seconds in it, Jordan.
I'm trusting you on that because I failed maths every year of high school, so I've got no idea with numbers. So I'm absolutely trusting you with full glory on that one. So you see teammates potentially battle in the end stage.
What you're saying is you're one of those competitors that relies on the technology at your disposal when you're doing your calculations for your fuel when you go racing, yeah?
Yeah, I do try and somewhat do the numbers in my head, but to do like what you do in 30 seconds takes me like 12 minutes.
Copy that. And even I struggled tonight. I said from the outset, 25, 26, it'll be either or. And at one point there, it was looking like we might get to 26, but no, race pace has just diminished a little bit, and it's going to be 25. But that's okay. So the onus is now on these boys to make their move. Not just this battle here, 14th, 15th, 16th, and Sharpie's doing a brilliant job of keeping both Maxwell and Booth at bay. Booth down the inside of Maxwell. Booth down the inside to 16th. Nice.
Yep. Maxwell couldn't get the move done on Dale, so Booth decided, you know what, you can't get it done. I'm going to give myself a run as we come around to enter the final lap, as you said it should be.
White flag in the air. One more to go at VIR. Let's go. Nixon and Merritt and Snell lead us across the strike. Merritt to the inside at 1. No, Nixon will cover it off. What about Snelly? What's he got left to offer up here? Will he be happy with the podium first hit out of the season, or will he like to make his move on this final lap? Can Nixon withstand the pressure and lead them home? Merritt sitting pretty there in the lead for much of the night, but Nixon's gone +2 throughout the course of the 40 minutes here. Got the better of Snelly in the opening laps, then got the better of John Merritt after the CPS. Can he lead them home? They're riding the Ripple strips hard, Jordan.
I don't think Merritt's close enough to get the move done at the end of the straight here. He's really going to have to get the infield section right to try and get the right-hander at the end of the top of the hill, get it up the inside before the final S's. But Nixon at the moment, I think he's honestly got this in the bag. He was skittish in the early stage, but now he is as calm as you can wish out front.
Can't wait to hear from him post-race. He'll be smiling like a Cheshire cat if he can hold off John Merritt here. Will there be a drag race to the line? Final sector, final lap, first hit out of the new campaign, the BMW M Sport Cup. For merch.tgsrci.com from the Virginia International Raceway. Main straight, checkered flag. Logitech Orbit drop there. Motorsport holds off pulse tuning. And Buddy Snell. Connor Nixon gets the job done in Virginia. Oh, nicely done. John Merritt in for second and Ben Snell third. Jonathan Harris will come home in fourth ahead of Richard Brookfield, Mark Keppel, then Guy Leach, Adam Funslow, Luke King, and Jeff Adams, the top 10. But Nixon withstands the pressure and goes to victory lane.
He fought for that one. He was showing from the early stages out in, from the early stages out there that he was keen to take the lead, and he worked hard for it. Made himself in the right positions and across the line as the winner he was. So what a way to start the season here for Connor in the new BMWs as well on iRacing.
BMW M2. It'll be interesting to get everybody's first impressions on what they're like to drive. We know that you're not in the fan club at the moment, but it'll be interesting to see what Benny Snell and Connor Nixon think about them. They've been very quick to join us. Hello, gentlemen. We'll get to you in just a moment. Positional battles finalised out there on circuit now. We've still got a couple of stragglers making their way home. David Baz has finished a lap down. Greg Heaney will be the last one on the lead lap to see the checkered flag. 29 cars getting home in the end on the lead lap. Richard Brookfield, well done. For a top 5 finish there, just behind Jonathan Harris. 0.2 of a second the margin. Nixon over Merritt. Benny Snell in for third. I don't know what it is about Snelly, but he can barely snag a W together when I'm in the house. But it turned out to be a very good call to go early. He was third coming into the pit sequence. He started that whole period of pit stops in this race. He was the catalyst. He pulled the trigger. He zigged, everybody else zagged. He went short, everybody else went long. And in the end, he came out after the pit sequence had played out and wrapped up. He came out exactly where he was as he went in, right there, nipping at the heels of Nixon and Merritt. Snelly, Harris, Brookfield, Heppel, Leach, Funslow, and King, with Jeff Adams making up the top 10. Biggest mover, +9 for Jordan Dakin, +9 for Dale Atkins. And we'll have a look at a few more of those bits and pieces in just a few moments' time. Just updating you, 7 minutes into the Origin decided 0-all at Suncorp. Yes, we will go around the grounds tonight. Wimbledon coming up at 10:30 as well. But plenty to look forward to between now and then from a GSRC standpoint with the Supercars from Sandown, our next assignment. And Jordan, of course, is going to be in the cockpit, in the race, competing in that one, and we're looking forward to seeing how he fares there and hearing his thoughts on it afterwards as well. Let's open up the floor for
There's a massive jump start by
David Baz with the jump start of the year so far. I don't know if there's anyone that jumped a start as big as that or as bad as that, and he knew immediately that he was getting slugged with an invoice, so he just pulled to one side and got out of the ride. Brett Bradbury. Yes. At least you did land back on your wheels, mate. That's exactly right. You were able to limp it back to the lane. Unlucky for you, though, that it ended that way because, up until that point, you'd had a clean, solid sort of run, and then you just got sent. Poor Brett Bradbury, eh? Can't take a trick. Okay, so...
both him and Gosner.
Did that get triggered by Gosner?
Well, I'm not sure, because they went so close together, so I'm not sure they just both at the same time. It looked almost too tight for it to be a reaction from Baz.
Yeah, it certainly looked as though Gosner went first, and he parked up early and retired anyway. Oh dear, excellent stuff. Very good racing to get the season underway. Connor Nixon's in victory lane. Well done, mate. Nicely driven. Withstood the pressure on the final few laps there. Bided your time, really. I mean, you tried to have a crack at getting by John Merritt in the early part. Had to redress it because there was just a little bit too much hip and shoulder for anybody's liking. But the second time through, you were able to take full advantage of the fact that Merritt bowled a wide at turn 1, and victory is yours, mate. Nicely done. Nice to see you back in victory lane and in a tin top as well. This is a rarity.
Oh, no, mate. Hello, everyone. Yeah, no. Yeah, didn't expect that one. I just jumped in here for a bit of a laugh, and yeah, we ended up being decently quick in qualifying, and I was like, oh, well, Merritt's going to walk away, and then, yeah, just bring it back in, and I was like, oh, okay. So, yeah, Woodsy gave me some pointers mid-race just to say, do this, do that. Yeah, and it all worked out. So, yeah, it was good fun.
Logitech Orbit Drop Air Motorsport in victory lane for the first time this season, mate. Very nice to see, but interesting to get your comments there that you were just jumping in for a bit of a laugh. What are your impressions of this car?
Yeah, well, I got in and I was like, this thing's just heaps of fun. Like, it's just no power, you know. I'm used to all the power in the world and no tyre, and this thing's completely the opposite. It's all tyre, all tyre, no power. So it's just like, yeah, bit weird. So, yeah, no, it was interesting. I think it needs more power though. Like, give it a couple more horses, and I think it'd be a good car. But no, it's good fun. I said to the boys, I might just make this little Nixon night, you know, just jump in for a bit of laugh, and yeah, the boys were having a good giggle. So no, it was good fun.
If you're complaining about a lack of horsepower here, I doubt we're going to see you tomorrow night. Then,
what's tomorrow night?
Formula V.
Oh yeah, no, leave me out of that.
Yeah, I thought so. You don't know what you're missing, but that's all right. Let's talk more about how you went about that, right? Because Jordan used the word skittish, and I liked actually the use of that word. We were comparing your driving style compared to John Merritt and Benny Snell. We noted that, you know, Merritt's that big wall of defence that you got to really chip away at to break it down, almost like Andy Dufresne breaking out of the Shawshank, right? But then we're looking at Benny Snell just sitting back there, biding his time, waiting his moment. Meanwhile, you're looking for a way through anyway, how that you can. It's kind of like you've had the red cordial, the red lollies before you've jumped behind the wheel to go and have a steer. Talk us through it, because was that tactical on your part to try and, you know, off-put John and try and lure him into a mistake maybe?
It's just how I race, man. Full stop. I just, yeah, doing a lot of NASCAR, that probably just brings it over, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I just drove how I did, and yeah, I just drove how I was. I kind of figured there's too much tyre, so I thought I'd burn a little bit off, so it'd skate a little bit more, and yeah, definitely did that, which was good. Yeah, because it just felt like the front would hook, and then the rear would hook as well, so you just wouldn't get some rotation at all, and couldn't adjust brake bars, couldn't adjust anything, so it was just like, just throw the thing around, and yeah, it all worked out somehow. But yeah, racing GT3s all week, yeah, it was a good little change.
Is that with a view to Spa this weekend?
Correct, mate. Yep. Yeah, be with Mr. Sutton and Lockhart Brownlee in a car, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Very nice. Now, you must be looking forward to, I'm hoping we'll see you Friday night, GSRC platforms, IndyCar back in the house.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, that'll be an OWM night where everyone gets on a few too many drinks and has a good time. Yeah, that's always a good night for us. Yeah, we see Friday night gents and we're like, yep, that'll be a good night. So yeah, we always jump in. It's the cars we all love as well. Like GTP last season, obviously Sutton just loves that car to death. And then yeah, IndyCar's kind of more my wheelhouse with Cam. So yeah, we'll get in that and yeah, just show the boys how it all happens. So I'm sure Mr. Mark Hilly and a few others might turn up. So should be fun.
How many of your teammates are lining up in the Supercar in a few moments' time, please?
Don't know, mate, to be honest. Yeah, only Tom Wilkinson, Ben Woods and Capel in the chat. So yeah, probably not many, to be honest. I think maybe Cable, but yeah, he was just doing some uni work. So yeah, see if he gets in there. But yeah, I'll be starting out of them.
Must be pleasing for you, though, to be able to go to toe-to-toe with two of our more versatile campaigners and experienced campaigners in John Merritt and Benny Snell. You're no stranger to John Merritt, but what do you make of being able to keep Benny at bay?
Yeah, that was good. I saw Benny was behind John, so I was like, oh, I can run away now. So yeah, that was good, and I'm glad. He kind of just stuck up on me. Like I checked my relative and he was 3 seconds back, and then after the pit stop I was like, oh, he's right behind John, cool. So it was more of a benefit than to me than anything, because I knew even if I wobbled, like John was, John could make a move, but then he'd be in trouble from Benny. So, yeah, it was kind of like, well, if we don't bugger up too bad, we should be all right.
Indeed. You mentioned that you've jumped in for fun, but the fact that you've gone out and won the bloody thing, does that entice you to come back and have a crack at the rest of the campaign when time permits? And if so, as Adam Lavis brings the schedule up on screen for me, what's your pick of the schedule there for the benefit of everybody at home that didn't see it earlier? The Okayama International Circuit is the next stop next week. That's the first of 5 sprint rounds, I should say, with a super sprint to finish it off. Okayama, then on to Road America sprint racing. That'll be an extraordinarily entertaining night of competition. Then we're off to Spa, Oran Park, Long Beach. I miss half the season, unfortunately, due to Porsche Pro Invitational rounds and other commitments. Lime Rock on the 19th of August. I'm here for that. Suzuka, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, and the Charlotte Roval. What's your pick?
Charlotte Roval's always been my favourite for some weird reason. So yeah, probably that. Long Beach is a good one. Oran Park. That's a good calendar. Yeah, I think the boys were having a look at the calendar and we all went, oh, that's a good calendar. So yeah, I don't know who put it together, but yeah, no, it looks good. So yeah, it should be good.
My mate Jordan Pianazzola's on mute at the moment, no doubt preparing for qualifying in the Supercar. But he's not a fan of these cars, and that's why he's decided to come and hang out with us in the booth for the BMW M2 races. But horses for courses, right? Because I'm sure there's cars within the iRacing universe that you detest as well.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a few on the list. This is not too bad. Yeah, normally I stay away from the cars that don't have any horsepower, but yeah, this was actually kind of fun. Yeah, the boys said I've never giggled so hard in my life, so yeah, they said yeah, it was good to watch as well. So to get to put a show on for everyone on the broadcast and in Discord is was always the goal. So yeah, that's what we did.
Bad news if you're a Queensland supporter. New South Wales 4-0 kick to come. Beep FX, I said I was running this series like 3 times while you were driving. Yeah, Woodsy's in charge, mate. So if you want to throw anyone under the bus or heap praise on anybody, he's the bloke, right?
Oh, he told me the whole time. I just wanted to see if he was watching, but no, that's
well, there you go.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm New South Wales supporter, so yeah, I don't watch it, but that's where I'm from, so. Yeah,
I don't watch it, but that's who I'm supporting. Okay, right, I know. Right.
Yeah.
Watching any of the soccer, Connor?
It's just too early, man. Like just being in WA, it's just stupid hour. So even though I'm up stupid hours for racing, just
exactly. So the irony of that statement's not lost on you either. I'm glad. That's good. Yeah,
yeah, like I get the updates from the boys. They all watch it. So yeah, it's normally in the Discord where it says, real life sports. So yeah, I normally get the update even that I don't want to hear about it. So yeah, Sutton or Tom or someone's talking about it. So yeah.
All right, very nicely done. Who would you like to thank before I let you go, buddy? I've got to move on to Benny Snell and John Merritt before we get to the Supercars.
I'd just like to thank the ODBM boys. Yeah, always there, just having a good laugh. Yeah, it's all about. Logitech G, iLiveries, Revolution Race Gear, and all our other supporters, and yep, and Dark Cancer as well. Just my own little thing, and yeah, and Lap Labs as well. So
nicely done, mate. Well done. Winners are grinners, and you're the victor this evening. Enjoy that. We'll see you on Friday night for the IndyCars from St. Pete. Go well.
Sweet. Thank you. See you then. Bye.
Cannot wait for Friday night. The IndyCars back on the platforms of the GSRC. John Merritt and Benny Snell have hung around to have a chat with us here as well. Hot lap. I reckon there were 3 moments in that race that proved to be defining, and or ended up being the defining moments. And they're all at turn 1. The little bump and rub that you got from Connor at one point, which he then redressed. And then there were 2 moments, one immediately after the pit stop, where you put it wide through there and just let that wall of defence of yours drop a little bit, that guard slip. It was just enough of a hole wedged open for Connor to see his way through, and he did that, and credit to him, he was able to fend you off and keep you at bay.
Yeah, Boulder wide, mate. I'd be happy now if Connor didn't redress, but that Yeah, I did a good job after the pit stop. I thought, oh, this is nice. I think I even had maybe a 1.2 or something, or got out of the pits okay and managed to cook it. So, yeah, but ripping little car.
Well, that was my next question. I mean, you've probably driven the old incarnation of the M2. What are your thoughts, car to car? Have we stepped up? Have we improved?
Yeah, it maybe needs to be a little edgier. Connor touched on it, so it's just got probably slightly too much grip. I think it probably just in the setup of the car, but apart from that, it's good. Bit of understeer. That's the only thing. You can't rotate the car.
Well, I was going to say there were a couple of understeer moments throughout the course of the evening. Obviously, that's a trait of the car based on your comments there. VIR, the North Circuit. Not that these things would have been bad on the long circuit either, but the North Circuit, she's a beauty, and we've got a V round here later in the campaign as well. Yeah,
good ripping track for Vs. Yeah, it's a good car. You know, low horsepower, tin top, and not a bad little track for it. It was interesting racing. We were stronger at different points on the track too, which made it enjoyable.
Are you back for your championship defence tomorrow night?
I will try and make it for sure.
Looking forward to Formula V immensely. Work commitments, will they allow you to have a full campaign crack in the BMW M2 or not?
Oh yeah, look, just permitting. Sometimes there's commitments that you can't move, that you don't know in advance, Zach. But definitely made a good. That calendar looks like a cracker too. So you know, Lime Rock Classic and even Okayama to come. So. Some street circuit action, so well done to Woodsy and the team for putting that together.
Indeed. Is there anything on that calendar that you're not liking the look of?
Oh, I didn't look that hard. Run through them for me.
Righto. Adam Lavis will bring it back up on screen for us. There it is. So you got VIR obviously ticked done. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze in a moment. The Okayama International Circuit is next. Road America Circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. Favourites there, left, right and centre.
Nah, frankly...
Then Park, then Long Beach, Lime Rock, Suzuka, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park and the Charlotte Roval.
Yeah, nothing not to like there. They're all good tracks. I think a couple of them be challenging just with the turn in the car, but apart from that, no, that's a good calendar.
And I guess a comment from you very quickly on the enormous turnout tonight, mate. I mean, to see 37 line up for the first round of this series. That bodes well, hopefully, for the weeks ahead. Or do you reckon there might have just been an inkling of curiosity amongst the rank and file, amongst the cohort here, to see what these cars were all about and what sort of racing it was going to offer?
No, I know the Pulse Lex. We did a couple of fun races in this, just in some other stuff, and the guys really enjoyed the car. So hopefully it's a sign of things to come, and we don't get. We'll always get drop away from round one, but hopefully it holds up. 30 plus grids will make it an amazing series.
Just have a look at that honour roll there for John Merritt, ladies and gentlemen. 3 Mountain Men titles, 2 GT3 Pro titles, Downforce Legends, GT1, Racer Champions, Retro Formula 1, TCR, and 5 Formula V championships to his name. We call him a stalwart of the club for a reason. John Merritt doing hot lap things, and that'll continue tomorrow night. I can't let you go without getting your thoughts on Okayama next for this series, but then also, I guess, tomorrow night we get stuck into the Vs and we go to the streets of Adelaide.
Yeah, Adelaide will be interesting. You know, there's plenty of curbs there, but hopefully a similarly strong turnout for round one. And Okayama, always a classic little track, so generally brings some good racing, close racing. There's not too much field spread, so if we get 35, 40 of these at Okayama, she'll be. I think you need your tonsil juice there.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm looking forward to it eventually. And it's important to note as well, when we get to Okayama, there's an enormous amount of sprint racing in this campaign. 5 sprint rounds of Super Sprint. We will have 17 races in total. So the same number that we had for the Toyota 86 series across the course of the 10-week campaign. Very good stuff. I think I'll need the Drexels and Honey tomorrow night as well, hot lap. Final thoughts from you and maybe some thank yous as well, mate, before I move to Snelly.
Yeah, mate, good to be back for the season. So, thanks to the Pulse Lexus boys, and hopefully some of them turn out throughout the M2 rounds.
Actually, we were trying to work it out earlier, given your affiliation with Lexus of Melbourne, obviously a former affiliation with Toyota as well. Where does BMW fit into the grand scheme of things there? Would it be more closer to the Lexus fold, or more closer to the BMW? To the Toyota.
Oh, closer to Lexus.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
Direct.
purely on a budgetary thing.
Yeah, and some competitor products. So in that SUV
fair.
range, yeah.
Very good, very good. Nicely done, mate. Thanks for being a good sport as always, coming in to have a chat with us. We appreciate that. Well done. I dare say we'll be chatting to you at the same time in tomorrow night's broadcast after the Formula V's from the streets of Adelaide.
Hopefully, mate. Hopefully. We'll look forward to catching up tomorrow night.
We will indeed.
Cheers,
There
mate.
he is, John Merritt. Thank you, mate. Cheers. Just recapping for you, 6-0, 17.5 to go, first half. New South Wales over Queensland at the moment. We're not despondent yet because we saw the train wreck that unfolded in the second half at the Melbourne Cricket Ground there in Queensland's favour. So there's every likelihood, every chance that they can go out and do the same again at Suncorp, and they'll have the home crowd spurring them on. Betty Snell, good evening to you. I'm not sure if they're embracing State of Origin over there in South Australia tonight, even though it's being broadcast on the main channel. But another Wednesday night entree, another podium finish, but just another night in the booth where I'm not calling you to victory lane. It was on there for a while, but I thought the task was made harder for you as soon as Connor got by John Merritt. As soon as you had to get by Merritt first to have a crack at Connor, I thought the hopes might have been dashed.
Yeah, g'day Zach. It was a good race. It was good fun. Again, first couple of times of driving this car, so just getting the hang of it. But it's not too bad. It's a bit of fun, and it was an interesting race. It was definitely a cracking race. A lot of pace at the front, so it was good fun.
You were the main out of the three gentlemen that we're speaking to post race here. You are of course probably the best to ask for a direct comparison, as you were here for every week of the campaign last term with the Toyotas. Give me some similarities and differences, what you like about this car, whether you prefer it over the Toyota, etc. and so forth. I mean, it's interesting because we've gone from one make category to another one make category. The fields are enormous early on, but obviously some distinct car-to-car differences. From a driver's standpoint, what do you make of the BMW M2?
Yeah, it's similar but also completely different, I guess. In terms of pace, it's probably a second or two a lap quicker than the Toyota, mainly due to the power. So these race with the 8.6 in the Proddies, and the 8.6s are actually quicker through the corner than these. So I know the boys are talking about they've got too much grip, but to me it feels the opposite. It feels like it has no grip at all. Just no feeling, I guess, and I also echo the sentiment of it's just so hard to get rotation into the car, so trying to really play with the brakes on turn-in to try and find that rotation is key to finding a bit of speed in these.
One thing I should probably have asked the other boys about, slipstream. It wasn't as telling a factor from a racecraft standpoint, from an ingredient standpoint in the race, as what it would normally be. Is that specifically a car thing or a VIR thing, mate? Because I'm thinking when we bring other cars here, and I'm looking notably at Formula V, as that's coming up later in the campaign on this same configuration. I know the slipstream effect is strong, but there wasn't as much, I don't think, benefit in the slipstream in this car as there might be others. What were your thoughts?
No, they definitely don't punch a hole, especially like the V's or something like that. But even compared to the 8.6 or an MX-5, they don't really punch a hole like the other cars do. So you might pull a couple of tenths off the straight if you're lucky, kind of thing. It's all about getting the run out of the final corner to be able to actually get the car alongside and make a move. If you're just nose to tail coming out of the corner, you're pretty much going to be nose to tail down the whole straight. There's not really enough suck in the car to get you alongside. And
you went the opposite of the other two. You went for the early pit stop, they went the later pit stop. Any reasoning for that?
It was just watching John and Connor drive together. It was fun to watch, but it was definitely, there's a few moments where we were definitely holding each other up. And I thought, I'll duck out, I'll see if I can do the alternate strategy, and it would have worked perfectly, but I had a little moment about halfway through the race when a lap car come off the track and then pulled back onto the track and then tried to do the right thing and stay out the way, but he was exactly on the line, not going anywhere, so I had to slam on the brakes and I lost about 2.5 seconds. So unfortunately, that would have put me in the front of the guys and I would have been able to defend, but instead I popped out right on the tail of John and Connor, and then just sat there and hoped that they tripped over each other a little bit harder, and I would have had a look at it.
It was a fair gamble, there's no doubt about that, a fair gamble going early and coming back out in that sort of traffic. But as you say, you were right there in contention when the whips were cracking. So, no harm, no foul in the grand scheme of things. But in saying that, mate, a very nice drive, a very good start to the season. We were wondering as well if you were just going to sit back and continue to sit back and wait for that inevitable contact. There was only a little smidgen of contact between Connor and John, not enough to fall into your lap, of course, but nevertheless, onwards and upwards. This is how you remained in championship contention last term in the Toyotas, mate. Banking those consistent results, you picked up exactly where you left off. What are your thoughts on sprint racing at Okayama next week, where overtaking opportunities aren't necessarily easy to find and come by?
I think you probably see a little bit more passing, because it's not as flowing of a track, so you've got a lot more braking zones, a lot more chances to get side by side and stay side by side. Whereas around here, especially through the back section where you go through the north course and cut through back to the main track, it's one lane. You can't go side by side, and that really stifles the racing. So really, there's only 2 opportunities to pass here. As Okayama, you've got about 5. So I do think we're going to see a lot more battling at Oki. And talking before about the drop off, VIR is usually a less popular track. So hopefully that sees, the people went, I might give it a go, but it's VIR and I don't want to. Might see some more people popping in, especially at Oki.
All right, fingers crossed. We can only hope the numbers remain strong throughout the course of the season. What else is on your racing agenda this term, mate? Are we going to see you go around in the Porsches again or not?
It's just going to be a case of when I can, when I don't have to get up super early for work, I'll have a crack in the Porsches and even the GT3s. I tried yesterday, and then I realised I was really out of form in the GT3s. I didn't realise you needed to change tyres in them halfway through the race, and I was struggling at the end. But it was cool to jump back at the GT3s. It was cool to qualify right on the outside of the top 10 too, so not to be too far off the pace. But just going to basically drive what I can when time permits.
All right, mate. Very nicely done. Congratulations on all of that. Looking forward to seeing you win the GT3s on a more regular basis, because that was a nice surprise on Monday night, actually. And one thing that was equally as pleasing was seeing such spread and a fair bit of diversity in the manufacturer stakes in GT3. No more saturation of McLaren or Porsche, depending upon the season. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out going through the balance of the campaign, mate. And hopefully, now that you've got a bit more of an idea of, yes, there is a bit more tyre wear than what there was once upon a time in that caper, hopefully you'll use that to your advantage, and we'll see you at the pointy end throughout the course of the remainder of the season. Yeah,
that's the plan. Hopefully I can come out and have a few races and shake up the standings a little bit. I don't think I'm definitely not going to be going for any sort of championship in either the Porsche or the GT3 this season, so I'm going to try and see if I can focus on the M2s and make it every week, but other than that, it's just going to be play it by ear and see what happens.
All right, mate, very nicely done. Anyone you'd like to thank before I let you go?
As always, thank you to you guys for putting on the broadcast and for the club for putting on the racing. It's good to be back for another season, and hopefully it's another cracker.
Very nicely done, mate. Great to catch up with you. Good luck for the remainder of week 1. We look forward to catching up with you when you're next on circuit, and enjoy the balance of the night over there in the City of Churches.
Thanks, mate.
There he is, Benny Snell. I got bad news for Queensland. I said it was 6-0 a minute ago. It's now 16-0 with the kick to come. And it doesn't look like Queensland are a hope in hell of winning this Origin decided. Queensland might lose at 60-0 the way things going. Jordan Pianazzola's still in the booth. I know he's getting ready for Sandown. He might be able to jump in and give us some thoughts on how that's going. Yes, he unmuted the microphone. Good boy. How's all that going, please, sir? And final thoughts on the BMWs from you.
I'm on my last lap of qualifying here. And I think I'm in last place. So that just goes to show you need to practice. Don't just hop in like me. It's not really working. But I'm still just trying to find a little bit of time here on the last lap, trying to enter the back straight. But the BMWs, the racing I feel like could have been a bit closer tonight, but I think, like some of the guys were saying there, it's maybe just a bit of the nature of the track and also the nature of the new cars. They just don't quite punch a hole in the air. Nah, I'm deep. I bowled that lap. Damn it. I was trying to think too much. But I think that, yeah, maybe Okayama might produce some closer racing in those cars. So I think, yeah, next Wednesday I'll hop back in and see what can happen in the nation of Japan.
At the Okayama International Circuit, we're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to seeing how you go. I mean, lick the stamp and send it, mate. The only way is up.
I think so, yeah. I believe I am actually in last place here, so.
Meanwhile, Queensland trail 18-0 in the Origin decider. Probably a good thing I decided to work tonight. We'll take a break on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Thanks for your help in expert commentary tonight, Jordan. Well done to Connor Nixon, victorious in the merch.GSRC.in BMW M Sport Cup. We've got, we're not going to have time to take a break, folks. We'll have pictures coming in for you. I was about to throw to a break, but we're literally about 30 seconds away from the end of qualifying for the opening round of the Trophi.AI Supercar Series, coming to you from the Sandown International Raceway in Melbourne, Victoria. The first round of 10, the first 3 of 17 races in the campaign for the Supercar Series. The Trophy, the Elite and Dev splits both in the same server as per usual, and a strong field pushing 33, 34 lining up on the grid tonight for the commencement of the new campaign. It is a sprint season, or a sprint super sprint start to the season, I should say. It is a sprint heavy season because we will have pretty much the same down the board as what we have with the campaign for the BMW M Sport Cup, in the sense that we will have a super sprint top and tail. We'll have 3 normal sprint rounds in the middle, plus 4 regular 40-minute races and 1 60-minute enduro. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 races to look forward to here. 3.13 kilometres the circuit. Adam Lavis back alongside me in central commentary. I'm on the verge of turning the television off, I must say. Disgusting performance from Queensland in front of their home faithful at the Cathedral. But anyway, 3.13 kilometres, the track temp 19 degrees, the ambient 19, 71% humidity, partly cloudy conditions, and those winds are tending south to southwesterly at 1 kilometre an hour at 9 o'clock in the morning local server time. The grid looks like this for Heat 1. And we can tell you that Alex Tzikis has taken pole position from Andrew Dyson. Look at the margins, 0.002, 2 thousandths of a second. Sam Cullen only 400ths of a second further back. Blake Fitz alongside him on the second row, the defending champion. Dylan Walker, Jake Slade from 3, Ryan Barber, Craig Bond from 4, Ryan Jones, Ryan Nielsen from 5. From 6, Sean Rigby and Jaden Green. 7, Andy Barber, Wade Sheedy. 8, Tom Pritchard, Jamie Fleming. 9, Daniel Snedden, Nathan Michael. 10, Jonathan Harrison, Mitchell Noble. Weeknights weren't the same without kicking the feet up with, yeah, exactly, Joel and Hanson. Good evening to you. Yes. Row 11, Drew Collins, Martin Lipsky. Row 12, Hayden Watson, Jeff Adams. Row 13, Max Carroll and Jake Partridge. Row 14, JD Dennon, Jordan Pianozola. Row 15, Jason Tierman. And no James Scott, Aidan Cale, Ernie Toff or Terry Marsh at this point, but Colin Bennett lining up from 33rd. So we could have as many as 30 on the grid for this opening heat of 3 for the night. Partly cloudy conditions at Sandown in Victoria. The brand new season of the Trophi.AI Supercar Series. Live, loud and free on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, a Wednesday night motorsport exclusive. Let's go! Uh-oh. And just like that, we are going to have to take a break, folks. iRacing's crashed at Lavis's end, so we'll take a break, and we'll have to come back and try and make sense of what's left of race 1 when we can get operations restored. So stay with us, the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Wednesday night motorsport. That's our version of premature and anticlimactic all rolled into one for you. We'll take a break and come back on the other side of this. We're here with thanks to Waste Options, Disruptive Labs, merch.tgsrci.com, Trophi.AI, and also, of course, the great people at Flash Graphics. It's 18-0 New South Wales over Queensland in the Origin Decider, and we're back with more after this. Just to jump in and make sense of Joel and Hanson's comment, we have had instances before where I've had to fly blind, but in my defence, I've only ever flown blind with terms of pictures when I've had the timing screen at my disposal. When the entire iRacing software crashes at Adam Lavis's end, I've got Jack you-know-what, which means rather than make it up as we go along, we'll try and just give your eardrums a little bit of a rest, ladies and gentlemen, and now we'll reset and go again. Welcome back to Sandown, lap 3, 16 minutes to the opening heat of the night for the first of 3. This is, of course, Trophi.AI Supercars, Super Sprint, Sandown. Whoa, trouble! Jaden Green. I guess the most pleasing thing, Adam Lavis, I mean, obviously it's unfortunate that we weren't able to broadcast the start. Look at that for a save from the AITX Revolution E-Racing entry, I should say. I think that might have been Daniel Snedden, Jamie Fleming and Nathan Michael going by him at the moment. Have a look at them side by side, trying to find a way through Snedden. I guess the most pleasing thing is we've got 30 out there, Adam, on an Origin night. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys that have opted to go racing rather than play rugby league fan with a couple of coldies on the lounge. Or at the pub, but we've got through the first corner, we've got through the first couple of laps, everyone's still running, and as we look up and down that field, the most prominent thing for mine that I took out of reading the grid, a lot of new names, just like GT3.
Yeah, indeed. So, as I said on Monday, we had a fairly good influx of fresh blood into the club, and a lot of them are pretty pacey too, so they were very keen to get into the Porsche Cup and the GT3s and the V8, so good to see a nice full grid here, and hopefully we can show as much as we can without this iRacing CPU thing playing up with me.
It happens to the best of us. Let's hope that that is our only issue for the night, although I'm not sure if you can do it on the fly. You might want to move the Sandown Motor Raceway wording on the right-hand side of the screen there, just down southeast, if you know what I'm saying. Because at the moment you've got cars, but yeah, that's it. We've gone south and now we can go east a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you, mate. Nicely done. Now everybody can see the full track map rather than having a little bit of obstructed by the wording. How good's it? Whoa! Off goes Bondi. Off goes Bondi at Dandenong. Well, the boy from Gunley Guy will be a little bit aggrieved at that. I'm sure he'll be frustrated. Round onto the main straight, Andrew. Oh, hang on, more trouble onto the main straight. Ryan Nielsen. Ryan Nielsen's gone. The Banter Alliance Racing entry drops down to 25th. Fleming goes through to 17th. Michael to 16th. Snedden to 15th. Oh dear. Let's have a look. Jaden Green, the first bit of contact. And then the ripple strip brought him undone. So it wasn't the tap on the rear end of the car in front. It was the run over the ripple strips on the way back through. Now, did Bondi get some help at Dandenong? Yep. Because the car out of, in behind him, I think it was a Revolution E-Racing entry, was it not? Or it was a little bit out of shape. Oh, was it? No.
It was a new livery of some sort. I didn't get a chance to catch it.
No, I didn't. I was trying to make sense of the wording on the side of the car. Need to have a look, actually, if we can, to find out who that was, because I'll probably be wearing an invoice from race control. They were out of control, out of shape, and then compromised a fellow competitor. Ryan Jones has made a good start here. He's up. Good to see Jonesy back on the platforms of the GSRC. He's been absent for a while. The DPR entry is up 4 spots already, up in the 5th spot. Jonathan Harris, 12th at the moment, looking for a way by Tom Pritchard here into 11th. Not going to happen. Oh no, I've just put the mocker on Jonesy. There he is, through the grass. That was the momentum entry. Thank you, Project 36, for correcting us on that. Again, I didn't get a close enough look. Whoa, that's ugly. Jonathan Harris goes through to 10th. We got Ryan Jones parked up turn 2 to 3, and then Mitch Noble parked up between turn 3 and 4. You're kidding me, aren't you? Dyson leads. Fitz has gone to second on the inside. There it is, happening live on screen at the moment. Tazika's back down the inside to the final corner. Side by side onto the main straight. And watch Jake sliding behind them as well. Good to see him back in a supercar. Side by side they go on the run down to turn 1. Tazika's fighting down on the inside of Fitz. Thank you. Got it back. Fitz is still there. Fitz is still there. Hold it. Whee! Slipping across the rebel strip. Diving. Hip and shoulder. Kazikas off the road. Well, the elbows are out early. Invert pole position currently being held down by Wade Sheedy in 8th spot. And of course, invert top 8 for race 2, invert top 12 for race 3. Jonathan Harris currently showing as the leader of the dev split. Jaden Green and Daniel Snedden arguing over the same piece of real estate. So too Nathan Michael and Tom Pritchard. And it looks like one of the New South Wales players has been sent to the sin bin. There you go. Exciting. The Origin decider has taken another twist and turn. And it looks as though one of the Queensland players has been put on report as well. So plenty happening in the Origin decider. And it looks like New South Wales have got a penalty on the run to half time. Across the start-finish line we go. We'll keep you across the Origin as it unfolds. 18-4 in favour of New South Wales. So kicking could be, goal kicking could be a problem tonight for Queensland. Mechanical meatball flag showing there for the driver down in 30th spot. That's Ryan Jones. So he's on pit road at the moment, having had to get on the tow rope. Sammy Cullen was also on pit road on the opening lap, 14.47 seconds. 30 cars left in this race. Out of, we had, I think, 34 jump into the server at the start of the night. No Terry Marsh is interesting. No Aidan Carl, no James Scott, and no Ernie Top. I reckon there'll be a few breathing a sigh of relief at the fact that Scotty has opted not to line up Adam Lavis.
Potentially, but Andrew Dyson, though, he's putting it to him tonight so far, so he's see if he can continue on. You got Blake Fix in second, and rocking the number 1 for being last year's series champion, so he'll be looking to get off to a good start for the season as well, and try and put some sort of defence on.
Kazikas, the only one to lose position so far in the top 12. In 4th spot behind Slade, Fitz and Dyson, but he'll take great confidence out of the fact that he had the pace in qualifying. He'll be hoping to use that to his advantage at some point throughout the course of the evening. There will be a compulsory pit stop requirement in the 3rd race tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost at the end of the 10th minute of play in this first of 3 for the night. Remembering that this race is set down for 14 laps or 16 minutes, according to my sheet here in front of me. 18 for race 2 and 31 for race 3. So whichever, it'll be laps or time, whichever comes first. Make a note of that. Using the same calculations as we do for GT3, I think, which is not too bad. Yeah. No surprise to see referee and player arguing the point over a couple of things in the lead up to half-time there as well as they made their way to the sheds. It looks as though there's going to be more controversy come out of this one, which is what you get when the NRL continues to go with the same referee each time Origin comes round. Not sure why. That's the one thing I didn't want to see tonight either, Adam, was the referee influence the game or the result. Let's hope that ends up not being the case. Andrew Dyson, Blake Fitz, Jake Slade, Alex Kazikas and Dylan Walker, the top 5 here. Ryan Barber, Wade Sheedy, Andy Barber, then Sean Rigby, John O'Harris, the top 10. Barber holding down the invert pole at the moment. That's Andy Barber holding down the invert pole. Ryan's only 2 spots ahead of him, so it could be Barber 1, Barber 3 on the grid for race 2. Alex Kazikas, 4th at the moment. Field spreading out. Dyson leading it by 3.7. Dyso just doing Dyso things. I mean, came up and cleaned up how many championships? 3 it was, wasn't it? At the commencement of one of the terms last year, he cleaned up 3 championships, took out the Monday entree, the Wednesday entree, the Thursday entree. I'm just trying to remember. I think it was 86s, Trans Am and GT4, was it not? Came and cleaned up those 3. Proving that he's got the ability to be versatile for 1 and clean us out for 2, wrap up a championship, be a contender. But he's done that in the entree slots. Now let's see if he's going to commit to the Supercar full-time in the main course slot. Whoa, both wide at 1. That was Green getting down on the inside of Harris. Sorry, no, Nathan Michael. And now through the middle. It's a little bit messy. They're bush bashing. Jeez. Green, Pritchard, Snedden and Michael. Michael gets through. Snedden wants a piece of it as well. It was Green and also Pritchard that made the contact initially. Bowled it wide at 1 to the advantage of Michael and Snedden, who are now side by side down the Dandenong Road. Wide. Was always bound to happen. And now the lock-up as well for Green. Brakes and tyres not happy down at Dandenong. Can you believe that? Oh dear. Dyson, Fitz, Slade, Zizikas, Walker, Barber, Sheedy, Barber, the top 8 at the moment. These guys duking it out for the lower place positions out there. We still have 30 cars in the server. Ryan Jones still on the tow rope, 29 out there on circuit, all on the lead lap still. Oh no, here we go. Jamie Fleming, sign my elbows. I'm not sure what that's all about. Sign the elbows. That's okay, righto. That's an interesting one. Some strange, weird, new fetish, maybe? I don't know. Bondi back up in the 21st position after the contact earlier on. Still didn't see who that was with. Jake Partridge now showing off the road, loses out to Ryan Nielsen and also Colin Bennett, 24th, 25th. He drops back to 26th as Partridge. Dyson, Fitz, Slade, the top 3. Slade giving Fitz a hurry up here in the battle for second. Although Fitz has taken Slade for second, it's important to note. Positions gained, 1 for Dyson, 2 for Fitz, 3 for Slade so far, and Zizikas there in 4th. I'm not sure if they do realise it's only round 1 of 10, because for some of them it's round 21 of 40. They've been here for every round since the start of the calendar year rather than just the start of the term. And that's important to note as well. This is the 21st Wednesday night Motorsport broadcast on the platforms of the GSRC this season, this calendar year of 2026. I think it might be even the 22nd or 23rd because, no, 22nd, because we did have an Australian Open World Nationals there at one point. Although, actually, no, I apologise, I stand corrected because that was a Tuesday night this year. Normally there has been a Wednesday night in the past. So yeah, our 21st edition of Wednesday Night Motorsport for the season, but it's the first of the new term. Slady. What's happened to Slady, please? Nothing. My apologies. Just a wobbly on the old computer board, I think. White flag in the air and flies. Fitz is half a second ahead of Slade in the battle for second. We're on to lap 14, the final one. Zizikas holding on to 4th, but parity. It's a Chev 1, 2, 3, Adam.
It's surprising the amount of the iRacing community seems to be very Chevy heavy, so a lot of them towards the front. But we'll see what happens when we mix the grab. We're going to get a couple of the blue ovals towards the front.
You just won't hear these blokes moaning and groaning about it anywhere near as much as what you will in the real world.
I'll still try.
Oh, of course. Final turn, checkered flag, and a synonymous livery with success for Andrew Dyson. A tribute retro livery, if you like. It's good enough that EPR Racing Stable, running the HRT throwback, wins Heat 1 at Sandown. In the Trophi.AI Supercar Series, Dyson gets it done in race 1 of round 1 of term 3. Fitz in for second, Slidey third, Suzuka's in for fourth. Dylan Walker was fifth, but again, maybe a question mark over that incident with Bondi. If that was him involved, we still haven't got a rego on that. I apologise. Sixth to Ryan Barber, seventh to Wade Shetty, eighth to Andy Barber in the invert pole. Sean Rigby in for ninth. John O'Harris picks up the Dev split win in 10th. 11th for Daniel Sneddon and Nathan Michael, Tom Pritchard, Jaden Green, Hayden Watson, Jeff Adams, Martin Lipsky and Drew Collins. Very good. Spicy racing, no doubt about that. Dylan Walker it was on Bondi. Artist shape, crossed up, hip and shoulder. There we go. And Walker just drives away from the scene of the crime like nothing's ever happened. Oh, good luck race control. Fair income. They'll have their work cut out for them here tonight, Adam, because this is one of those circuits, right? Good guess I shouldn't have been so harsh on my co-driver blowing the motor here. Yes. Hello, Jonesy. Unlucky for you. So that's what it was, a motor. Okay, copy that. At least you can repair that and reset for race 2, my friend. Good luck. Go well. There are the results from race 1. Cars already coming into position, lining up for race 2. Dyson, Fitz, Slade, Tzitzikas, Walker, Barber, Sheedy and Barber. Invert those. So Barber, Sheedy the front row, Barber, Walker the second, Tzitzikas, Slade the third, and Fitz, Dyson the fourth. Rigby was 9th, Harris was 10th. Very nicely done. And out beyond that, you got Daniel Sneddon, Nathan Michael, Tom Pritchard, Jaden Green, Hayden Watson, Jeff Adams, Martin Lipsky, Drew Collins, Jamie Fleming and Craig Bond make up the top 20. With apologies, I can hear Rambo and police sirens very loudly, very nearby my premises here in Ipswich. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Hopefully they're not coming into the street, let's be perfectly honest. Ready to go at Sandown. Race 2, 18 laps, 21 minutes, let's go. And bombing it down. Oh, hold your breath, they all get away cleanly eventually.
Oh, the teammates are each other.
The teammates have come together and no. Barber was all crossed up, out of shape. Fitz had to take evasive action. He wasn't the only one. Andy Barber's hopes have been dashed already. Contact from Ryan, son on dad. Now Bondi to be second incident of the night. Bondi and Harris in the second incident of the night. The elbows around, incidents of plenty on the opening lap of Heat 2. Would we have it any other way? Probably not. Wade Sheedy up in a second spot. Jake Slade to third, Andrew Dyson to fifth, and Nathan Michael to sixth. Michael's up 6 spots on the opening lap. Pritchard's got a black flag, so too is Partridge. So they're coming to pit lane to serve an invoice. Oh my goodness me. Ryan Jones now in trouble at the final corner. You can see that puff of smoke at the top of your screen. Jonesy plummets down the order. Down to position number 25. A second incident for Jonesy. Blew the motor race 1 and then got turned around race 2. Partridge to pit lane. Green and Tierman started on pit road. And so did Noble. Bondi is second last in the running order. Ryan Barber leads. There might be a question mark over that, considering the hip and shoulder, the little love tap that he gave Andy.
Well, I think it was actually Andy was in the back of him, and Andy's the one to come off worse. So I think Ryan will be fine. But yeah, Andy's got to the back of his teammate and son, and put himself around. and fallen back to the outskirts of the top 10. So all that invert momentum he got from the last race, now he's got to work for it again and see if he can make his way back to the front.
Cannot wait to see some replays of all of that because there was so much going on. I'm just surprised that we got through without further carnage. Off goes Hayden Watson, in comes Tom Pritchard. Jack Partridge has just served 49 seconds stationary in his box on pit road. 2 minutes and 38 seconds gone, and action aplenty already in the first 2 laps. Down the inside, Sladen Sheedy and Walker. Walker getting through on Sheedy now. Here's the replay of the start. Now, who got the magnificent jump there?
Brian.
Yeah. And Walker was the one that bogged it down, wasn't he? And there's the dive, bang. Yeah. Interesting. So Ryan +2 and Andy now -9. Oh, John O'Harris, Bondi had nowhere to go there.
And one of the Supercar cars in the background as well.
The boy from Gundy Guy, I think we might have to put the 7-second delay on him a little bit later on. Ryan Jones, this was him getting served up at the end of the opening lap.
Oh, door-to-door with Lipsky. They come off, they go well.
Yeah, but Lipsky was unsettled because he rode the ripple strip on the right-hand side there at the second to last corner. Hayden Watson. Love tap? Yep. The Trophi.AI car. Drew Collins now off the road live. Barber, Slade, Dyson and Sheedy, Fitz and Walker the top 6. Tzika's down in 7th. Michael Cullen and Barber the top 10. Oh, Colin Bennett. Sean Benici, too many wheels, not enough corners. Fair. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow night, mate, in the Porsche Cup. There's Drew Collins. Bang.
Oh, it's on here.
It is. This is Dylan Walker. This is live. Fitz down the inside. Tzika's. Bang! Poor old Alex Tzika's has been cleaned up. Nathan Michael and the Whiskey Beats and Gen3 also sacrificed off the road. Oh boy. Well, it's been spirited. It's been lively. We knew no other way. I'm impressed at the turnout tonight, Adam, but at the same time, I'm also impressed by the return of Jake Slade. It was good to see him back at a GT3 on Monday night. Equally as good to see him back at a Supercar and on track for a podium here, a double podium at that.
Yeah, Slade's having a good week so far. See if he can keep that momentum going, because it's good to see him back on track and having some good results.
We haven't seen anyone get cleaned up in the way that Brett Bradbury did at VIR yet, which is a good thing. But it's only a matter of time, because we know that if you're going to have a big one, it's down at Dandenong Road or on the run to it at the end of the back straight there through those S-bends. Now, Courtney College, Jordan Pianazola up 8 spots into 19th right now. Having a good run. There's Sam Cullen in 7th. He's up 14 spots. Are you kidding me? 14 spots in an invert. Obviously, all the garbage that happened early on has helped that, but that's a tremendous amount of progress and gain made. Ryan Jones up into 14th on the comeback trail. There have been pit stops already. Oh, hang on. I think it might have been a glitch on our timing screen. It was showing Tom Pritchard on wets there for a moment. Now it's actually saying dries, which is correct. But there's no rain in the forecast for this race. 29 cars on the lead lap. Jake Partridge a lap down out there.
Oh, big set.
In last at the moment.
Not work.
Blake Fitz into the grass. Drew Collins, the last car on the lead lap right now. Andy Barber hung out by, actually going around the outside of Wade Sheedy. Thanks very much. That'll do, he says. 7 of 18 here on the platforms of the General Sim Racing Club Race 2. Starting off with 40 minutes to go there. Queensland trailing by 14, second half commencing now. On the boot of Nathan Cleary. So I'll keep you updated on that as it goes. But 40 minutes and Queensland has a hell of a lot of work to do if they're to get the shield away from the hands of New South Wales. We ride on board with Andy Barber, who got muscled out of it there by Alex Tzikis. Thornberg asking about JD Dent. He's sitting 13th at the moment and showing up 9 spots so far. Big positional gains made here in the early stages, but it's interesting because we haven't had too much in the way of trouble for anyone going to pit lane. We had Jake Partridge, obviously, Drew Collins, Mitch Noble, then Jason Tierman and Jaden Green. That's it so far. Bondi back up in the 20th. The comeback 2.0 is on for Bondi. He'll be driving like a man possessed in race 3, you'd imagine. Here's Blake Fitz down on the inside of Wade Sheedy for 6th. Action everywhere you look, which is what I'm liking about this. You don't know, I don't really know where to look at them because everywhere you go, there's a battle unfolding. At the moment, the field hasn't finished spreading out yet. It's pretty stacked and bunched up for the moment, which bodes well, but also, you know, the increased risk of incident and trouble sits there with it as well.
Indeed, yes. It's one of those. I think Sandow's one of those tracks where it really promotes pack racing. So as long as you can find a couple of dancing partners, you can usually have yourself a pretty good night out around here.
Indeed, you can. And Ryan Barber's having a very good night at the moment. Bondi down the inside to 18th. Goes by Martin Lipsky. Lipsky won't return serve at Dandenong, and he's under pressure actually from Jaden Green, who does go down on the inside and sends Lipsky to the grass and to the kitty litter. Lipsky through the dirt. Tries to drive it back onto the racetrack, but does so very, very slowly. And that's frustrating for Martin. Nine of 18. And what we're referring to at the moment is the B main, the consolation race, if you like, the second of the night. So we've adopted a speedway term there, Adam.
I'm not sure why it's doing that. Normally it's supposed to say race 2.
So we have our sprint, we have our feature, and now we have our invert top 8 race 2 consolation, or B main, or whatever you want to call it. Queensland are doing everything to try and keep New South Wales at bay here, folks, but I get the feeling that the next try probably wrap up the series for them. 18-4 at Suncorp at the moment. Geez, I'm glad I didn't waste any money in investing in going to that game. I knew I was going to be working, so definitely didn't buy tickets. I'm out next week. I won't be here for the GSRC broadcast because we've got our Wednesday Night Porsche Pro Invitational Series offering for the Australian Sim Racing Group, of which several of our drivers will be lining up, and we wish them the best of luck and go well with that. And as we do that, we remind you that the Supercar main course next week will come to you from the Watkins Glen Cup circuit. So we're looking forward to that. Watkins Glen next Wednesday night for 40 minutes of racing on the short shoot. Tzikis, 8th at the moment. Invert pole being held by the leader of the Dev Split, Daniel Snedden. At this point, 10 laps down, 8 to go. And only 9 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And Wednesday Night Motorsport for you for the first time in Term 3. Blake Fitz to pit lane. Surely we're not doing pit stops in race 2. Oh no, it's a black flag. It's a black flag. I've just seen it on the screen. Yeah, black flag for Fitzy.
Too many incident points. Wow.
Already. Wow. Jeez. That's really unfortunate for Fitzy. And it's quickly becoming a night he'd rather forget, I reckon. Down to 27th right now and firmly out of the invert contention. That now moves Snedden up into 11th, and look who's 12th. From blowing the motor in race 1 to potentially invert pole for race 3. Ryan Jones currently sits 12th.
It was all in his plan.
Yeah, chases Daniel Snedden. That's what he'll say too. That's exactly how he'll word it at the end of the night. Blade in for second at the moment, keeping Ryan Barber honest. Can Slady snag a win here? Tell you what, Brooksy would be up and about, wouldn't he, if Slady can find a way through here. But we're seeing as well, the further you get into this race, the harder it is to execute an overtaking opportunity. Or execute an overtaking manoeuvre, I should say.
Yeah, well, as they get, we know with the supercars that the longer they go out there, the tyres get worse and worse. They've got fairly sharp deck, but then they hit a bit of a plateau. So once they get to that point, they don't really get much worse until you completely kill them. And they're probably at that point now where they're all sort of at that sort of numb sort of feeling. But obviously not going to stop getting tyres in this race. But in the next race, they'll be able to get fresh tyres and go for some undercuts and overcuts and put some strategy out there for us.
And this is why they'll take a set of tyres in race 3. They'll definitely take a set of tyres in race 3. Of that, there's no doubt. Fresh rubber, opportunity to gain some ground and improve some lap times. Whoa, Mitchell Noble for the Sim Racing Brotherhood. Don't forget the championships from Wimbledon tonight as well, as we see Jaden Green having yet another spin. 9 Gem has live coverage of the championships from 9:30 Eastern, play from 10 o'clock. It is the second and final day of quarter-final action from there, and you'll go a long way to find a quarter-final better than the one between Felix Auger-Aliassime and Novak Djokovic that wrapped up at about 5 minutes to 8 this morning Eastern time. My goodness. Is the black flag penalty an opportunity to cool the tyres? Maybe, but the damage is done. You get the invoice of the transit of the lane. It puts you out of any sort of contention. It's not worth the risk. Silly me, missed the start of race 2. I was so used to having a few minutes between races. Yeah, that doesn't work. Wade cheated a bit right now.
That's. I'm assuming he must have done. That's not a black flag. That's just. What's he doing?
I don't know. JD Dent pit lane as well. So Wade Sheedy and JD Dent on pit road. Some of this is not making sense at the moment. Some of these guys have either done their sums wrong. Some of these guys have potentially, well, not necessarily done their sums wrong, but obviously some of them have fallen foul by the wayside of the iRacing incident points. Some of them have been caught up in incident and had to come to pit lane that way. Blake Fitz has just parked up and said, forget about it, I'm done. He's put this one in the too hard basket tonight. So there's a lot going on out there at the moment. Some very strange things. Wade Sheedy was stationary for 7.35 seconds in that pit stop. It's only a compulsory pit stop in race 3, so if you're selling yourself short on fuel in race 2, it's to your own detriment. But Sean Rigby and Jeff Adams are in now as well. What's going on here? What the hell's going on here in this race? Have they got this confused with race 3? I don't understand what's going on here. Rigby and Adams to pit lane and back out again in 8 and 7.93 seconds respectively. I get a feeling that a few of these guys have lost not caught wind of the fact that this is a super sprint round and there's no compulsory pit stop requirement in race 2, it's only race 3, Adam. Surely that's got to be it, because that's the only logical reason that I can think of to explain why we're seeing so many pit stops in race 2. Max Carroll, the latest.
Well, we're further into the race than race 1, so maybe some of them tried to get their fuel right for race 1, and they haven't added the extra 5 minutes of fuel they need for race 2. So, because I'm pretty sure that the server's got enough fuel for the race. So
that's what I would have thought.
Yeah, I can only guess that some of them have tried to put a lot of load in the car in the first race and haven't adjusted for the second race.
Self-inflicted invoice. Obviously they'll take a fresh set of tyres, and that helps them from a grip standpoint and a pace standpoint, but it does them no good whatsoever from a standpoint of being competitive in terms of finishing the race and securing those all-important championship points. I know it's only round 1, but it's something we've got to consider in the grand scheme of things when we get to the back end of the campaign. You don't want to be using a super sprint or an enduro round where the most points are up for grabs. It's one of your drop rounds in this campaign. And for context, we've got the super sprint here and in round 10 at Long Beach, the enduro the week before at Road America. The other sprint rounds, Chicago, Adelaide, the Bend. In the regular rounds, the 40-minute rounds, Watkins Glen, Phillip Island, Sebring, and the Qualcomm San Diego circuit. So this is a series that is purely Australia versus America. There are six American circuits and 4 Australian circuits on this tour for 17 races. Very interesting calendar that's been put together by Jeff Adams. Whoa! Trouble for Andy Barber at 1. Big lock up and gone. Oh dear. And now it's Dukes of Hazzard stuff for Andy Barber as well. I don't hold a lot of confidence for the fact that Reece Walsh is doing the goal kicking for Queensland tonight, ladies and gentlemen. They have scored a second try. It is 18-8. There are 30 minutes to play. Walsh with his second conversion attempt of the night, and he's shaved that to the right-hand side. So 18-8, they trail by 10. But if they keep going at that rate, they're going to have to score 3 more tries just to overturn the deficit, because goal kicking, they're none from 2 so far, and Nathan Cleary's 3 from 3. White flag flies, and we are going to finish just this side of the 21-minute marker. Ryan Barber leads Jake Slade to turn 1. Barber has been brilliant all race long. Slade's thrown everything at it. Can he find a way through on the final lap, or is Ryan Barber going to victory lane in the elite split of the supercars for Trophi.AI for the first time? Promoted midway through last turn from the dev split, up into the elite. And one of the big moments of his early sim racing career with us on the platforms of the GSRC awaits right here and now. Let's go. Down to Dandenong. Slade, win it or bet it, son. No, he's going to cede position and hold sway. Hold off Dylan Walker and Sam Cullen in the process. To the last corner we go. He had a look, but he withdrew the attempt. Main straight, checkered flag. Welcome to victory lane, Ryan Barber. Well done. Ryan Barber wins from Jake Slade. Race 2, round 1, Supercar Series with thanks to Trophi.AI Wednesday night Motorsport, the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Dylan Walker in for 3rd, Sam Cullen, Andrew Dyke in the top 5. Good recovery from Daiso, but only 3 positions gained, whereas Dylan Walker climbed 1, Jake Slade climbed 4, Ryan Barber 2, and Sam Cullen, the big mover, up 17 positions. But what's going to happen here, if you don't mind, is that we're going to see the invert pole go to Andy Barber again. Although he's crossed the line in pit lane, so he might lose that. We're going to have a look at this result sheet in a moment. The fact that he's crossed the line in the pit lane, I'm not sure how that works for him. Dyson, Tzidakis, Michael Nielsen, Jones back up into 9th, so he'll start 4th. Snedden will start alongside him as the winner of the dev split. 10th outright, 3rd on the grid for race 3. Craig Bond back to 11th, so he'll be front row alongside either Andy Barber or Jaden Green. Now, I say that because if Andy Barber gets an invoice for going through pit lane on the final lap, which I suspect he will, then Jaden Green will will grab the 12th place and therefore the invert pole and bring this field to green for race 3. Let's have a look at those results now as they're coming in. We've got 2 minutes of warm-up time ahead of us here. Yeah. Oh, dear. That's a huge invoice for Andy Barber. That's dropped him. Like a sack of spuds, it's dropped him out of the top 12 and out of the top 20. Where's Andy dropped to, please? Can we go over the page? 24th position. 45-second penalty. Jesus Christ. That's horrible for Andy Barber, and he'll be boxed in, buried in the mid-pack for the third race here, I should say, in just a few moments' time. Wowee.
It's going to be a very different feeling from one end of the Barber household to the other tonight.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Elation for Ryan, despair for Andy. We're here with thanks to Trophi.AI, merch.tgsrci.com, flash graphics, disruptive labs and waste options for you, ladies and gentlemen. Without them, it's simply not possible. This is Wednesday Night Motorsport, live, exclusive and free across the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. So season number 26. If you want to get your hands on some of our merch and paraphernalia, you do it via that website on the bottom left of your screen, merch.tgsrci.com or gsrcmerch.myshopify.com. And if you want to get involved in all that we have available to you and all that we do here on the platforms of the GSRC, and you want to know the who, what, when, where, why and how of this club and how we go about it, race.tgsrci.com is where you go for all that relevant information. Tomorrow night, Formula V and the Porsche Cup in action for you. Matt Schmidtke here with me for that. Formula V's from the Adelaide Parklands and the Porsches from the Mecca of Australian motorsport, Mount Panorama. Back to a one-split server for the Porsches this term, but I reckon we'll have a big house tomorrow night. I reckon we'll go close to stacking the house, being packed to the rafters, filled to the brim, like what we were with GT3 Pro-Am the other night. That is still a work in progress too, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, before anyone asks. That is still a work in progress. The fallout from Monday night, what we're going to do going forward to accommodate the magnificent numbers that turned out in droves for the opening round of the GT3 season. Lining up on the grid and getting ready for Heat 3 here. I'm fast regretting my decision to only have 2 coffees today. I probably should have had a third. And if I feel like I need an extra kick in this final race, I'll make one on the fly whilst we're broadcasting for you, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden Green, Craig Bond, Daniel Snedden, Ryan Jones, the first 2 rows here. Then Ryan Nielsen, Nathan Michael, Alex Tzidikis, Andrew Dyson, Sam Cullen and Dylan Walker, the top 5 rows on this grid. So Green with the invert pole alongside Bond, who will want to go like a scalded cat from the outset. Slade and Barber coming through from row 6. Then Sheedy and the rest of the pack. Tiernan, I should say, Fleming, Pritchard, Harris, Rigby, Watson and Adams make up the first 10 rows of this grid. JD Denton, Jordan Pianazzola from 11, Colin Bennett, Andy Barber from 12, Max Carroll, Drew Collins from 13, Jack Partridge, Martin Lipsky from 14, from 15 it's Mitch Noble and Blake Fitz. Although Fitz is a non-starter, we know that already. No Martin Lipsky, no Colin Bennett, no Tom Pritchard either. Ready to fire, a lot of missing seats on the grid here. We go racing at Sandown. Blasting up the outside. Have a look at that. Andrew Dyson to turn 1. Whoa, contact. Did well not to throw it completely off the road. Dyson is, however, there's trouble further back. Plenty of it too. Cars round every way, which way, left, right and centre. Jeff Adams in the thick of it. There's smoke everywhere. Max Carroll's gone with him. Jordan Pianazzola caught up. Hayden Watson too. And Colin Bennett joins from the back of the grid, as does Martin Lipsky. So we're back to 28. 2 of which have joined from the pits. Back straight first time. Bondi got the jump. He leads them through. Green and Jones to second and third. Nielsen, Dyson, Tzidikis, Slade and Colin the top 8. Well, there you go. There's your series, by the way, if you're tuning in watching the Origin. New South Wales have just scored. It'll be 24-8, and there's your ball game. There's your series. Fair dinkum. What a disgrace. Jaden Green trails Craig Bond on the opening lap by 1/4 of a second. Ryan Jones, Ryan Nielsen, Andrew Dyson, Alex Tzikis, Jake Slade, Sam Cullen got top 8. Daniel Snedden retains 9th. He's lost a lot of ground off the start, but he is the leader of the Dev split by a long shot. And he's got the better part of, what have we got here? 5.1, 7.3. He's 2 seconds clear. 2 seconds clear of Jonathan Harris, the next best placed Dev split competitor so far. Bond, Green, Jones, Nielsen. Green trails by 0.3. Fastest over the race, Sammy Cullen, 108.298. Bondi's got hold of this field for the moment. What'll be interesting here to see, Adam, is how they go about their pit stops, because there is a compulsory splash and dash component to this race, unlike the previous two. How early they'll be in that window, who pulls the trigger and when. Taking tyre wear into consideration, traffic into consideration, and so many other factors. But I get the feeling the leaders will want to run as far as they can, as deep as they can into the race, to give themselves the best opportunity of staying in clear air, as we ride on board here with Ryan Nielsen. Also be interesting to see how far back through the field the likes of Jake Slade and Sean Rigby can get as well.
It's as I said earlier, with the tyre wear here, there is that little tricky factor with the undercut and overcut situation. So as much as these leader guys will want to keep going forward to make sure they don't get stuck back in the back, they also don't want someone a little bit further back to pit a little bit earlier and get a bit of a jump on them and come out in front. Although they will have the fresh tyres for the attack, track position is still key.
Lap 4 at 31. I'll go around the grounds for you once the tennis starts, ladies and gentlemen, because the Origin's already finished. So, and I've already turned the TV off. Actually, no, I might turn it off for tennis. That'll do. Ryan Barber in 11th at the moment, having trouble fighting his way back through the field. Nathan Michael, the next target for him. It just goes to show how difficult it can be, and Daiso illustrated that perfectly in the previous race as well, didn't he, Adam? I mean, he only got, 3 spots in 21 minutes of racing. There's all the contretemps at the start involving Dylan Walker and several of his friends. But yeah, Ryan Barber's going to find it difficult to work his way through the field. He's up 2 spots so far, in the same way that Daiso did earlier. But Daiso really capitalised on the start this time through. There's Colin Bennett crunching the wall big time. Start was critical for Daiso. He nailed that. He got the whole shot. He gained 4 spots. So, tale of 2 different fortunes there. The fact that he was able to get the whole shot. Collins. The fact that he was able to
Has he got the grassy?
launch, so I think so. The fact that he was able to...
No, he's just locked the rears.
Just locked the rears. Wow. The fact that Dyson was able to launch so well this time around, a pivotal moment, a turning point of the race for him. Mustn't have been able to get clear air in race 2 and realised how important the start was in race 3, made the most of it. And he's +4 with a deficit of only 1.36 seconds to Bondi. So all of a sudden, our race 1 winner is back in the box seat here. There he is.
They won't say the cream rose to the top, so he had the speed in that race 1. So now he's got some more time to, a bit more time than the last race to make use of the speed and push his way forward. Plus there's that strategy element, so if he is going to make it to the front, he's got all the tools there to help him get there.
Back straight. Ryan Jones third spot, Jaden Green second, Craig Bond first, forward, Chev, forward, and then a smorgasbord swathe of Chevs through to 14th. Whoa, they're both wide further back. That was 5th and 6th. That was Ryan Nielsen and Alex Tzikis, and Tzikis nearly getting helped off the road by Cullen. Whoa, trouble! Wowee. Slade's in the thick of that as well. He goes through to 7th. Cullen drops back to 8th. Snedden is 9th. Barber is 10th. Michael is 11th. Bondi leads from Green, Dyson, and then Jones, Nielsen, Tzikis, Slade, Cullen. Further back, some of the inroads and ground that's been recovered so far. +7 for Jake Partridge, +13 for Mitch Noble, +11 for Andy Barber. Oh, off goes Noble. +4 for Slade and +5 for Dyson. The big movers within the top 12, within that invert so far. Bondi still controlling the race nicely at the front, but for how long? I'm not sure it'll make up for the disappointment of the first 2 races, the frustration of the first 2 races for Bondi. We'll see. Time will tell. Meanwhile, if you're a fan of Scotty Cam in the block, the promos have started rolling out for the new season tonight. That'll be coming your way Sunday, August 2, as we expected, straight after the Commonwealth Games from Glasgow, which will be the Seven Network's next big ticket item this year. SBS have dominated the sporting landscape and the ratings within the last few weeks. Bond, Green, Dyson, Jones, Nielsen, Tzikis, Slade, Cullen, Snedden and Barber, the top 10. Michael, Sheedy, Barber, Harris, Rigby, the top 15. Walker, Fleming, Dent, Partridge and Gianazzola take you back to 20th. And we are 30 minutes away from a checkered flag here at the Sandown International Raceway. I was just trying to work out, I said to Adam Lavis earlier that every season before we get underway, I have a document that I put together where I put all the dates, the broadcast times, the race formats, the circuits, all that into just a Word document so that I can keep tabs of how many I've broadcast for the purposes of housekeeping and invoicing and whatever else. And the one thing I hadn't dotted and crossed, the I that I hadn't dotted and the T I hadn't crossed was putting the race formats in for both of the Wednesday night offerings. It was because when I came through last week, some of what was being formulated, some of the planning hadn't yet been completed and finalised. So even though it was, and I put the schedule out this week on socials, I didn't then go back and complete the or translate it or transfer it from PowerPoint to Word document for myself. But that'll be 15 minutes of work for me after the broadcast tonight. Looking forward to being back with you on July 22 for the round from the Chicago Street Circuit. I'm away, unfortunately, for weeks 2, 4, 5, 6 and 8 of this campaign. 4 of those clash with Porsche Pro Invitational rounds, and then the other, I booked the Wednesday night ticket to the Brisbane Entertainment Centre to go and see Jim Jeffries in concert, the comedian, do his best work. That was before I knew that Liam Banks was going to go and take up a career in theatre media and not be available to do commentary for us on a Wednesday night. But yes, he's obviously enjoying his foray into stage and screen. And theatre media is Banksy. We wish him all the best with that. We might see him back at some point doing the comms on the platforms of the GSRC, even though not. I must say, it's been nice though, Adam, as you know, to put the feet up and take a step back and share the load and not have to pick up as much freight throughout the course of the last few years. We've always had someone to take some of the load off my shoulders for maybe 1 or 2 nights a week, but not this term. You're with me when I'm not double booked. You're with me 4 nights a week. It's going to be a long term for everybody. September 11, when that comes, you won't have to listen to my dulcet tones for 2 weeks, and I'm sure you're already circling that date in your calendar. Mitch Noble, turn 1. Yeah.
You did almost the exact same thing earlier.
Yes. Old habits die hard, you know. How are you feeling about championship defence in the Porsche Cup, mate? In the open split, do you get to defend it, or have you promoted yourself up into the elite split?
Pretty sure I'm up in the elite split, so it's
No.
yeah. No, I don't think there's gonna be any defending there. So, but
The
yeah,
price of pay for success, eh?
yeah, we'll see how we go. We're trying to get some good results. So anyway, either way, but yeah, it'd be good to get on track tomorrow night for the first time this season and get out there with the boys and have some fun.
Indeed. Now, by the way, tomorrow night, once we can put the disappointment of tonight behind us, tomorrow night, when we go around the grounds and we're updating you on what's going on elsewhere in sport, the Opals play China in women's basketball. Fremantle and Sydney are top of the table clash in the AFL from the West. And the Seven Network, such a big ticket item, is it for them, that it's going live on the main channel in all markets. Oh, and Triple Treat Thursday, triple dose episode of Home and Away is back on the Seven Network as well. Although 2 of those episodes are going to play out on 7-2 in most markets, 3 in some, 2 in most. So that's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Bondi still leads here. Very GT-esque, this racing at the moment, GT3-esque that is, in the sense that everybody seems happy to tuck in and follow. It's a bit processional, follow the leader. Very difficult to overtake, very difficult to consolidate. Racecraft will play its part, strategy will play its part very shortly as these guys work each other out, what they want to do with regards to making their move. Undercut, overcut, pit lane stops, etc. You cannot afford to put a foot wrong. No, Ryan Jones has done just that. Locked it up, going. We're on board with him for the wild ride. How has Dyson got out of that? I'll never know. How has Jonesy managed to not hit the wall a lot harder? I'll never know. How he's been able to drive away from it and put the foot back into it as though nothing ever happened, I'll never know. Look at this for a wild ride, all out of shape, going down to turn 8, caught the curb, and he was a passenger from there. He swedged his way beautifully through between Jaden Green and Andrew Dyson and been able to resume. Did he get that tyre wall? I don't think he did. It's a remarkable save.
Yeah, you got the,
what the hell?
Yeah, that curb at death at turn 7. As soon as you hit that, it's instant lock up and you're in deep trouble for Danny Gould.
What it's done, it's given Bondi and Greedy a bit of breathing space. Jonesy's lost 4 seconds in all of that. But yeah, undercuts and overcuts are going to play their part here at the moment. They'll be eyeing off the undercut, I reckon, to try and get their way by Bondi. We know that Bondi doesn't mind burning fuel, but he hasn't been able to pull a gap yet. He wouldn't be able to believe his luck that he's sitting at the front of this field. And he has done for the bulk of the 13 laps so far. Again, won the jump, got the start, and has not looked back yet. Look at him lining up behind Jonesy. Nielsen, Tzika, Slade, Cullen Bales goes to pit lane. Gut back to Barber, Sheedy, Snedden, Barber, and Michael, the top 13. Daniel Snedden having a dream run. Still the best place to dev split cars. And by a good clip too. There's about 8 seconds between him and JD Dent. So advantage Snedden, advantage Revolution E-Racing at the moment. Formula V back tomorrow night. Very excited about that one. Trying to preserve some of the energy in the voice box for that, ladies and gentlemen. updating you from Suncorp. There's 15 minutes to go. It's 24-12. And again, Reece Walsh couldn't slot a conversion attempt to save himself. He's none from 3. I've just gone back to looking at the scoreboard now because it's too frustrating watching having the pictures their side of the screen whilst we're trying to broadcast the race. Bond, Green, Dyson, Jones, Nielsen, Ben Tzikis, Barber, Sheedy, Barber and Michael. Good recovery, Andy Barber up 15 spots from 24th on the grid after getting that penalty at the end of the previous race. This was Hayden Watson pulling up. Looks like he's just run out of juice. Looks like he's just run out of puff.
Or is he
on the tow rope he goes.
Or has he done the motor?
Possibly. Drew Collins, Hayden Watson on pit lane at the moment. Martin Lipsky is a lap down. I think I'm right in saying yes, he's just gone a lap down. He'll get that lap back. Bonding, and there it is. So that's a blind motor if ever I've seen one, and he's out of the race. Colin Bennett, the only retirement so far, he's done. Collins, Watson still on pit road. Lipsky, the last of the running cars on the track at the moment. Green and Michael into pit lane. And Mitch Noble now as well. So pit stop's still playing out, and gradually. It's not a clear-cut process of everybody hitting their straps within about a 3-lap period. We're spread a lot more thinly than that because the window is so broad, the window is so large. It's a 37-minute window, this race. It's 31 laps. Obviously, there's a time frame at the start whereby you're not in that fuel window, but once you get to about the 8 or 9 minute mark of the race, you're definitely in the window. And Bondi's in now. Dyson goes to lead. Jones goes to second. Nielsen goes to third. Bondi comes in to try and cover off Jaden Green. Tzikis comes in as well. 18 and a half minutes gone, so we're bang on half race distance time-wise.
He's got him.
Jaden Green, very nicely done. Clears Bondi. That's exactly what we're talking about, that ability to fuel safe behind Bondi. And the fact that he... Oh, no. Coming off the road. And that's a slow rejoin of everyone's one. He's looking into pit lane. Oh, it's another motor. That's, what's that, 3 or 4 tonight? Jonesy blew one. Collins blown one. Watson, Hayden Watson blew one. Who else? Oh, lock up Jake Partridge. Oh, he's off the road. You've got to love the retro liveries here too. There's another one. Circa 1970, 1997, 1998, 1999. Oh, jeez.
It's just, yeah, like, if we're going off what we saw on the onboard there, some of them are getting a bit too greedy with engine braking here. Instead of going just to 50, they're double shifting the fourth. And sometimes it's taking it, and then every now and then, engine says no.
And Dyson's out ahead of everybody. Dyson has jumped the queue. Look at that. Andrew Dyson, the fuel safe masterclass, has done it again. As we said there earlier, struggled in race 2, couldn't find clear air. That tremendous launch off the line in race 3, a game-changing moment for him. He leapfrogged through the pack, then found clear air, tucked in behind the likes of Green and Bond and Jones, and just happily followed them all through. And now he is the beneficiary of an advantage at the front that's to the tune of 1.1 seconds.
So if the Barbers
Dyson leads at Sandown with 14 to go.
So the Barbers looking for some promotional material. They can take a screenshot of the tower on lap 18.
Yes. I love it.
Oh,
Off goes Jordan Pianazzola.
It's just trying to widen the corner so he didn't get side by side with Ziggers there and just clip the grass and the brakes.
Going to drop him down behind Ryan Nielsen. And that was lap traffic actually going through past him. That was Drew Collins. Just about inside the wind ring. Barber and Barber lead from Dyson and Green. The two Barbers yet to stop though. Green's just punched out the fast run of the race. Green's within a second now of Dyson. Can he use that to his advantage? What's the slipstream effect like here at Sandown? Jaden Green, 1 minute 8.197, the fastest lap of the race so far. Down the back straight we go.
Oh, Ziggers.
Oh no. Ziggers bowls it off the road now as well. That's to Ryan Nielsen's advantage. Nielsen goes through. Position number 7. The two Barbers now to pit road. Dyson, Green and Bond. Bond's only 1.4 away. In fact, that's the margin. 1.4 Dyson to Green. 1.4 Green to Bond. Then 4 seconds to Jonesy, who's on the comeback trail again after that off-track excursion at Dandenong. One of the more wild moments of the night. But also remarkable in the way in which he was able to save it. It was just astonishing. So Dyson, Green, Bond, and Jonesy, of course, Nielsen, Ziggers, and Pianazzola. Pianazzola yet to stop. That's important to note. Everybody else has, as far as the pointy end of town is concerned. Trophi.AI Supercar Series for you, live, exclusive and free to the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And post-race, we'll recap everything that's happened tonight. We'll pick it apart with those that drop by for a chat. We'll preview the rest of the season. We'll go through that calendar in more detail. We'll look ahead towards tomorrow night as well. We'll go around the grounds and let you know what's been going on elsewhere and update you on what's coming up as well. Don't forget, we are actually back broadcasting live on a Friday night this term as well, ladies and gentlemen. Only the main course, so we'll start a little bit later. We'll start about 8:30 Eastern for an 8:45 commencement of play in the IndyCar Series. But we're looking forward to that immensely. IndyCars, Streets of St. Pete, Friday night 8:30, looking forward to that. Hope you'll join us. In amongst everything else that's going on, of course, at the moment, there's an awesome array of different sport on your televisions at the moment. Not least, of course, Le Tour de France continuing after we're done tonight. Jake Slade down the inside to 7th. Goes by Pianazzola. Again, Pianazzola yet to stop. That's the only point of interest in all of that. Daniel Snedden's still... actually, here's one for you, Adam. Daniel Snedden is still the leader of the Dev split, but he's now only 3.1 seconds clear of Jonathan Harris, who's second in the Dev split. That's on corrected order once Pianazzola stops, of course.
Yeah, so we've got a battle for the Dev split. Just see if Jordan Harris is slightly back. Right, hang on. Well, he's a bit further back. It's a 3-second gap though, so it's still a decent gap for Snedden. For Snedden. But yeah, he should come out. Jordan should come out with a run. So yeah, we need to see if he can hold on to that win, get back into the winning form.
Indeed. So Dylan Walker, 10th at the moment. Good recovery. Being involved in that incident at the start of race 1. The momentum entry is sitting there in on this totem pole in 10th spot at the moment. He's sitting there with +0 next to his name. Probably not a fair reflection of the pace he carries on board. Also just a reflection of how this race has played out and how difficult it has been for him to... He's having a similar run to what Andrew Dyson had in the second race, the first inverted. Lap 22, we go another 9 laps. So this is lap 23 of 31. 8 to go at the line. Ooh,
Hey, got that curb, he just pulled it up though.
that's Ryan Barber. Whoa, contact and gone. That's... Oh, no, that's Dylan Walker. Contact Ryan Barber. Did he get checked up? Or is Walker already out of shape? Pianozola comes from the lane. It's all going off at Sandown. What on earth is going on here?
That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. Just being alluded to that interesting, awkward exchange between Lipscomb and Dyson off Dandenong Road by Project 36. And
Sure.
Martin's not getting any better because he's off at the next corner as well. Dyson, Green, Bond, Jones, Nielsen, Tazika, Slade, Sheedy, Walker and Barber are at the top 10. Best placed of the open split or the dev split is, of course, Daniel Snedden in 14th. Still 2.75 seconds clear of John Harris. We have 7 laps to go. I'm suspecting that my phone will be lighting up deluxe very shortly. This is Andy Barber, whoa, standing on the gas and sliding through, trying to get by, and does successfully get by, Nathan Michael. Nicely done. Dyson, Green, Bond, Jones, Nielsen, and Tazika, Slade, Sheedy, Walker, Barber, Rigby, and Barber. Got a couple of guys that have still yet to be allocated a slot here within one of the 2 splits, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be done post-race by Adam Lavis, of course. That's based on the fact that they are newbies to this series, so you'll notice them on your totem pole. They'll be coming through with a black background based on their positional number. Grey background, of course, for our dev split competitors. Blue background for our elite split competitors. Black background for those that are new to the series until they are allocated a server. Oh dear. So Dylan Walker recovering, back in 9th at the moment, and under pressure here from Ryan Barber. Again. Dyson Green and Bond, the top three. Dyson's got this one in the bag. 2.5 seconds to the good, 5 laps to go. It hasn't been as captivating as I thought it might have been. The Supercars tonight at Sandown. Big field, good numbers, sure. But the racing spectacle, not as entertaining as we might have thought it would be. But you've got to take the good with the bad. We will get some good racing out of this series throughout the course of the season, I am sure. We got plenty of good moments throughout the campaign last year, or last term rather. Dyson Green and Bond. Good effort from Bondy, at least salvaging something out of the night. He would have been very disappointed with how it all went. Great racing right. Says driving Green's 51. Yeah, that's fair. Can't be in two places at once. Wish it was possible, but then, well, yeah, we'd have more problems than what we already do as society. The clothing system wouldn't be able to cop the society just wouldn't be able to deal with the population growth that would come with cloning. Bring on the V's, says Thorn Leggett. I'm right there with you, buddy. Hopefully I'm firing on a few more cylinders tomorrow night than what I am tonight. For that one, I'm sure I will be. The streets of Adelaide will be fantastic for the V's. And then the Porsches from Mount Panorama, they won't disappoint either. Dylan Walker in ninth, across the start-finish line we go. We've only got three laps to go here, folks. Thank goodness. Dylan Walker holding at ninth at the moment. Ryan Barber in behind him. The gap first to second is 2.7. Driving trends are just wish the day was long. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have that discussion another day. Oh dear. Some good takeaways from all of this, though, Adam. I mean, good recovery from Jonesy. He was due a result. Good recovery from Bondy. Alex Tzidikis will take tremendous confidence out of the fact that he had pace in qualifying. But, yeah, there's just no matching Andrew Dyson tonight, it would seem.
Yeah, Dyson has definitely got the pace in the field, mate. Came out good to him. A little bit of a wobble there from Ryan, but he was can't put it. Yeah, Dyson doing Dyson things on a Wednesday. I've said it before. So, yeah, you should see how the other guys find a way to try and hit him back in the coming weeks.
If they can. If they can. Can we see how Mitchy Noble is going? Well, we can tell you that he's down in 18th at the moment. Up 11 spots in this final race. And going beautifully. Again, avoiding incident in this final race. Plus 11. A lot of the drivers, I mean, we've only lost Sam Cullen and Colin Bennett out of this race. 26 drivers still out there circulating. Admittedly, 2 of them are going to be the better part of 2 laps down by the end of this. Hayden Watson and Martin Lipsky. So Watson was able to get back out there despite blowing a motor. That's not bad. Mitch Noble is 18th right now. Onto the back straight. Dyson's on the final lap. White flag flies at Sandown. Sean Rigby in 11th at the moment. Best placed at the dev split remains Daniel Snedden. He's controlled that one from the outset and leads by 3 seconds. I'll be interested to get his thoughts on that. Tremendous leg up the fact that he was in the invert and none of his other fellow dev split competitors were. We've spoken about the advantages and disadvantages that come with that ad nauseum in the past. Mistake for Noble, you just saw the back half of that on your screen out of Dandenong Road. This guy, meanwhile, has been nothing short of superb. Untouchable and clinical in races 1 and 3. Had difficulty working his way through in race 2, but still in the box seat to secure round on his first up in the Trophi.AI Supercar Series in Turn 3 of 2026 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Dyson's victorious for a second time tonight at Sandown. Bang, down the inside, Nielsen and Tzidakis, they're rubbing paddles on the run to the line. Tzidakis for fifth and got it. Photo finish over Nielsen and Slade. Slade Edson unlucky, only 2 tenths away from fifth and he's seventh. Finally, some action in this race. Bondi got third. Couldn't get by Jaden Green in the end. Went within AB's proverbial of doing so. Have a look at this. Forceful on the inside. Tzidakis and also Nielsen. Nielsen up around the outside. Tzidakis with the inside line. Side draft used to his advantage. Thank you very much. Here's the photo. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
right of screen. Nothing in that.
That is basically.
That is a dead heat.
It's inches.
That is a dead heat.
Inches to Tzidakis.
Yep. That is as close to a dead heat as you'd ever likely to be. Oh boy. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. We've got Jake Slade standing by, we've got Craig Bond standing by, we'll have hopefully Andrew Dyson stop by for a chat as well. Great start of the new campaign on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Dyson from Green, Bond, Jones, Tzidakis, Nielsen, then Slade, then Sheedy, Walker and Barber the top 10, Rigby and Barber and Michael the top 13, and Daniel Snedden the winner of the Dev split, and he did that to the tune of 2.5 seconds in the end over Jonathan Harris. And sure enough, he's in here instead of sledging us from the comfort of the comment section on YouTube. He's going to be in here having a chat with us on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club right now is Daniel Snedden. So we'll get to him very shortly. You'll actually hear from him rather than just be able to read his comments this time through. We'll get to them very shortly. Look at this start from Daiso. That really set it up, didn't it? It was a perfect start. The launch there at the start of race 3, up 4 spots, and did not look back on the back end of that. Yes, I have nothing but disappointing news to report out of Suncorp, ladies and gentlemen. The Origin is over. Queensland have lost it, but again, a couple of controversial moments there that have overshadowed the series, and that'll be what everyone talks about for the next 12 months, not least having a referee with a gambling problem with the whistle in the hand. But what do you do? Jeff Adams is here as well. It'll be good to hear from Jeff, who is organising this series throughout the course of the new campaign as well. So we launch officially into post-race mode now at 9 minutes past 10 on a Wednesday night. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And don't forget, as soon as we're done here, Wimbledon and Le Tour de France. I can't believe I'm saying this, but for the first time since June 11 or 12 Eastern Standard Time, we don't have a game from the FIFA World Cup in the early hours of tomorrow morning. A full football-free day today before we reconvene for the quarterfinals, starting, of course, on Friday morning with France up against Morocco. Where do I want to start? I actually want to start with you, Jake Slade. Nice to see you back out there, mate. Nice to see you back on the grid. Firstly, in a GT3, now in a supercar. So doubling up the workload, adding more to the plate in term 3, it would seem. I know you've been a busy boy. You've been fishing, you've been working, you've obviously had to juggle a few different things around to get that balance right. But nice to see you back in the rig, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's been a long time coming. It's sort of just, the usual. You lose interest. I just gave it a bit of a break. Gave my head a bit of a reset. As you said, just been fishing, working my ass off. Just keeping busy. And I thought it was time to get back in and do some laps. And I've sort of got the bug again, which is good. So be here for a while.
Indeed, and it'll be good to have you here for a while as well, mate. Let me go back while I've got you firstly, and we've got Andrew Dyson standing by, so we'll go from you to Dyso to Snedden to Jeff and then to Bondi. That's the way we'll rock and roll here, unless there's any protests or objections to that in the meantime. But let's start with you, because I want to go back to Monday night. It was interesting to see out there in a GT3. One of the big takeaways from the night was the fact that we had 8 different manufacturers on the grid for a change. Normally, we haven't been able to break any more than maybe 5 or 6 in GT3 Pro in recent times. But Watkins Glen, a good playground to start the season, and an interesting challenge as well. Talk us through it from your standpoint, please.
Yeah, it was good to mix it up. I've always had a soft spot for the GT3s. I've just never completely been confident with my consistency in them. So that's something I've definitely been working on, driving them more, especially now coming up to Spa 24. The Aston felt unreal, which was surprising. I just really liked the car, but I just didn't think it was probably going to be the best choice. But I just ran with it because I know some of the other tracks in that car are quite good. So we just stuck with it. I had a bit of a mind slip during that race and didn't take tyres and ended up losing about 2 seconds a lap in the back end of it. Which wasn't ideal. Again, just comes down to me not driving them that much and just not knowing the pit strategies as well. It was a good race. The racing was really nice and clean from my standpoint and from everyone in front of me, so that was great to see as well.
Indeed it was. Are you committed to the GT3 for the full campaign, or is it just so that you can get your eye in for Spa, mate? And talk us through how the prep for Spa is going and how you feel you'll fare throughout the course of that very long weekend that awaits you.
Yeah, I should be here for the rest of the season. I think definitely round 2, especially being, I'm pretty certain it's Spa, so I'm going to be doing 6 to 7 hours of Spa on the weekend and then another hour of it on Monday. So I'll have my eye in for sure. We are, in fact, driving the Mustang for the 24. It's got a really good set for that. And it just is so stable. We've got about 3 or 4 cars in our team entering, I believe. So yeah, it's going to be good. We've got a good crew with me in car 241, so we're going to be doing the early morning, the last split. So yeah, it's going to be a long weekend and plenty of steering and plenty of heartache. Hopefully not.
Talk me through, obviously, the Mustang for Spa is going to be an interesting one, but you'll be sharing the drive with some of your teammates. How are they feeling about the weekend ahead?
They're all pretty pumped. It's the first time I've done a 24-hour enduro, so I'm a little bit nervous and sort of don't know what to expect. I've watched a few of the other boys do a few in the past. Plenty of practice and just really getting our strategy in play and just try and work on the 1%ers and see how we go on Sunday.
Copy that. I was just completely thrown off there because I lost Adam Lavis's thing and I've got it back now, so I'm breathing a sigh of relief with regards to all of that. Hayden Watson's jumped into the booth and I think that's... No, there's been no other change, just Hayden in, that's it. So we've got a few names to work our way through here. Good luck with Spa, mate. We really hope that goes well for you and the rest of the IITX Revolution E-Racing stable. Talk me through tonight. Sandown Super Sprint, interesting way to start the new campaign. Home race track, one that we love, one that we're very familiar with, one that we heavily associate with endurance racing. So to go sprint racing, there's a bit of a different novelty, but very challenging as well, mate. You were right there in the thick of it in all 3 races. Right there, nipping at the heels of a potential W in races 1 and 2. Just couldn't get anywhere near Andrew Dyson in race 1. Race 2, a different story. You were there or thereabouts. Race 3, a little bit more of a struggle to get through the field. You've come home with 7th. Overall, a clean start of the season, a good haul of points, and a good launch pad to build something off of.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how I drove tonight. Race 1 and 2, the pace was there. Race 1, I sort of got held up a little bit in the middle, just fighting people. It's such a hard track to pass. You've got to orchestrate something a long way back, and you've got to commit a lot. And it's very, very hard, especially in the Dandenong. It's one of those things where you can do the inside lunge, but if they modulate the brake on the outside just to get that extra metre or so of braking out of it, it just makes it very hard to come out the other side in front. A lot of the time you end up side by side, which happens as well. But race 3 we won't talk about because that pit stop was atrocious, but I'm glad you just bring it up.
Well, we didn't see your pit stop, actually, but now that you've chopped yourself in, I'm sure Adam Lavis will be able to go back and find it for us. What'd you cock up?
As I come into pit lane, hit the limiter and sweet. Accidentally went back to first gear and mashed the throttle thinking I was in second close to the limiter, and I definitely wasn't, and I was about 10 k's below, and decided to do about a 90-degree spin.
No.
Yeah, less than ideal, but you get that on the big jobs.
You do indeed. How is work going, by the way? Obviously keeping you very busy.
Yeah, it's good, mate. It's good. It's there's a little. I mean, I'm always busy, but it was a bit slower the last 2 to 3 weeks. Just coming up to tax time, but everyone's starting to get will be starting to get their refunds within the next week or two. So I'm expecting a bit of cash to be thrown around, but definitely got plenty on to keep me working and keep me loving myself with polishing cars all day.
Indeed. I was going to say, all work does really is interrupt fishing time, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, fishing's quite an expensive hobby when you're
That's true. Yeah.
Top-range diver gear, and nothing else is going to pay for it. So the hard yak is definitely worth it when you can reel in some of those bigger fish.
My old boy went to Southwest Rocks recently on a boys' fishing trip last week. In fact, I'm acutely aware of the expense required to enjoy the hobby, so to speak, which is why whenever his birthday or Father's Day or Christmas comes round, it's always very easy. I know exactly what to get him. It's a BCF gift card or something that is accepted across the counter at BCF. So, hopefully that continues to go well for you, mate. Hopefully Spa goes well this weekend. The Supercars, Adam Lavis will bring the calendar up on the screen here for you. 2 continents, 2 countries. 6 rounds in the USA, 4 rounds in Australia. We've ticked the first of those off, 3 to go. I saw Winton on the draft of this calendar, and I'm glad to see it's buggered off. The more distance anyone can put between itself and that cluster, of a debacle of what's going on there at the moment between the AASA and the Benalla Auto Club and all the idiots associated, the better. Phillip Island round 4, Adelaide round 6, and the Bend round 8. Although we're on the international course, not the west course, as we normally would be for that stop. The American stops, Watkins Glen on the short shoot next week. So we've already become well acquainted with Watkins Glen this week, but we're not doing the boot section next week. Then the Chicago Street for the second time in as many terms on the Supercar calendar. Sebring, round 5. Everybody's going to be up in arms about San Diego. There's going to be some mixed views on that. I'm looking forward to Daniel Sneddon's comments, actually. Then on to Road America and Long Beach. Your thoughts on that calendar, what you like and what you don't like, Jake?
Yeah, it's all very good. There's a good variety of, your typical street circuits, your generic racetracks. There's a bit of everything. So it's definitely going to be an entertaining season. Just going to be focusing after Spa and after Monday night. I'll be back in the chair for Watkins yet again. So that's probably one of my better tracks, like tonight, one of my better tracks. We'll just put in some hours on Tuesday night, whatever, and see how we go.
Indeed. 17 race calendar, 3 of which we've already completed. Super Sprint at Long Beach to finish this off. Talk about, we had a Super Sprint in Detroit last term, and we go to a Concrete Canyon for Super Sprint racing again. Have you had a look at the Qualcomm circuit, mate? The San Diego track. There's been mixed reviews on that one ever since it launched on server, and I know it dished up some carnage in the real world when the NASCARs went there.
Daniel's graced me with quite a few spammed messages on Messenger of him doing laps. So I'm pretty well acquainted to just watching his onboards, but I don't actually have the track yet, so I'll definitely have to purchase it and get some laps in there. But yeah, it looks very, very bumpy, so it's going to be interesting. It's going to make for some good racing, but I can nearly predict there's going to be a bit of carnage.
Actually, bumpy season when you think about Chicago and also Sebring, and also in there as well, there's another bumpy circuit. Oh, yes, of course, the Straits of Adelaide. So, yes, some very bumpy racing ahead. There's no doubt about that, but at least we mix it in with some old traditional favourites. And sprint racing on the streets of Adelaide will be fun too. And that 60-minute race at Road Atlanta, I don't think we've ever had a bad race at Road Atlanta, Jake.
Yeah, Road Atlanta's a good one. It's always really close racing, so I'm looking forward to that. It's a tough track, especially if it's hot. The tyre deck there can be a bit of a bitch. But yeah, it's going to be good, so I'm looking forward to that.
I'll do an around the grounds update from the world of tennis for everybody before this broadcast is done. But Cruz Stewart's just won the first set in the junior boys match that he's playing there at the moment. Can he emulate the feats of Leighton when he won Wimbledon back in 2002? We'll find out in a few days' time. Good luck to him tonight. Jake, well done, mate. Congratulations. Great result, with the exception of that flick spin on pit road. Go well for the balance of the week. Good luck with Spa this weekend. Anyone you'd like to thank before we reconvene on Monday night with you?
Yeah, just all the RER boys, and all our sponsors, AOTX, Shieldcoat, Sudspeed, Kibby, Shore by 4 and Sladen's Glossworks. Great bunch of blokes, and honestly they're half the reason we got back in the chair, so big ups to them, and yeah, hopefully get some good finishes for them in the future. Go Blues.
And looking forward to seeing you on Monday night tackling the GT3 around Spa, mate. And obviously, I guess the only balancing act you've got there really is changing cars between the 24 and, of course, our 1 hour race. So it'll be interesting to see which is your preference after having a steer of both around the same circuit on Monday night.
Yeah, it'll be a good judge of character of what car sort of suits what. I mean, the BOP has a lot to play with it as well, but yeah, I'm pretty excited. So see how we go, and I'm sure you'll find out on Facebook.
Yes, I'm sure I will indeed. Adelaide, it's the French spelling apparently. Yep, that's good. I like it. Same with when we had Brisbane spelled the I love it. Thank you, boys. Well done. Love the expert comments from the YouTube section. Normally that's a role reserved for Daniel Snedden, but he's in here with us and we'll hear from him very shortly. Sladey, thank you.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Jeff Adams, actually, before I go to any of the other boys, and I do want to bring in Andrew Dyson immediately after I ask you this question. I'm coming back to you very shortly, but you are the head honcho of this series this term, taking over the reins from Greg Heaney. Okay, Snedden's in the call. Yeah, of course he is multitasking. And they said it couldn't be done for those of us that are of the male species. Jeff, did you short fuel yourself? Did you trip yourself up on race 2 there, please?
Absolutely, yeah. I made the mistake of just putting in the wrong set. I had a set there ready for it, but then I just got a little distracted, and yeah, I unfortunately had to make a unscheduled stop, unfortunately.
Yeah, we thought it was unscheduled, but at least you're in good company. There were about 5 or 6 of you that threw yourselves under the bus there.
Yeah, I think there might be something to do with the way the race was also set up in the wording in there. Something I might have to have a look at and see if I can make just that little bit clearer, just for everybody else as well. Just like, you know, those little things can trip people up, and obviously it doesn't trip everybody up, but it does catch some people out.
It does indeed. The irony, of course, is that the series admin has tripped himself up on the first night of school. So if that can happen to you, it can happen to anybody. So they'll all feel a hell of a lot better about themselves after hearing that you've unfortunately fallen foul of the same thing. We'll come back to you very shortly, mate. Thank you for that clarification. I thought that was the case, but I wanted to be absolutely certain. Andrew Dyson, picking up exactly where you left off in that term where you dominated the 86s, the Trans Ams and the GT4s, buddy. Nicely done. I want to talk more about race 2 than I do the other two, because as soon as you found clear air in races 1 and 3, you were gone. Race 1, pretty self-explanatory. Race 3, how integral, how vitally important was the whole shot to your success there? Because that was a blinder of a start, and as far as I'm concerned, that set it all up for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a great start. I mean, obviously the driver is just a beast out there, and we had a pretty good clutch in it, not like Bathurst 2006. This was an awesome clutch. I even dipped the clutch twice in one of those races, got going, didn't disintegrate it. And yeah, what can I say, man? Passed everyone before turn one. Well, maybe not quite, but we're close.
No, well, that's exactly right. No, it was a fantastic start. And then you just sat there, bided your time and waited for your moment and did what you normally do. You saved a little bit of juice and you played the trump card and gave everybody a bit of an education, if you like, when it came to pit lane. That racecraft, that strategy, again, as you did to Jackson Rayhana in the GT4 at Interlagos last year, he's still recovering from that. You've schooled everybody in that regard again, and that was reflected by the fact that when we got to the end of that pit lane sequence and the field was cleansed, you were 2-3 seconds to the good.
Well, I did come out in front. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about schooling everybody. I'm just the idiot behind the wheel steering the car. I've got to make a big shout out to Rob Starr back in the pits. I was on the blower to the button. I was on the blower on the button to him flat out, asking for a short pit, needed to get some clean air, cool suit failure, all the rest of it. I was blowing up. Just wanted fresh air and some clean air through the windows and some fresh tyres and all the rest of it. And the boys in the garage, they looked nice and vintage HRT there. So really happy with it. The Red Baron machine was absolutely on fire. I mean, so was I, the driver, but like I said earlier, just a beast.
I'm liking the fact that you're in character and the on-point references that are HRT. Mate, the livery...
Be a bit angry how to come across like a real skate.
Yeah. The livery, strikingly good, of course. Is this going to be a mainstay for you? Are we going to see you compete the whole season? Have you got a DPR livery in the works for the Supercar, or what's going on here, please?
No, we have a DPR livery, but I thought I'd just drive this one tonight. And it's only going to be one start. The boys over in chat, they're already giving me some well, I can't say, but they reckon I'm making more comebacks than Scott Gamble, and we're not having that.
I thought you were going to say John Farnham for a moment. No,
one too, but not so much.
In saying that, though, obviously they might be onto something. You seem to be able to just jump behind the wheel of a race car and gel with it pretty quickly. The Supercar, no exception to the rule.
In all seriousness, I was actually having a big old wobble out there, and I was full expecting JS to come through the field, but I watched him. One of the boys actually let me know he was watching from the 088 pit box, and I mean, I don't know if he's watching me. I don't know if he's helping some of these boys out or what the go is, but man, he could probably watch me and help me out because I was all over the show off the edit there. So if you're offering some coaching, man, please hit me up. I need some help. I mean, I can't disrespect everybody. I was actually having a go, but I mean, there's lots of room for improvement, that's for sure.
Indeed. In saying that, talk to me about how difficult race 2 was, mate, because it just, compared to races 1 and 3, boxed in, very hard to find your way through. Is that a trait of how the car races on this circuit or the Supercar in general, just when it comes to being able to execute overtaking opportunities and do so cleanly, the chances just weren't there for you in race 2?
Small slip up from the boys from Dandenong there. Short field me at the start of the race, so probably started with about 4 litres less than I needed to get to the finish. So if you thought the clutch got to work out in 2006 at Bathurst, bloody hell, it got to work out in that race there in race 2 because I was on it everywhere, trying to save fuel. But we got there, so that was good. I mean, I lost a few spots, had some weird battles with people. I think one bloke wanted to slow himself down about 6 seconds in one lap, trying to pass me in a silly spot. And it didn't really hurt me, but it hurt him because he didn't pass the next guy. I was trying to help him out, but I had a chuckle about
it. We're having a chuckle as well, don't worry. This might be one of the best interviews Edward Dyson's ever given, ladies and gentlemen. No,
I'm not really that good at it usually.
Let's talk about. You mentioned there short filling yourself. Now, 4 litres. What does that equate to with regards to how many laps, mate? How much saving? You've mentioned it was a fair bit, but just put it into context for us.
So I think normally I was running around like 2.6 or so, 2.6 litres a lap. And when the race got started, it said that I needed to run 2.2, and I thought, what's this all about? Like my required number was 2.2. I'm like, no, what's this all about? Like I've got 40 litres in it or something like that. And the laps kept going, and the number went down. I'm like, what's this all about? Isn't it supposed to be a timed race? And so I had to pull my head in and actually save it. So I went from 2.1, I got it back into 2.2s and sort of had to keep it there for a while. It was a fair old save, but like I said, wake up in the morning, piss excellent. Oh, oops, sorry, urinate excellent.
Hey, you're right. You're good.
Are we past 10:30?
We are on 10:30 at the moment, but luckily for you, right? In the winter months, it's 9:30 because we have to work in with when 7:30 lands on the West Coast. They're only 2 hours behind at the moment. They'll be 3 hours behind in October. So yeah, we've been good for an hour, mate. It's all good. And I can work with I can work with P words. I'm not sure if we can work with F's and C's, but that's another story. Hey, now, where else might, like, obviously, if this is not going to be a full commitment, where else are we going to see you pop up and have a steer this season, mate? Because it's nice to see you hit the ground running and pick up pretty much exactly where you left off.
I don't know, man. Like, certainly not this thing. It's garbage, but I might try a few other cars. I can't believe there's people out there that have been driving this car for 10 years or whatever it is, like, or at least this year. It's absolutely unbelievable. It's probably one of the, I mean, not the hardest car to drive, but probably one of the worst ones on the sim. But I don't know, I'll pick a few other cool things. I mean, a lot of people don't like the Porsche at the moment, but I thought that was pretty fun until they updated it. So it's probably still not too bad. But I don't know, there's a few other collector cars that are sort of cool. I like the Indy car. I've messed around in that a little bit, but normally I have a few too many waters on a Friday night to actually do any good.
Spiked waters, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you already joined the two pieces together there. It's interesting though, right? Because what is it about this car that makes it so rubbish in your opinion? Because we started the night basically having the same conversation with regards to there being an enormous turnout for the BMWs, and there's obviously a lot of people that have enjoyed driving those, but Jordan Pianazzola's just not a fan. And I made the point with Adam Lavis, when you've got a club of 500 odd members, you're not going to find a full slate schedule that suits everybody. This is what makes society what it is, right, and makes us as humans the way we are, in the sense that not everybody likes everyone, not everybody likes every circuit, not everybody likes every car. What is it about the supercar that just puts it, or just gives you the ick?
Oh, the way it drives. I mean, I could go on for like ages about
Please.
A whole bunch of things.
I'll put my feet up.
But no, I'd probably hurt a lot of feelings and get in trouble and not be able to race anything ever again. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Ryan Jones has asked me to go race in the Urination League, whatever they're calling it, on Friday nights, the Sandown race, and I told him absolutely no way. If I do, I'm going to have to interact with Bubble O'Bill in some way, and I'm not having that at all. So, but I mean, I don't know, man. I think when it comes to this car and getting people involved, it's probably the same with all the cars in the club. It's just a matter of people wanting to pick and choose what they want to race, I suppose. And this car's not easy, or you know, if you like it. I mean, a lot of people like it. It's fun, but it's not easy. So it's probably that aspect to it. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think you're always going to find a whole bunch of people that are going to pick and choose what they want. And although we have like 900 members or whatever it might be in the club, I think there's a whole lot of people who are sort of just keeping a membership there for when they are available. So it might look like we have a lot of people, but when it comes to active members, there might only be like 300 or 250 active members or something like that. So considering that we do actually get 30 people or 40 people to a race here and there, is probably pretty good.
Indeed it is. Tyre wear. That always seems to be one of those things that pops up as a talking point when we go racing in the supercar, mate. How was it for you?
So this is a thing with this car as well forever. I hate this car, like on cold tyres or low fuel. It's the worst thing ever, but when the tyres go away, it's not as edgy. It's kind of moves around a little bit, and it's sort of, when it does move around, it's a little more slow and controlled. It's not like this darty business or whatever it does with like soft tyre rolling around and all that crap. Not a big rap for DPR docs this interview, I've got to tell you. It sounds like we build shitty ass setups. But no, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just it's a weird car to drive. When it gets on a long run, I reckon it's pretty fun.
Indeed. Well, for someone that's not a fan of the car, you'd be mistaken for thinking otherwise when you go and look at the results sheet tonight, mate. 2 race wins, and obviously that's what was it, 7th in the second race, 6th, 5th, somewhere up there.
Yeah, something like that. I think I saw that a little bit. But I mean, I think I did pretty good, all things considered. So
I think you did too. In fact, I reckon your post-race show has just put the icing on the cake of your performance tonight. It's been very good.
Racing, sure. I mean, no, I can't say that.
No.
I did have some good racing. Did have to pass a couple of cars and a couple of dudes were like, willing to accommodate a pass as well, which is cool because at a track like this, you can get stuck doing Mickey Mouse side-by-side crap and lose so much time. But some guys are pretty good like that.
Oh dear, very good. That might be one of the post-race interviews of the season thus far, and I can imagine that Daniel Snedden's sitting there making notes at the moment to try and up the ante and top that in a few moments' time. I'll give him a couple of minutes to do so because I'm going to hear from Jeff Adams in a moment. Daiso, I'm going to let you go at this point in time, mate. Well done. Go and enjoy the debrief with the team and the celebratory beverages that go with that as well. Who would you like to thank before I let you out of the booth?
No, thank you, man. I have talked a lot of smack, so thanks for putting up with me. But I did promise the boys I'd say a big shout out to our staff. They're looking after us this year. Big money for us in the team over at Supercar Racing. So we've got to make sure we mention staff a lot. So thank you, Staffed, for doing the things that you do over at Staffed. Big shout out to High Performance Media. They're flat out lately. Lamprey Transport delivering all the stuff everywhere. So that's really good. We love what Lamprey Transport does for transport over at Lamprey Transport. Thank you, Jared Lamprey, for that. And DKRDocs.gg, obviously not a big grab for DKR Docs tonight.
No.
But no. Grass setups over at DKR, so come up.
And by the way, you're right. High Performance very flat out busy at the moment. In fact, I was a little bit surprised that there was enough time in his schedule to come and race tonight for Ryan Jones. But nice to see him back out there at least.
Yeah, enough time out of his sleep schedule. I think I sent him about 30 messages, telling him I'm racing tonight. I don't think he believed me. He just kept laying in bed. And then he finally jumped on with 5 minutes to go on qualifying. He goes, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm racing. Racing what? V8 Supercars." "Oh no, you're not." "Oh, all right." So you can believe me. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Well, what are teammates for, mate? I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah. No, he's hard to
had to see it to believe it, didn't he? Had to see it to believe it. Yeah,
it wasn't until he jumped in. Actually, he kept looking for me on the iRacing UI. And he goes, "No, you're not in any session." I'm like, "Yes, I am." I mean, GSRC, it's the only V8 race on right now. No one races officials in this thing.
Well, yeah, apparently no. Very nicely done, mate. You've got a future of being a comedian as a side hustle. Certainly,
an idiot, I think. But, yeah.
I'm all for it. I'm in stitches. It's been great. Go and enjoy the rest of the night, buddy. Hopefully, we'll be chatting with you more as the season goes on. Thanks for that.
Cool. Thank you. See you, boys.
Memo to everybody else in the house. Good luck topping that. Fair income. Sensational top shelf material from Andrew Tyson tonight. Game one of the day underway at Wimbledon. 3-all on serve. First set. Women's quarter final. Neskova of the Czech Republic up against Elise Mertens, the Belgian. 3-all on serve. First set. Women's quarter final. And of course, the second or fourth quarter final, the second of the women's quarterfinals for this 10th day of the tournament will get underway very shortly. It'll be Koscheck and Polini over on centre court. The men's quarterfinals, Kaboli up against Ferry, the Brit, and Fritz up against Zverev, the 6th and 2nd seeds going at it on the number 1 court tonight as well. You can watch all the Wimbledon action on the wide world of sports, currently on 9 Gem, and heading over to 9 in about 45 minutes time. Actually, no, 35 minutes time, I should say. Jeff Adams, back to you, please. As the organiser of this series, how much did you enjoy the challenge of putting the schedule together? And I say that knowing that you've aided a little bit of assistance from our own Adam Lavis in the process as well.
Oh, look, yeah, I loved it. I did need a little bit of assistance to help me get everything, all my ducks in a row. Had some big shoes to fill, Heaney's done a great job, so, I've got to make sure I try and... No, I don't want to please everybody, but I also want everybody to have a good time and enjoy it, and I think the selection I've got there is definitely going to help with that.
Indeed, and it's an interesting calendar too, mate. I mean, 6 stops in America, 2 in Australia. Not a lot of love for anywhere else in the world, but at least when it comes to Australia, I'm going to say 3 of the 4 circuits are favourites of ours, and there's still a few people yet to be fully sold on the bend, especially the international layout.
Yeah, I didn't want to put everything that I liked. That would feel a little bit unfair, but the bend. I know the other circuit gets a fair bit more love on the other place, but the international circuit hasn't had much time with the V8, so it'll be just interesting to see what people can come up with. Maybe wet, just sort of throw that in there as well. And the Coronado, I think that's going to be an interesting one as well. You know, nobody's been there before. I'm not sure if the V8 bloody officials are going to go there at all or not, but you know, that's another one that it'll throw, make it a little bit harder for the top guys, and they'll have to work out and get a good set out for it and put something together and do a good show for us.
Indeed. Now, hang on. Jordan Piazzolla. Ben is great, but I'm biased. Of course, he's going to say that, considering the part of the world he resides in. Good on you, Jordan. Thank you. I was waiting for you to come and grace us with your presence in the booth post race, but that's okay. We're here for another half an hour or so if you've got time. We'll get to Hayden Watson very shortly. I'm pretty sure Hayden was one of 3 that blew a motor up tonight at some point. And we'll get to Bondi and Daniel Snedden in a few moments' time as well. But just having a chat with you, Jeff, the operational management, organisational side of it to one side, from a racing standpoint, double header for you tonight. Talk me through how much you did or didn't enjoy the VIR round of the BMW M Sport Cup, and then, of course, how you then enjoyed the change from Virginia to Sandown and the BMW to the Supercar. We've already obviously talked about the boo-boo in race 2, but other than that, it looked as though it was a night in which you were able to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, well, the first in the new BMW, new car, lot to learn. I'm enjoying the car. It's definitely got a lot more pace in it than what I'm showing. And there's some guys there who have already shown some mastery of the car, which is awesome. And you know, the VIR in that car was a pretty good combo. So I enjoyed the race. As for my racing in the V8s, I think I got tangled up in it a couple of times. I got spun in the last race, and I had just spent the rest of it recovering. I think just trying to catch back up again. And I think I've done some damage limitation for tonight's, even with that. The boo-boo in race 2, I think I've done okay.
Indeed. Now, talk me through what's coming up. Enjoying listening to your... Thanks, Jordan. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or a bit of banter or sledging on your part, but I'll take it as a compliment for the moment. What can I say? I get paid to talk. Now, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the BMWs are going to be interesting if we can maintain fields of that size. Mate, you had a different king to go wheel to wheel with there from within your own stable in race 2. In the latter part of that race, the second part of that race, once we got through the pit stops. How are you feeling about the BMW M2? Because compared to the Toyota 86, same but different, as Paddy Snell was saying.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put that right on. It's same but different. It's got a little bit more pace, especially when you have it on the higher power level. You know, it's an understeery. It's still a bit of an understeery car, but it's you know, it's fun. It's just the right amount of power, and you know, the tyres are a little bit undercooked, so you know, there's a bit of work involved in trying to make sure you don't understeer everywhere off by learning some throttle control. So it's perfectly placed, I think, as a beginner car, you know, as a stepping stone as from other cars on the platform. But as a whole, you know, it teaches you good balancing and you know, corner entry and carrying that speed throughout the corner without trying to go too wild on the tyres. And when you do slide the thing around a little bit, the tyres do get a bit angry, and so you've got to be gentle and smooth entries and smooth exits and smooth throttle control. So yeah, I love it. Absolutely loving it.
Different, obviously, to go. You're very well versed in it now, aren't you? By going from one car to another, but the Supercar again remains very different compared to all those other one-make cars that we have in the entree slot. So you're very well versed in the musical chairs, if you like, of going from one car to another on a Wednesday night. So I won't ask you to draw comparisons between the two because there are too many. But how do you feel about Daiso jumping in here and talking about it shades of, for me, Chris Whitaker once upon a time, talking about the old school supercar, not the current version that we've got on these platforms, but the old one, being a POS. Not dissimilar feedback from Daiso with regards to this car of the future. I
think it was great. He's with his opinion, I think it's great. The new V8, well, the Gen3.
Gen3, sorry, yes.
Yeah, the Gen3 supercar is. It's definitely not my favourite of all the V8 supercars that have raced on this platform. It's definitely a challenge and like the tendencies of the car. But again, you just got to drive around these things. It's the car. Everybody's driving them. They're all very much the same, and it's setup dependent. It's a what would you call it? A specialist car. It's a car that people you see the same people coming back time and time again doing the same thing, because it's one of those things. It's once you learn it, once you get it, down at pat, you sort of don't want to let it go, because it's a fun car to drive once you sort of get in control.
Indeed, and results outright tonight. I'm just having a look at Adam Laver's crunch the numbers now, and this will be obviously translated into class finishing results shortly, but outright tonight, mate, 16th, 20th and 17th, that doesn't paint the full picture, because as we know, a good bulk of the boys at the top end of town were in the other split. But from your standpoint, that to me screams consistency, which despite that little slip up in race 2, and as I said, you were one of about 6 that fell into the same trap, despite that moment, the rest of the night clean, and a good platform to launch on for the rest of the season. What do you take away from tonight, and what do you hope to improve upon? What do you hope to build on? And where are the goalposts for you as far as the title's concerned this term in the dev split? Because as we've already seen, Daniel Snedden's going to be throwing his hat into the ring, and he's not the only one trying to secure title honours in the dev split.
Oh, look, it's better than what I did last season, where I didn't even turn up for round 1 and it was a super sprint. So I got to take the points when they come, and I think it was fairly close at the end of the season into snapping second off Greg Heaney. So I missed out by only a few points. So, and that was, this is those races. You got to turn up. You got to collect the points. I know it wasn't a massive points haul, but it was still better than a 0.
Absolutely. Good way of looking at it, actually. What were the challenges of the night for you, apart from that fuel issue? Because, as we know, Sandown, we normally associate it with enduros. To go sprint racing around here, tyre wear, difficulty for overtaking. That degree of difficulty wasn't lost on anybody. I think we found that out the hard way in race 2, that it's just very hard to work your way forward. Nature of the beast, the way this car drives and races. But apart from that, what were the challenges?
Oh, you hit on it earlier. The changing over from the BMW to this car, it's always a bit of a, it's an unknown for this one, because it's my first race in the season with that car and that combo. But it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. Last season was harder. The transition between the two cars was I found a little bit more difficult. As the season goes on, I think it'll get a little bit easier for me to transition. But that's half the fun. Jump in, see what I can do from where I was, and try and improve over the night. That's the stuff I really like, and I like about racing.
When we look ahead towards next week, mate, obviously we've got the BMWs coming up from Okayama. We've already detailed that the supercars head to Watkins Glen. I'm not here for that one, because we've got a Porsche Pro Invitational round on at the same time. We know that may have an impact on some of the grid numbers in both series as well. But what are your thoughts on what's ahead there on a Wednesday night next week? Okayama will be interesting. It's sprint racing. And then Watkins Glen, it'll be nice to go for a full-flung 40-minute tilt around the short shoot configuration.
Yeah, looking forward to both of those. They're both cool, good racetracks. I like the Watkins Glen Cup There'll be, obviously, we'll have to just have a look at the track limits on re-entry on back onto the track. As you know, it's a bit of a funny one, that one. So we'll have to just monitor that from the race control standpoint. But apart from that, you know, that's the things you got to look for. And the Okayama, it looks like that'll be a good combo for that BMW. It's all new. You know, nobody's ever been to these places with the BMW. So that's, I think, the most exciting part about it.
Indeed, and we're very excited about seeing how it all plays out, seeing that action on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club and who can master the car, let alone the circuits. As you say, new car always brings with it a clean slate. Not necessarily so much with regards to the tracks. If we throw a new track at you, more so of a clean slate. But still, trying to master those cars can be challenging, and that's part of the fun. Connor Nixon did it tonight and did it beautifully at VIR in the BMW M Sport Cup for merch.tgsrci.com. I think Daniel Snedden secured round honours here in the Supercar Dev Split. In the Pro Split, of course, it was Andrew Dyson. Surprise, surprise. Final thoughts from you, mate. Did we see you on the grid tomorrow night?
No, not tomorrow night. No.
That's the usual night off, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So, being that it's you might see me, being that it's still school holidays, but I still might keep that night off as a thing, you know, because it is. I got to balance the family life and the sim racing, and I can't do all of it all the time. As people would know, you got to balance these things and keep the wife happy and keep the life, in balance.
It is a difficult balance and juggle. There's no doubt about that. I don't envy you blokes. Friday night, GT1, IndyCar, either or?
Maybe Indy. I might jump in the IndyCar, but that's a freebie, that one, on whether I jump on or not, because it's been my Friday nights. I'm not always guaranteed to be at home. So, yeah, we'll see. I might do the... I'm definitely keen for the IndyCar. That's definitely on something I'd like to put my hand in for that one. But not so much the GT1s. Is it GT1s, isn't it, you said?
Yep. Yeah,
no.
The GT1 Civil War.
Not yet. I don't know. Maybe we'll see how we go. You might see me for both of them, but definitely I'll be trying to get on for the Indy.
And we hope we'll see you there, mate. We're looking forward to it immensely. Hey, well done tonight. Things are looking good for you and the Subpar Racing team. Looking forward to seeing what comes of your first season in charge of the Supercar Series over the course of the next 9 weeks, mate. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
Just like to thank you guys, thank the club, thank everybody for having a good night on here, and enjoy the rest of the night for you.
All right, there he is, Jeff Adams. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Go well.
See you later.
Hayden Watson, I'm coming to you shortly. Bondi, I'm coming to you shortly, but I've made this bloke wait long enough. Being the serial pest of the comment section on YouTube that he normally is on a Monday night. Nice to see you actually out there in the thick of it tonight, Daniel Snedden, and bagging a decent result for once. You've been overdue for this.
Yeah, and you taste that, mate. Sweet victory, and also up the New South Wales Blues.
Let's talk about your racing more to the point, Mike Tyson. Have a look at his caricature. Have a look at that. His profile picture shot on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, folks. You idiot. I'm assuming you don't feel as though you've gone 9 rounds or 12 rounds with the great man, and I'm assuming that you don't feel like having an ear for dinner or supper. However, in all of that, 2 things worked in your favour, didn't they? The fact that you were able to bag a good result in race 2, you become the only open or dev split driver that ends up in the invert for race 3, and that doesn't go tits up for you when you're able to bag it and convert it into a double victory result there. I mean, obviously you've fallen behind all the elite split competitors towards the end, but at least you still had a 2 or 3 second buffer to play with over John O'Harris, and you were able to hold him at bay.
Yeah, mate, well, just like Origin, you only need to win 2 games, don't you? So, did pretty well tonight. It's been a little while out of the seat and being consistent, and I think this track is probably one of my most consistent. So, just kind of happy to be back in the seat. Good start. Yeah, just a bit of fun. It was kind of in the end of that last race, I was like pretty ready to go to bed myself. But it is what it is.
Yes. I'm sure I'm just bracing myself now for social media messages from you in relation to the former topic. But let's talk racing. I won't bore everybody else with the events of Suncorp, although that's probably where Reece Walsh's Origin career dies, I hope. Fair dinkum, he did absolutely nothing tonight. Let's talk about this because it's a great start to the season for you, mate. It's a great result for the AITX Revolution E-Racing stable. The fact that Slatey was also competitive for the team in the elite split. It sets you up well for the season. We've already got his thoughts on the Qualcomm circuit. I know that that's a bit of a wild ride around there. How much are you not looking or are looking forward to that? But what about the rest of the schedule as well, mate? Can you, on the back of a strong result tonight, put this together over the course of 10 weeks and emerge victorious when we get to September 9, I think it is, when we get to Long Beach in California? That's the final round for you guys?
Yeah, well, I've had a bit of experience in this dev split previously in other cars, so in the other supercars. So it's all just about consistency, and if I can keep consistent, the pace will come. I guess I've had a little bit of time to get used to this car, and I've struggled. I would say I've probably struggled a little bit to get the pace. But it's just going to take me a little bit more seat time, and it'll come.
Indeed.
And Qualcomm, sorry, yeah, absolutely fiending for it. It's going to be awesome.
I was going to say, there are a few people that are just not looking forward to it and aren't fans of the circuit, but you're not one of them. I'm gauging based on what you've said on socials and what you've said just now, that you don't mind it at all.
Nah, I think it's going to be awesome. Like, it's just one of those tracks where it's long. It's kind of like Bathurst, you need to control the whole track together. If you don't put the whole track together, your whole game's done. So, the 2 minutes and whatever it is around there is going to be a bit of a wild ride with the bumps. It's going to be a wild ride with the walls right there. It's like Chicago, but just a little bit longer. It should be awesome. I'm pretty keen to actually get some racing happening there, even in officials.
Well, that's exactly right. I've just lost Adam Lavis' stream again, but I'm reliably informed that we're still on air. We'll push on. We'll keep going. That's all right, Adam. All good. The interesting thing in all of this, right? Hang on, now I'm hearing myself echoing through my headset, but I'll push on. Talk to me about the rest of the team and how it bodes well for them for this season, mate. I mean, we're going to see IRTX Revolutionary Racing dropping in anywhere in the GT3, Porsches, supercars. We know that the supercar is your wheelhouse. Any aspirations to go and dabble in something else, or are you content with just being a supercar specialist?
Well, contrary to other people's, feedback on the car, I think it's a brilliant car. I think one of the things people don't like about it is actually it's a very difficult car to drive, and it is a very difficult car to find pace in. So, if people don't like it, that might be a potential reason. I don't really have any ambition at the moment. I was kind of tossing and turning. Do I drive GT3 last season or the season before? I was having a bit of a busy time at work. I wasn't really that interested in... I guess I just wasn't really planted on this car yet, but seat time is what I need, and this work's kind of settled down a little bit now. It's just allowing me a little bit more time to jump in and have a crack and I guess get the practicing, because it's all about practice and preparation.
Indeed. Speaking of preparation, I take it the team is in full prep for Spa this weekend for the Majors 24. Have you been offered a co-drive in any of that, or are you able to put the feet up and just cheer them on from the sideline?
Well, it's been really good within the stable at the moment. There's a lot of really passionate, strong drivers, and they're putting in a lot of time, so it's really seen a lot more activeness within the team, and I feel like we're going to get that, obviously, tonight being another New South Wales Blues victory. We didn't have a few drivers that probably have been here otherwise. but yeah, like I feel like there's going to be a lot of us hanging around in and out, and it's going to be good for the team, building strength, you know, within the team and socially, but also gaining pace. We kind of do enjoy, I guess, battling against each other, and it's like obviously like the inner team rivalries where you just want to get that little bit of an extra speed on somebody else's time. So yeah, it's really good. It's really enjoying the time here at AITX, and yeah, it's really fun.
Alright, that's enough bait throwing from you. Final thought before I let you go is on next week, Watkins Glen, the Cup configuration. We had the GTs there on the full circuit this week. We go short chute racing next week. How do you reckon you'll fare?
I haven't been too bad at that layout of the track. I actually enjoy that more than the boot. I'm not a big fan of the boot myself. So yeah, I'm pretty keen. It's like, as long as I can go wide out on, you know, turn one and kind of out of turn one, sorry, it's, you know, it's just one of those tracks where it just creates a little bit of extra what's going to happen next up the straight. So it's good. Pretty keen on it. Haven't done many laps on there for a while. I know some of the other boys have, but in other cars, but it's all about getting your eye in, really, isn't it?
Indeed it is. You've got your eye in all right, don't worry about that. You're in fine form to start the new term. Going to be an interesting 10 weeks to see how it all plays out. Well done, mate. Who would you like to thank?
I'd just like to thank our fantastic sponsors for all their support and time and effort with the team. So we've got AITX, Shield Code, Sudspeed and Kibby. They just allow us to focus on our racing, and as I said, they just support us all the way through. So just happy to be part of the stable and have the representation across the stable, so I've got something to do when I don't feel like racing.
Well, that's exactly right, which always is appreciated by us, the fact that you, as part of your role as parochial supporter of the team, you often boost our comment numbers up, and we get that acknowledgement from Restream to say that we've had 100 odd comments on any given night of broadcast, 87 of which are normally from you. Appreciate that, mate. Go well for the rest of the week. I'm sure we'll see you in the comment thread tomorrow night. And obviously, good luck with the preparation for Watkins Glen this time next week.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, sometimes you just got to glaze the boys. So thanks so much for the chat. I'll talk to you soon, and up the blues, boys.
Yes, there he goes. And we're not going to hear the end of it, are we, for the next 12 months? Daniel Stanton, thank you. Appreciate it. Bondi and Hayden Watson and Ryan Barber's jumped into the booth as well. Bondi, I won't keep you waiting any longer. At least you're able to salvage a result out of race 3, because no doubt races 1 and 2 were a great source of frustration for you.
Yeah, good evening, Zach. Yeah.
It's almost good morning, but yes, good evening.
Yeah, what did I say?
No, you said good evening, you were right. I was just saying that we've been here long enough that it's almost morning.
Oh, I'm losing my mind already. I've had to deal with Cass all night. Nah, I don't know where to start. Up and down night, to be honest.
Very.
Oh, my dad's going to hate me saying okay. Yeah, odd night, taken out. Oh, first race I kind of got taken out, probably could have done something else, but bit of fun. Got myself to last pretty much, worked my way back up, which was nice. And then race 2 had a great launch, and then kind of just got caught in someone else's incident. So that was a huge disappointment after having a lot of potential. But then race 3, well, I don't know how I got the invert, so I was shocked with that. And then, yeah, learned a lot of things there. Me and Cass will join forces and did some magic we thought with strategy play, but then somehow I keep fueling my car with an extra lap of fuel when we don't mean to. So we're gonna have to figure that out for weeks coming up. But we've got a bit of a debrief Saturday. We can do it at the kart track if we get forward. So good thing we got that. But yeah, pretty good night. I was happy with most things, just didn't have to set up in the right spot, but it was great. I don't know, fun, learning, which is what this season's going to be. And I didn't get myself penalties, so I can run up front and make my way through the field. So GSRC might have to have a look at that.
It's drive by on the committee on the first Wednesday night of the term. Look at you go. Someone's cocky all of a sudden. Well done, Bonnie.
That on Monday, Jack, to do something, and I never took the advantage, so maybe I have to do that tonight.
Correct. Well done. No, well played. I was waiting for it. Oh, no. Very good stuff, Bondi. Now, with regards to what's coming up in your world, mate, you mentioned about the invert. Let's tidy up a couple of things there. Top 8 invert for race 2, top 12 invert for race 3. That's how you're able to grab onto that. I know it's normally, when you go racing, it's normally top 10 or top 15, but yeah, no, top 12.
I was shocked with how many people came in at the pits though. That's where it caught me, because I'm like 15 with a lap to go, and then I get 12, and I'm like, well, that was...
Yeah, the amount of guys that got their numbers wrong, sold themselves short with regards to fuel in that second race. Yeah, they're back to the drawing board, back to mathematics at school for the next couple of days. You don't want to listen to my
stream in that last race. There was a few
I wouldn't have thought so.
Thrown around between me and Casbet's strategy all night and how to set up a car. So we've got a bit of beef.
A few words. I thought that's. I didn't think it was going to be about strategy. I thought it was going to be about something else then for a moment. But anyway, no.
Girls,
I don't doubt that. Yes, no, we won't dig that hole any deeper for you. What do you think of the calendar, Bondi? The Supercar calendar for this term?
I haven't had a look. Don't plan on looking. I plan on probably skipping a bunch of GSRC this year and focusing on Scops, even though I'm missing a bunch of rounds due to karting. I realised last night. So I don't know. I'm going to chill this season. Do what I feel like doing.
So really, this term just isn't going to go to script for you. You're just not going to be a contender.
So the way it seems, I'm not wanted. So we'll see how we go with the rest of the season. But I'll probably just pick and choose more or less this season. But we'll get to a point where it's like, I'm just going to do the whole series. But if I stick to my word, I'll probably be very on-off. But we'll see how we go.
Very on-off. As long as you don't do any more damage and throwing yourself under the bus, we'll be right. Now, listen. Tomorrow night you're in the naughty corner for the Porsches, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can't line up for the Formula Vs. And will circumstances allow you to be here on Friday night in IndyCar or not?
If anyone has a way that I can transport my rig in a go-kart trailer and set up at a track on Friday night, let me know, because I would be down to do that in IndyCar. So
I'd be happy for you to do it too. Yeah.
I don't think I will be doing Friday, sadly, because I'll be in Griffith. But kind of sad to miss out. I mentioned that to you last night. I think Zach missing out on Bathurst for Porsches, St. Pete in IndyCar. It's sad, but Formula V at Adelaide. What could go wrong? I did Formula Ford with Georgia last night, and that didn't go too good, but we'll do Formula V and see how that goes.
Why not? Why not? Very, very good. Looking forward to it immensely. So what were your thoughts on race 3 there? The fact that you're able to lead from the front for as long as you did, but the problem that you had there is that there were guys behind you that were able to benefit from the draft and fuel save and do other things. You don't necessarily buy into that fuel saving a terrible amount. Were you happy with third in the grand scheme of things? The fact that you only lost out to Daiso and Jaden?
This is where I throw all my issues back onto Cass.
Throwing all these toys out of the cot, ladies and gentlemen.
I was giving him everything. I asked, do you want me to fuel save? And he's like, no, go all out. So that's his fault. Engineer. Give him the questions, not me. I just drive tonight. So no, all seriousness, it's been pretty good. Tonight was a large learning curve for both me and him on how do I communicate with him about what I'm wanting with like fuel, what do I want the strategy to somewhat be, when is my ideal time to hit, how much, etc, etc, and how do I want the car to be. And then he was just in there giving me the info I needed, and considering he doesn't have iRacing, so he's having to go up what I'm telling him, is pretty good for what we were able to achieve. So we could have done second if I'd figured out how I go wrong with setup fuel and having an extra lap of fuel at the end, and then also just need to dial that setup in. We were so far out of the box with that, even with how much setup time I've had at this track over the years. So gonna have to work on that, but yeah, realised I'm not doing Scott's Sandown 500 now, so that's sad. And the plan tonight was to use that as pre-testing, but that doesn't matter now because that's not on the card.
No, it's not, which is unfortunate for you, but, that's life. It can't be in two places at once. We've already discussed that tonight, Bondi. In saying that, though, how do you feel as though GSRC Supercar prep time helps or hinders your preparations for Scops? Same car, but obviously different circumstances, different circuits, different formats, etc., different level of competition too.
Yeah, a lot of things is different. Also, the fact that I'm kind of running with two other teams for Scops, and then I come back to GSRC and I'm running under my own banner again, but I've utilising their knowledge and assistance from the WKMP and Synergy. So, yeah, that's where I've been kind of trying to improve, just using what I've been learning from them and able to apply to my own team, make my own team better, make myself better, make my engineer like Cass better week to week. So hopefully end of the season we've got some good knowledge, help, thinking where can I improve to be a better driver in a car like this, because I think this might be where I end up just trying to do my best series. Like GT3s I struggle with a lot lately, and Porsche Cup, well, I love it, but I don't know how to get that many penalties at the final round where I don't think I did anything wrong but got taken out in the last race. So a lot of questions up in there from my end, but whatever.
Fair enough. All right. Well, before we go into treacherous, sketchy sort of territory, let me wrap that up for you. Well done. Solid way to finish it off tonight. Unfortunately, first two races slipped by the wayside, but at least you're able to bounce back in race 3, mate, and grab a podium finish. Hopefully we'll see more of you in the Supercar throughout the course of the season, and you can make a proper play for the championship. Although, in saying that, old Andrew Dyson's going to be a bit difficult to beat, I think. Bit tough to catch after what was a clinical performance tonight from him. Although, there's no guarantee that he'll turn up on a regular basis this season based on his comments, which you've heard all of.
Yeah, but there's also no promises if I'll turn up. Honestly, I'm going to leave this series in my team's hands, and if they want to engineer me, I'll jump on. If I don't have an engineer booked in, well, looks like I probably won't end up racing. So I think I'm going to utilise this season as more of a help to the team, help them gain knowledge in how to help engineer me and spot for me when I'm out there. So yeah, hopefully I'm back and I don't get goddamn banned, but that's for another day. It might not get banned off track, on track, might get banned off track, but yeah, we'll see. Watch the old P's and Q's there, Bondi. Thank you. Well done. Appreciate that. I was going to say, you mentioned having your team in your ear tonight. Where is Cass? Is he still in the house, or has he parked up, shut up shop for the night and gone off to have some sleep? No, the girlfriend's waiting. He spent all day with her yesterday on course, so today I've got him priority. He's still in Discord and might head back, but I've got him on Snapchat right now, so yeah, we're just yapping away, somewhat debriefing while he plays Minecraft, so yeah, I don't know.
Oh dear,
honestly,
very, very good.
Thanks to him for firstly dealing with me, secondly also dealing with me but keeping me mentally stable, and thirdly being really good tonight with setup. Not setup, I did more setup, but the strategy tonight. Really nice for his first time doing it, and he did a bloody good job. So really happy with him, and thanks to, well, no one else on my team really helped, but except Kaz. But yeah, thanks to all my sponsors: Rd-1 Racing, Synergy Sim Racing, WKMP Sim Sport, Bond Motors Company Guy, South Company Automotive for Tim Maynard, Company Guy Tilt Trays, Vugo, Karoo Enterprises, River End Go Kart Centre, Walgren District Kart Club, Sim Rigs Australia, Aftershock PC, Zach for the commentary, GSRC for the broadcast, and whoever else I annoy, which is like a lot of people.
Yep, and on that subject, I'll annoy you a little bit later on. I'll catch up with you in relation to other matters, because I was off the grid most of yesterday and today, so I haven't had a chance to come back and either play FC26 with you or sit down and have a recorded yak. But we'll do that in due course, because this is only week 1 of your school holidays, right?
Yeah, I haven't actually got 26 yet. but I did go to work today, and work for myself. So I've got a bit of money to spend. I don't want to spend it though.
No, of course not. No, we don't want to spend it, but it's just a way of life. It's just one of those consequences.
If I want to race this season, whoever my engineer is that night, I'll give $5 to. And I honestly got kind of worried in race 3 when I thought I might have had half a chance. So might have to rethink that little deal I made. I never mentioned it to anyone yet though. So
Probably a good idea.
They know. Or Cass knows. No one else.
It is the first World Cup free day that we've had in 3 weeks as well, so everyone can have a normal sleeping pattern tonight. Thank you, Bondi. Well done.
Thank you, Zach.
Hayden Watson, to you, welcome in, and Jordan Pianazzola's here, and Ryan Barber's here as well. I do want to hear from Ryan Barber in a moment because he's secured family bragging rights over Andy tonight, which no doubt he'll be very happy with himself about. And Jordan, we've got to get some feedback from him as well. But hello to you, Hayden Watson. Blind motor in, was it race 2?
Hello. Yeah, race 3, I think it was.
3, sorry, yes.
Blew it up, yeah.
But you were in good company. There were a few blind motors tonight. Ryan Jones was one of them.
Yeah, must have been the thing to do tonight, I guess.
Just talk us through how difficult or how easy it is to do for those that don't know.
Oh, it's so easy to just blow a motor. Like just going into the braking zones, anywhere, you can just blow it up so simply.
As you've proven. I guess unluckily in the sense that you did it so close to home, a little bit of time on the tow rope, get back to pit lane, get sorted. I'm just impressed that you were able to hit the fast repair button and a motor, a fresh, clean, fresh, healthy motor is there ready for you to rock and roll again. If that was real world, you'd be parking up and having an early shower.
Yeah, well, I was just talking to my teammate Jamie about how I'm going to pit and when I'm going to do it and that, and then all of a sudden the engine's gone and I was pitting then.
Now, you mentioned Jamie. Is that Jamie Fleming we're talking about?
Yeah, Jackson was away this weekend, so we pulled Jamie in for the second car, and hopefully he'll run the rest of the season as well as a third car.
Because I was looking in, I was trying to find, as soon as you said the name, I was like, yeah, I called it Jamie, didn't I? There are some new names as part of the fold here. Good to see a growing presence from the 104 Motorsport stable on the platforms of the GSRC, mate.
Yeah, we really enjoy the GSRC company, and the racing's always good, so we try and get as many in as we can.
What are your thoughts on no doubt you've probably heard it in the post-race show already, some mixed thoughts on the Supercar in terms of how it operates, how it handles, how it drives, and compared to other cars, everyone's got their favourites. What is it about the Supercar that draws you to go racing in that particular car as opposed to any other?
I just enjoy the Supercar, and I think Jackson does as well. We don't really drive anything else other than the Chevy Camaro, so that's about it that we drive.
Indeed. Now, give us a little bit of background. Before the GSRC, where were you plying your trade? Where were you cutting your teeth?
Yeah, Southern Cross Sim Racing is where we were beforehand, and then BRL, but it eventually very quickly closed down, so we thought we'd jump to GSRC, which we think is a good decision so far.
So we're the beneficiaries of somebody else's demise?
What was that, sorry?
So we as a club are the beneficiaries of the demise of another club, the fact that you guys have graced us with your presence.
Yeah.
A nice little bit of a gap in the schedule there to fill for you. I don't mind that. I'm all for it. But it's interesting how that works, isn't it? Because it's not as though you're adding to your schedule, you're just filling a blank spot. And it's a juggling act, right, to find the happy medium, the balance between work, leisure, and obviously family time, sim racing time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to get GSRC in, let alone any more racing and work and school and that. So yeah, we enjoy the one night a week race, and yeah.
When you say work and school, etc., how old are you guys?
17.
Okay, so we're talking year 11, year 12, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Jeez. Yeah, not too much free time on your plate there, in amongst all the extracurricular stuff you got to do. Because it's amazing, isn't it? They send you to school and they're there for 6 hours of your day, 7 hours, maybe 8, depending upon how much time it takes to get to and from on the school bus, etc., etc. And then they send you home with about 4 hours of homework a night. So gone's the social life, gone's any adequate sleep, etc., etc. I remember hating year 11 and 12 and just being happy to get out of there, quite frankly.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, I got school and then work of an afternoon, and then the supercar if I get any time after.
Ooh. And that's the thing. I'm pretty sure society as a whole has lost grip on the fact that there's only 24 hours in a day.
Yeah, definitely. Not enough.
Life's too busy. Not enough time, not enough hours in a day to adequately cater for everything that we need to do with our life.
No, definitely not. Not enough time. I reckon we cut school time down.
Agreed. Agreed. Now, I mean, how much of what you learn in school do you actually apply to what you do in life? The answer is Tweet FA, but that's another story. Hey, listen, talking about what's going on in your world, Sandown, how much did you, I mean, obviously the engine blow, a bit of a pain, but apart from that, what'd you make of the night?
Yeah, it actually wasn't too bad, and I was getting real good starts and getting overtakes on the opening lap, but then after that I couldn't hold position and was just dropping back down the field. I got tipped in the second race and then blew the engine in the third, but the first one was real good.
Indeed. Now, with regards to what's to come, have you had a full look at the schedule? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I have. I don't think it's actually too bad of a schedule. I had to buy, I think, 2 tracks or so, but other than that, I own the rest, so I can get some cracking.
So hang on. You've already bought the circuits that you didn't have?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I love that. So take note of that, Adam Lavis. Take note of that, anybody in here. Jordan as well, from a broadcast standpoint. Because how often do you hear our loyal, long-serving members grace us with their presence and say something along the lines of, "Oh, I haven't got that track yet. I'll have to buy it. Oh, I only bought it a couple of hours ago." I like the prompt punctuality and the preparedness of Hayden here, already on the ball, has already purchased the circuits, because at the end of the day, mate, in amongst everything that you're doing, work, school, etc., etc., it's a juggling act, right? So you've got to find some time between now and whenever those new tracks for you, those new rounds come about. I'm assuming that the Qualcomm circuit in San Diego is one of them. You might be able to tell me what the other one is. But the fact that you've already got the circuits there just gives you a little bit more time, rather than relying on being able to jump in on the day, learn the circuit on the go and hop to it. The fact that you've jumped in, already got the circuits, that's obviously with an eye to being as best prepared as you can be to be competitive when we get to those stops on the tour.
Yeah, it is San Diego and Watkins, but
Hey, okay. Watkins? Everyone's got Watkins. How have you not got Watkins yet?
I have no idea. I've always wanted it, but I just never have got it, but now I have. But
at least you've got an excuse now.
Yeah, when I do practice, I only get maybe like an hour, so I like to get them early and get that hour in a day or so and learn them all.
Indeed. Oh, very nicely done. Thoughts on those 2 circuits so far?
Yeah, by the looks of them, and I've driven like an hour of each. They're quite nice. So yeah, I don't actually mind them. Bit bumpy though.
All right, very nicely done. Now, with regards to the rest of the tour, where else are we going to see you guys popping up? It sounds as though it's going to be strictly and solely the supercar. That prepares you well for Watkins Glen. Any other supercar racing between now and next Wednesday for you or not?
Nah, just Watkins Glen, just trying to get fast there and on the pace, because, yeah, I think by the sounds of it, a lot of people had it for a while, so I've just got to catch up.
Absolutely, and catch up is something you can do. There's no doubt about that. Where are the goalposts as far as the because obviously you've had previous supercar experience elsewhere. So now that you've landed here, you've got a taste for the cohort and how competitive it is here. Where are the goalposts for you across the course of the 10-round season? What are you hoping to achieve?
I was hoping for a top 10 in the championship last season, but I was just knocked out. So hopefully a top 10 in the season, but I want a podium at one of the rounds at least. Only for the step split.
Well, I was going to say, that's very achievable. Very achievable throughout the course of this season. We'll have varying grid sizes. We'll have varying attendance levels. We'll have various scenarios in which you're competitive somewhere, but somebody else drops the ball, because no 10 circuits agree to every single driver. So I'm looking forward to seeing that mix of results play out throughout the course of the season and what you can bring to the table, mate. But very well done. Nice that you're able to at least consolidate something, salvage something out of that misfortune of the blown motor late in the piece there. You've been very good with your time. We appreciate you stopping by this late in the piece. Go well and enjoy the rest of your night. Is there anyone you'd like to thank before I let you go?
Yeah, no, thank you guys. And Trophi.AI for jumping on board as like a main sponsor this round for tonight. So, and Index Designs, because they've made another stunning livery.
Very nicely done. Yeah, Trophi.AI are our naming rights sponsor of the Supercar series. So we love the great people at Trophi.AI. They've been good supporters of ours for a very substantial period of time now. Go well, mate. Thanks for dropping on by to have a chat. Hopefully we'll be hearing more from you as the season goes on.
Yeah, thank you guys.
There he is, Hayden Watson, a name to keep an eye on going forward on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And again, shedding some light on why we've had, or part of the reason why we may have had the influx of new members that we've enjoyed between terms 2 and 3. Ryan Barber's in the house. Hello, mate.
Hello, how's it going?
I'm very well. Thanks for hanging in there, staying back late to have a chat with us here. Hang on, what? Jesus Christ, it's 11:30. I didn't realise. Christ. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, ladies and gentlemen. Hedge your bets. Either we're out of here by midnight or we're not. Ryan, interesting sort of moments there between you and Andy. Poor old Andy's had a rubbish night, let's be honest. Fought back well in race 3, but won't have been happy with selling himself down the garden path in race 2 there, going down pit lane on the last lap. Big no-no from iRacing. They slap him with a 45-second invoice, thanks very much. Vaults him back down the order to 24th, like a bloody torpedo. Just spirals him out of control, out of the top 10. He was on track for a solid result until then. Bit of a moment for you two at the start of that race, though. You were lucky to get through, him not so.
Yeah, I didn't know he had that bad of a night, to be honest. I was wondering why he sounded so angry on the radio tonight in the Discord chat, so I guess I know how now. But, race 2 was pretty good, obviously securing the win there. At the start, it was pretty interesting. First of all, I thought he outbraked himself and gave me a tap, which I still think he did, but then it looks like he got ran over there, so I'm lucky to get away with it. But yeah, from that point onwards, I just tried to log laps and, I tried not to overdrive the car as well. I knew that we had 18 laps to complete, and I wasn't going to win the race on the first lap, so just looking after the tyres. This morning and today I was doing fuel calculations to make sure that I'm putting the right amount of fuel in. But yeah, after 2 weeks off the sim, I can't complain about coming back and getting a win.
Hang on, 2 weeks off the sim, you walked away completely for the break, did you?
Apart from a couple test laps of the San Diego track we're doing later this season, and did one NASCAR race. So I've only been back in the sim since Monday, I believe. So majority of pretty much all of the seasons and series that I was doing it at the time all had their break at the same time. So I just spent time with my missus, and just worried about work. And yeah, came back, got a good result. So I guess I should go take another 2-week break and come back and try and win again.
It won't work for you because it'd result in dropping 2 rounds, mate. It wouldn't give you anything to fall back on. Should things go down the gurgler at any point throughout the course of this season. But what do you make of the calendar, Ryan? I mean, obviously, firstly, well done because it's been a nice little step up into the elite split for you. Obviously, with that win in race 2 and enjoyed the celebrations that went with that as well. But what do you make of the rest of the tour? And are there any circuits that you're looking at thinking, I don't know how I'm going to go here?
Yeah, so Sandown was a pretty good track to kick off with. I've always liked Sandown. I don't think I've done a league race here either, so it's good to tick that box off. I was doing some practice yesterday with Dad and one of my mates, Aaron. So we were just doing a few laps here, just to understand the car again. Like I've mentioned before, I took a couple of weeks off, so I had to relearn how to drive the car. With the calendar that got released the other week, I only just tonight got to actually have a proper look at it, because I know that we were discussing in the Discord channel and voting for whether or not we race at the San Diego circuit later on in the calendar. So Watkins Glen's going to be cool. I feel like I've gone well there before in multiple leagues. Chicago Street Course seems pretty cool. Phillip Island, I actually haven't raced there before, so I'm going to need to do quite a lot of practice with that. I feel like I'm going to end up adventuring off into some weeds at some point, so I better get my practice in. Sebring, I didn't really do too well last season. Adelaide, I feel like I did alright in last year's finale, if I'm correct, but probably the 2 tracks I'm looking most forward to is the Naval Base later on in the season, because I've already done about five hours in the NASCAR Xfinity around there, and I've done about 4 hours in the Supercar, just running around, just having some fun. So I feel like I'm pretty prepared at this point for that round, but I'll do some more practice. Shelby Power Motorsport Park should be cool. Road America, well, I guess I'll see, but yeah, ending the championship at Long Beach is going to be pretty cool. The track I'm probably dreading the most after actually having a look at the calendar is probably the Bend, because I just put my cursor over heat and it said wet, so I just checked the forecast. It looks like it's going to be a wet race there, so I don't think I do take great in the wet. We raced at Hockenheim last season, and Dad and I were 1 and 2 for a while, and then that came undone, and then I think we're racing at Road Atlanta at the end of last season, and everyone died. So it can go good, it can go bad, but I'm intrigued to see how that race goes, certainly.
And sadly, they died by way of drowning. And such was the enormity of the deluge there. Hey, talk me through, what did the race 2 win mean to you, mate? Because obviously we've seen you guys have your success in the dev split, you've got promoted up in the elite split, you break through, you hold off the competition. We'll talk about the compounding knock-on effect of that for race 3 in a moment, but race 2, how nice was it to see the checkered flag first?
Let me tell you, the family competition here in the house is unreal. I've got the bragging rights for a while, I think. Me winning this race obviously meant a lot to me, because it was, ticking off that box, knowing that I can do it. When I got moved up into elite, I was dreading it, because I knew that the level of competition was so much higher. Like I've said before in interviews that I've had with you guys, I only really drive ovals and NASCAR, so running this season and this series is actually quite a big step forward for me. So my confidence level has stepped up a little bit, knowing that I can get it done. And obviously, like I said before, the competition in the house is going to be the rivalry is always good. So it means a lot to me to get this win, and hopefully I can chase down a couple more throughout the season.
All right, and we'll be keeping our eyes peeled on that to see how you go throughout the course of the campaign, mate, and looking forward to it immensely. And we know that you guys are a good supercar specialist. Are we going to see you pop up anywhere else, or does time not allow you to do that?
Well, I'm kind of deciding what leagues and races I want to do. You know, I think that my Sunday night is free at the moment because I end up getting myself a ban in the league I was doing before. Whoops, but yeah, I was a little bit naughty behind the scenes and got a slap on the wrist for it. So I'm not too sure if there's a Sunday night league here. I don't think so.
Not here, no.
I know that my Fridays is usually free, and I'm looking at Adam's screen at the moment, and I can see Road to IndyCar series. So I reckon that might be pretty cool for me to jump into like sometime, or maybe Porsche Cup, or jump in the BMW Sport Cup as well. So there's plenty of options here at GSRC, which I like quite a lot. It's probably my second favourite league that I race in. It's a bit hard to beat some of the competition in the other ones, but it's a different competition. You're racing NASCARs, and there's oval specialists, and then I come over here and got my ass kicked in the supercar. So yeah, there's plenty of good competition around here. So hopefully I can jump in for a couple other league races in GSRC and get more familiar with the supercar as well. I think at the moment the supercar is my main focus. So yeah, I guess we'll see what happens in the season. And yeah, like I said before, hopefully I get some good results. And yeah, my goal is top 3 in the championship too, which is a big ask considering that you get all the V8 Pro guys that come in here that need to touch on grass. So yeah, I just got my fingers crossed for some good results, and yeah, I'll just continue building my racecraft and do my thing.
Very nicely done. Very nice performance from you tonight, mate. But race 3 was a bit of a challenge, wasn't it? Starting 12th on the grid. I'm reading here on the results board. I think you came home in 10th in the end, but really bloody tough ask to claw your way back through the field there. It wasn't straightforward. If I'm recalling correctly, I think there was a moment or two that you had to take evasive action as well in the early part. But overtaking around here, these cars, not an easy, straightforward equation. Just talk us through the challenges of just surviving and banking some points in race 3.
Yeah, race 3 is pretty tricky. I won that second race, so it was a 12th spot reverse grid. So starting 12th in that one, I got stuck behind a development car and a fellow elite car that was off the pace. So once I was stuck behind them for 3 laps, and there's already a 3-second gap to the cars ahead of me, I just couldn't really do anything to help. When you're stuck in the position and you can't really overtake, and you're just bleeding time, there's not really a lot of things that you can do strategy wise. I did get into a bit of a bingle with a fellow driver as well. Need to remember who he is. I think he's pretty new to me. So yeah, got slapped with a 5-second penalty in race 3. I redressed, got the penalty amended, so I'm all good. But yeah, there's just a lot to learn in all 3 races tonight. First race, I was just trying to get used to being in the pack again. Second race, I was able to get to the front and hold off Bondi, I believe. I'm not sure. And then in the third race, I just struggled to get through the pack to get back up near the front. So I had to settle for 10th. Oh, shit, that scared me. Okay, fine. But yeah, it was just a round of learning, getting familiar with the car again, and yeah, just getting familiar with the drivers and racing around. So next week at Watkins Glen should be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to that. And then that point onwards, I'll try and get some good results.
All right, Adam Lavis and I have been here for 4 hours and 20 minutes already, and so too has Jordan Pianazzola. So we might wrap it up there with you, right, and get some final comments from Jordan. Well done, mate. Great result. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Dad, mainly for giving me a ram in race 2. That was nice. But thanks for Tom. Tom for jumping in as well. It's good to have him jump in with us. I think he had a bit of a bad night as well, so he quit. I think just after race 2. So yeah, shout out to him, RIP. Shout out to my grandmother that watches at home. Shout out to my shout out to my girlfriend Tammy. She's always supporting me. It's always good to have a partner that supports your hobbies. So it's always good having her cheer me on. Team sponsors, I'd like to thank Mish's Excel Garage, RBI Trading Cards, Sykes Creek Carbies, Sydney Pool Servicing, Beaumont Mechanical, Ben Faulkner Media, LB Earthworks, you know, the other boys at the Stars here as well, usually cheer us on, and Hybrid Sim Sport that's kind of merged with us on the Sunday nights as well. So, and yeah, last of all, thank you, Zach, for putting on some great commentary for us to watch back at, and yeah, thanks for the broadcast team for delivering awesome pictures on the YouTube channel. So yeah, thanks boys, and I'll see you at Watkins Glen.
We'll see you there indeed, mate. Thank you for that. Although that being said, I will say this: the commentary's only as good as the quality of the racing. So she was a little bit stale there in the second one. Let me tell you. But I was going to say, noted as well that you were very quick to thank your dad without subtly driving by and saying, letting me get first blood in the Barber family wars for this season as well. But I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting square with you at some point later down the track. Go well, mate. Thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks, mate. And I'll just add before I go, it took me about 10 seconds before I was in the Landra and rubbed it in his face. So
yeah, good.
Yeah, so I'll see you guys next week, and hopefully I can go out there and rub it in his face again. So thanks, boys.
That's why it took him half an hour to turn up here for a chat post-race, ladies and gentlemen. Good on you, Ryan. Well done, mate. And over to the City of Churches now to wrap things up for us. Hello, Jordan. Again, racing or commentary? Which did you prefer tonight? Let's be honest.
I think the commentary. The racing didn't go too well for me. Yeah, look, I wasn't fast. You kind of heard I qualified. I actually qualified second to last, so I wasn't that bad. But yeah. It's tough, these cars. Race 1 was obviously starting from the back, just letting people do their things. I ended up putting myself into the wall on the exit of the last corner, took my front end off, so I had no fun in that one after that happened. And race 2, I made it back with about 3 seconds to grid, and I forgot to put the fuel in that I needed, so I was 2 or 3 laps short on fuel, which sucks because I was in 4th place for the development class.
Yes.
And then I went down to 8th, and I was spewing with that one. And then in the final, the start obviously happened, and people went around, and I felt like Lightning McQueen for about a half a second. Trying to just dodge some people, but yeah, able to just... I sent it long in the final, didn't take tyres at all either, because I was able to still... I was that slow, I wasn't hurting my tyres. I could still punch out decent laps towards the end of the stint, before the pit stop, so I decided no tyres, I'll take some track position, because it's also a little bit hard to pass here. And then it's just up to me to hold on, and I was able to take 4th, I think, in the final there, so I was happy with that one.
And it's amazing, isn't it? Because you've got those 2 long straights, and then you've got the adjoining bits in between, right? But you look at it and think, okay, sure, this should be a good circuit for overtaking, but really, that is reserved for something like a Mazda MX-5 or a Toyota 86 or a bloody Formula V, Jordan. It's not necessarily the world's easiest circuit for overtaking in the bigger cars with a bit more grunt and poke.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, especially for us that are sim racers, where, I mean, you look at actual V8 Supercars, they can go racing there. They can go side by side into turn 6, I think it is, at the end of the backstrap. Sure, sometimes you have a Todd Hazelwood moment, but like, they can actually go racing there. We as sim racers kind of lack a little bit, I guess, because we're not professionals at the end of the day, but also iRacing and its net coding just makes that little bit more difficult as well to actually sometimes go racing. Like, a lot of us, obviously, we do racing, like go-karting and whatever, so we do know how to race. I'm not saying everyone here is bad, like, we know how to race, but obviously the net coding of and the whole internet side of things also ruins that to some degree. But Yeah, look, I think in a supercar, it's not bad. I'm gonna watch back the stream and see what the top guys were doing and how their race was like, because it felt boring for me, but I hope it wasn't boring for them.
No, it certainly was not. No, it certainly was not. Unfortunately, this stat from earlier in the day didn't age well from the random stats guide. Last time Queensland played New South Wales in a State of Origin match on the 8th of July was 2015, and they won 52-6. They got towed up tonight, and well, I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for tonight, because they certainly didn't deserve to win tonight. I will say the turning point of the series, and I stand by this because I said it 6 weeks ago, was game one about the 58th minute. So from that moment, the series was very heavily in New South Wales' favour. But thankfully, it's done for another year, and we'll put up with the BS gloating for the next couple of days, and we'll just focus on going back to normal programming after that. Good thing there's plenty of other sport on to distract us, like Wimbledon. I'm going there with the Round of the Grounds in a moment. La Tour on SBS, the World Cup. Plenty of motorsport coming up from this weekend as well. Actually, did you ever hear back from our good friends in Bundaberg or not?
No.
No,
I didn't make contact. I just left it as it was, because I was to go to a gig in Broken Hill, so.
And the fact that you didn't hear back and I didn't get a phone call or message randomly out of the blue means I don't have to go up the Bruce Highway this weekend either. I only have to go to Goodna for some rugby league on Sunday, which I'm very much looking forward to. Nice to get back to the footy after a couple of months of travelling around for motorsport. Hey, very nicely done. Obviously disappointing that the racing didn't necessarily go to plan tonight, mate, but hopefully turn around in fortunes tomorrow night. Surely you're due a result in Formula V, and no doubt we'll be looking to exercise home ground advantage on the streets of Adelaide in your favour.
I mean, that's round one is in the V's, isn't it? It is.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm definitely. Yeah. I'm so keen for that. Like, I wish we could just start now, honestly.
I'd go another hour. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I definitely, I'd go another 2. But yeah, I might do a couple of laps tomorrow and some practice with some AI and get used to, how it is a little bit. Do I expect myself to be a favourite? No. Do I want to be? Yes, but I don't expect it to be. A lot of the other guys in there are so quick. But I've tried to snatch in a couple of my mates to join in, so hopefully there's a few more on the field for this year as well, or this season, sorry.
Indeed. Are you going to persevere with the Supercar? Will we see you on the grid next Wednesday night going around the Glen, or are you going to be in here deputising for me because I've got the Porsche Pro Invitational?
Sure. That changes a couple of things then. We'll have to talk about that over the next couple of days, sure.
Yes.
But I was sort of looking forward to it because Watkins, I know it's a great circuit and people are going to be like, Jordan, how dare you say this? Because it's another thing, like I don't like BMWs, but I don't like driving Watkins. The only Watkins I like driving is the Cup layout. So
luckily that
I was so keen. I know, that's why I was like excited to do it. But then again, I'm also assuming the track limits are not like NASCAR. So that would somewhat ruin it to some degree, because I kind of just want to use Watkins to the wall, because I see it online, on YouTube from NASCAR like that all the time. But if I have to hop in for you, I'll hop in for you. I've got no problem with doing that.
Watch this space. It's very much to be confirmed at the moment, because I know Andrew Neil's committed to jumping into the director's chair, the producer's chair, but I have no idea whether Yeaman's available or somebody else is going to pick up the freight where I drop off. And unfortunately, as I said at the point in which we were highlighting the calendar for everybody at home, it's about half and half this term due to there being 4 Porsche Pro rounds plus a Wednesday night trip to go and see Jimmy Jeffries in action in Brisbane, in which I'm not able to be here. It's very rare that it's 50% of the time where I'm not here. Thankfully, I'm here every Friday night bar one and every Monday and Thursday night for this term as well. So you'll still whether you like it or not, hear plenty of me on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club this term. The Porsches, are you going to give them a crack as well or not?
I would like to, for sure. I mean, they're still bouncy, but iRacing's not going to change that just because a couple of blokes complain about it. But, yeah, look, I'll still give it a try. I still want to go get my win that I feel like I deserved in Zandvoort last season before my steering wheel turned off on me. So, yeah, look, I'll give it a try. I know I'm not the fastest in there. I just need to be lucky at the right combo of that car and the right track. Like some of the other places we raced at last season, I was dog water compared to some of the other guys like Benici and that. But at Zandvoort, I was just wonderfully on pace. So I need my luck that we have something like that again, and I can give myself a chance at maybe going for the win again.
Indeed. All right, very nicely done. The Supercar series, of course, continues Watkins Glen next week. Did you get a good laugh out of Andrew Dyson's review of the car itself or not?
Did I catch that or not? I might not have.
Oh, you were out of the rig for a little while after the race, were you?
Yes.
Oh, go back and have a listen. Andrew Dyson was in pristine form tonight in the post-race show. Absolutely taking the P1SS and doing it very, very nicely. That was great.
That's all right. As long as someone can give you a run for the money, that's what we like.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yes. Kept us on our toes. There's no doubt about that. Anything else to add, mate?
No, not really from my side. I mean, you can't see it on my livery at the moment because I'm actually in the process of making the livery right now. But all of the 116 boys, I'll thank them. Some of them are obviously joining in tomorrow, but as well as the Skid Mark Sim Racing guys that I'm also with, but also all of the sponsors here that help make GSRC be the most run league in the world, with the most races and members or something sort of like that. I was reading in the chat the other day, which is a pretty cool thing if that is true. So I'm just going to take it as it is true and you know,
take it as gospel. Yep.
But yeah, you know, all of the sponsors that make this happen, all of the members that obviously show up every night, and the broadcast team and you for blabbering for us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, and where else would we be on a Wednesday night? We love broadcasting the action, but the reason we're able to do it is because of the sponsors that support the club and continue to do so, and have done for the longest time. And we also get the chance to do it because people keep tuning in each and every week. They've obviously got nothing better to do with their lives on a Wednesday night, Jordan, rather than sit here and take in the fun of the fair and chime in with the conversation, the banter and the sledging that we get up to, and we wouldn't have it any other way. So no, it's a pleasure to be here and do it, and as I've said on so many occasions before, we wouldn't be here if we didn't enjoy it. Life is too short. Good on you, buddy. Thank you. Feel free to stay there. We'll have a chat off air. I was going to say, I've been sitting here for the last hour and I'm looking at the wrong... I haven't been looking at it because I actually switched it off. I'm reliably informed that the broadcast is still up. I just can't see the broadcast screen at the moment, Adam Lavis. I can see your Discord screen, but I'm not going to disclose any more about that. I haven't actually been watching the screen. These are the people that make it possible for us to do what we do here on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. They're going to scroll across the top and bottom of your screen. They include Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophi.AI, the great people at merch.tgsrci.com and Flash Graphics. Looking ahead for you, I'm not going to bother with championship points and all that sort of stuff tonight because a lot of that is still a work in progress from GT3 right through to Supercars and BMW M Sport Cup. So we'll go back tomorrow night and do a little bit of housekeeping. Matt Schmidt and I, once Adam Lavis has been able to finalise and sort through all of those. In the meantime, let's remind you, Wimbledon is underway tonight. This is day 10 of the championships. Wimbledon continues right through until 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, maybe later in the wide world of sports. Kostyuk and Paolini first up on centre court tonight. And Koscheck's got through in straight sets over Paulini. 1 hour, 9 minutes, didn't muck around, 6-3, 6-2. That match started and finished. Started after our post-race show began and finished before it concluded. Caboli and Ferry, real Italian flavour to centre court tonight. Caboli and Ferry still to come. The third men's quarter final is just minutes away from Wimbledon. You'll see it on Nine's Wild Water Sports. Number one court, Neskova of the Czech Republic, Mertens of Germany. 6-3 first set, Neskova. Mertens is 5-all with her in the second set. It's on serve. And you can watch that over on Stan Sport for the moment. 6-5 now in favour of Neskova, who just broke serve and will now serve for the match on Stan Sport. And of course, the fourth men's quarter-final, in fact, probably the pick of the two, quite frankly. Fritz and Zverev, 6th seed up against 2nd seed tonight from centre court at Wimbledon and court 1 respectively. So make sure you sink your teeth into all of that if you feel like burning the midnight oil. The Le Tour de France continues on SBS as well, and I say that because we don't have for the first time in quite a while any World Cup action tomorrow. That returns Friday morning. France and Morocco first quarter final 5 a.m. Or 6 a.m. it gets underway, 5:30 coverage. Extraordinary scenes in Argentina and Egypt this morning by G, and then a penalty shootout, the only extra time / penalty shootout game of the round of 16 between Switzerland and of course Colombia. Switzerland through, Argentina through controversially, Egypt blowing up almost as much as Queensland are blowing up tonight with regards to all of that. So the Argentinians through into a quarter final. France, Morocco, the first quarter-final. Spain, Belgium, the second on Saturday. And on Sunday morning, a double-header. Norway and England up against... Norway up against England first up, and Argentina, Switzerland second up. You'll see all of those on SBS. Neskova serving for the match. Job done. Neskova through straight sets in the fourth women's quarter-final. 6-3, 7-5. Semi-final set for tomorrow from Wimbledon, and you'll see them from 10:30 on Nine's Wild Water Sports straight after the NRLW. Looking ahead as far as we're concerned on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, I'm hoping I haven't left anything out as far as around the grounds is concerned with regards to the sport. We've already covered off the Origin. Less said about that, the better, my goodness. But we can talk about everything else that's coming up, and there's nothing else that I haven't mentioned from a sporting standpoint between now and when we reconvene tomorrow night. But tomorrow afternoon, the Opals will take on China at 5:30 p.m. So once they're finished, you can join us here on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club across Facebook and YouTube for that. Formula V. First up, how good's Thursday night going to be this term? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The hottest ticket in town. 3 sprint races there first up. The Adelaide Street Circuit, the Adelaide Parklands, Jordan Pianazzola territory. 3 sprint races, 7:30 Eastern. Hope you can join us for that. Then at 8:45 we go to the Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst in the central western New South Wales. I'll have more to say about Bathurst tomorrow night. There's some news coming through that I want to address on air tomorrow night with regards to Mount Panorama and that town of Bathurst more broadly. 8:45 Eastern for a 60-minute race tomorrow night. The first and only Enduro of the Porsches. We're ticking the box very early in the piece. There'll be another 15 races where that come from, but that'll be the longest of the lot. That'll be tomorrow night, 60 minutes, 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. We're expecting a huge turnout for that, purely because it is Mount Panorama and the first round of the season. Friday night, the first one is not broadcast. The GT1 Civil War, the Sebring International Raceway, 40 minutes there, the first race of their new campaign, 7:30 Eastern. But we're on air just after 8:30 Eastern for the first round of the Disruptive Labs Road to Indy Series. This one coming to you from the St. Petersburg Grand Prix Circuit in Florida. And that will be for, well, we reckon it'll be 55 laps or 65 minutes, whichever comes first. 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Hope you can join Joe Trucker Baldwin. Trucker Joe Baldwin's back on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, and I for that. Friday night, we've got to do some housekeeping. We'll spin the wheel for Saturday night to determine the car of choice for mountain men. The 32 laps, the standard procedure. If they ain't broke, don't fix it. It's ritual here. It's tradition on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club each and every week. Mountain Men, Mount Panorama Battle, Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 32 laps of Mount Panorama. Car of choice determined through a wheel spin in Friday night's broadcast. Week 2 gets underway next Monday night, and it continues throughout the course of the season for the next 9 weeks. We'll have Formula Renault 3.5, the first of their sprint rounds from the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya historic circuit. 2 sprint races there, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport then moves into its main course from Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Another on the top of 24 hours over the course of this coming weekend. And good luck to all of our GSRC club members that are competing in the Spa 24 in the virtual world this weekend. But what's 24 hours when you can have another hour on top? The icing on the cake, what would you call it? The victory lap, if you like, just to put the full stop on the full weekend at Spa. The 25th hour of GT3 racing for the weekend, Monday night, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, a 60-minute journey around there. And we have the Pro Series in focus for that one. Committee's choice on Tuesday night from Hussett Speedway, the 410 sprint car, if you don't mind, and 3 sprint races there. The server for that opens at 7 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget on Sunday too, the club AGM from 2 p.m. Eastern. We believe that's the start time there, 2 p.m. Eastern Sunday for the AGM. Club members are advised to check Discord for all the relevant information relating to that, and of course where to tune in and join in the conversation on the day, of course. And then we're back on Wednesday night. I'm not, but Andrew Neal will be, with to be confirmed. Jordan Pianazzola's a short odds on favourite, I'd say. Hockey over international circuit first up, 2 sprint races there, 7:30 Eastern for the BMW M Sport Cup, with thanks to merch.GSRC.in, and then we're on to the Watkins Glen Cup layout for the second round of the Trophi.AI Supercar Series. A 40-minute race there for them from 8:45 Eastern, and looking forward to that. But tonight it was the sprint race. Actually, sorry, last night now. It's just gone midnight. Last night it was the opening sprint round of the season. It was a super sprint at that. The first of 2 for the campaign. The second of those will be in week 10. It was dominated by Andrew Dyson. But, of course, Ryan Barber picked up a victory in the middle as well. And Daniel Snedden was dominant in the Dev split throughout the course of the night. And well done to Connor Nixon, who was victorious in the BMW M Sport Cup from VIR. On behalf of Jordan, Adam Lavis, the entire broadcast commentary and production team here, we sincerely hope that you've enjoyed Wednesday Night Motorsport across Facebook and YouTube, live, exclusive and free, as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. And we hope you'll come back and join us 7:30 Eastern tonight. Yes, we'll get a few hours sleep. We'll be back ready, firing on all cylinders, ready to rock and roll for Formula V and Porsche Cup action. Another tin top open wheel double header for you. Of course, it's open wheel tin top double header on a Monday night, and a Thursday night it's tin top into open wheel double header on a Friday night. We wouldn't have it any other way. It's good to be back. The season up and away. Interesting start of the Supercar campaign at Sandown, but it bodes well for what's ahead throughout the course of Term 3 of 2026. We hope you'll join us for Thursday Night Motorsport later on this evening, everybody. Have a great morning. I'm Zach Caden. Bye for now.